Live from Burbank, the media capital of the world.
To participate in the general public comment period, please call now at 818-238-3335. For any scheduled public hearings, please call when prompted to speak if you want the comment to be part of the record. Speaking times will be determined by the total number of public comment cards and callers in the queue at the start of each public comment period. For 1 to 20 total speakers, each speaker will receive up to 3 minutes. For 21 to 39 total speakers, each speaker will receive up to 2 minutes. And for 40 plus total speakers, each speaker will receive up to 1 minute. No additional comment cards or calls will be accepted once the public comment period begins.
Interpreters are available for assistance with in-person public comment. Please connect with them if you are in need of services. Hay servicios de interpretación disponibles para asistir con los comentarios públicos en persona. Por favor, habla con un intérprete si necesita estos servicios.
Եթե տեղում մեկնաբանություն եք անում թարգմանիչի կարիք ունեք, միացեք թարգմանչի հետ օգնության համար։
Good evening and welcome to a joint meeting of the Burbank City Council with the Successor Agency, Housing Authority, and Parking Authority on Tuesday, May 19th, 2026. Please join me in a moment of reflection. This moment is intended to begin our meeting with a positive and collective support for our beloved community. The City Council welcomes everyone joining us this evening. We encourage you to take a moment to reflect on our community and the work we will be doing tonight. Although each of us has our own unique reasons for being here, we are united in our passion for our wonderful city. As we pause, let us consider our individual contributions and what they mean to those around us, and let us find solace in knowing that by working together with a shared spirit of community and partnership, we will always act responsibly for the betterment of Burbank. Thank you. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready, begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good evening, Miss Assistant City Clerk. How are you tonight?
Good, Mayor.
Good. Please conduct the roll call.
Councilmember Anthony.
Here.
Councilmember Perez.
Here.
Councilmember Rosati.
I'm here.
Vice Mayor Mullins.
Here.
And Mayor Takahashi.
Here. Thank you. There will be 3 periods of public comment tonight. Members of the public may comment in person or by telephone during the general public comment period and must submit cards or call before the general public comment period begins. The first public comment period is for general public comment on any matter concerning city business and/or any agenda item. If you are here in person and wish to speak during general public comment, please submit a yellow public comment card to address the council over at the city clerk's desk. If you'd like to participate in the general public comment over the phone, please call now at 818-238-3335. Callers will be placed in a queue until the general public comment period begins, at which time no additional calls will be taken. Additional public comments will be available, comment period will be available following the reports to council this evening. Interpreters are also available for assistance with public comment. We have a Spanish interpreter here with us this evening in our front row, just Spanish, okay? Please connect with them if you are in need of services, and feel free to walk right up to our interpreter and ask her for services. This evening we have 6 announcements.
Well, what do you know? We're back at it again with some more exciting announcements for upcoming events right here in Burbank. First and foremost, please join us as we come together to honor and remember the brave men and women who gave their lives in serving our country. There will be a Memorial Day ceremony on Monday, May 25th, 2026 at 11 a.m. at the McCambridge Park War Memorial. Guests are encouraged to arrive early and enjoy a special pre-ceremony concert by our very own Burbank Community Band, beginning at 10:15 a.m. Then put your eyes on the sky at 11:05 to witness the breathtaking Condor Squadron's airplane flyover. In other news, Burbank has its eye out for the new library project. The city has issued a request for qualifications seeking a progressive design build team for the proposed new Burbank Central Library and Civic Center project. This highly anticipated project will help shape the future of library and civic services in Burbank. A mandatory pre-proposal meeting for interested firms will be held at 10 a.m. on Wednesday, May 20th at the Buena Vista Branch Library. After that, proposals should be submitted electronically to Planet Bids by 5 p.m. on June 19th, 2026. To learn more about the proposed new Burbank Central Library and Civic Center project, visit newburbanklibrary.com. But before then, we are excited to announce that the Downtown Burbank Arts Festival is back. Come enjoy live music and artistic inspiration with a whopping 170 local artisans on Saturday, May 30th and Sunday, May 31st from 11 a.m. to 6 p.m. This free and public event will fill San Fernando Boulevard between the Magnolia and Angelino city blocks. Don't miss this popular Burbank event. For more information, visit dtnbur.com. Feeling bored? Let's talk boards instead. Step up to the plate and submit your application to fill one of the 28 vacancies on the following boards, commissions, and committees: Art and Public Places Committee, Board of Building and Fire Code Appeals, Board of Library Trustees, Burbank Water and Power Board, Civil Service Board, Community Development Block Grant Committee, Heritage Commission, Infrastructure Oversight Board, Landlord Tenant Commission, and the Senior Citizen Board. There's really something for everyone. The deadline to submit an application is Monday, June 1st, 2026 at 5 p.m. If interested, apply online at burbankca.gov/BCC application. For more information, please contact the City Clerk's office at telephone number 818-238-5851 or email cityclerks@burbankca.gov. If Water and Power stood out among that list, please know there is one vacancy on the Burbank Water and Power Board for an unexpired term ending July 31st, 2028. You have a little more time to submit given that the deadline for this board application is Monday, June 8th at 5 p.m. The application can be found at the same aforementioned link. As a reminder, any person appointed to fill a vacancy shall hold office for the remainder of the unexpired term. Persons appointed to serve unexpired terms must complete the term before applying to serve on another board, commission, or committee. For more information, please contact the City Clerk's office. And don't forget, we're in the home stretch for the June 2nd, 2026 primary election. There are 4 24-hour vote-by-mail drop boxes in Burbank, found right here at City Hall, over at the Buena Vista Library, the Jocelyn Adult Center, and Ralph Foy Park. An 11-day vote center will be open at Magnolia Park United Methodist Church beginning on May 23rd. And 4-day vote centers can be found starting on May 30th at the Buena Vista Library, the Burbank Town Center Mall, the Courtyard Los Angeles Burbank Airport in the Empire Center, and at the Cambria Hotel Burbank Airport. Please direct questions regarding voter registration and the issuance of ballots to the county at telephone number 800-815-2666 or visit lavote.gov for more information. You can also contact the City Clerk's office at telephone number 818-238-5851 or email cityclerks@burbankca.gov. What a lineup we have for the next few weeks here in Burbank. Please see the Burbank website for even more events and news. Thank you.
All right, we have 4 presentations tonight, and our first presentation this evening is the presentation of the Burbank Police Foundation's annual Matthew Pavelka Scholarship Award. I would like to welcome up Mr. Michael Hastings, Burbank Police Foundation founding member and Matthew Pavelka Scholarship Award Program Chair. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council and Vice Mayor and staff. Peace and grace be with all of you tonight, because I'm sure you have another long meeting ahead of you. Thank you for allowing the Burbank Police Foundation to present to you tonight some of Burbank's best and brightest young minds. They're all leaders. And if I can request that a very brief video be played to explain more about Matthew Pavelka and profile our scholarship event held in March. It's very important that we do that because I can't get through the description of the night that we lost Matthew. So if we could please run the video, I would appreciate that, and then we'll carry on with our scholarships. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Michael Hastings. I'm the founder, one of the founders of the Burbank Police Foundation. This event's very special to me because I was around when this occurred with Matthew, and I never wanted the people of Burbank or the surrounding areas to ever forget Matthew's name. So we do the scholarships in his name, we have a monument in his name in Burbank, and we have young people that come in for the scholarship, and we make sure that they understand who Matthew Pavelka was, and they carry on his legacy, hopefully, through their scholarship.
Christine Hatch, the president of the Burbank Police Foundation.
Hi, I'm Claudio Lasacco. I'm a captain with the Burbank Police Department and one of the founders of the Burbank Police Foundation.
We are here for our bocce ball tournament, which is for the Matthew Pavelka Scholarship, where we raise funds for high school students to further their education.
What's special about today is all the folks that are here coming together for such a great cause. I see the same faces and same people coming every year to support the Matthew Pavelka Scholarship Fund. And then some new folks that showed up this year, which is always fantastic. Keeping Matt's name and his memory alive is really important to me and to the Burbank police officers here in Burbank.
My name's Christopher John Rosati, and this is my dad, John Rosati. We are the 2-time champions of this tournament. There's a lot of jealousy. There's been rumors that I imported my dad from Italy, that my dad played on the Sicilian team professionally. My dad's 97. He just retired at 95 being on the Sicilian bocce ball team, so those rumors are false. So we're here to honor our police department. We're here to honor Matthew Pavelka and the scholarship program. Our officers in Burbank mean the world to our community. They do an excellent job, and we're here just to let them know that we got their back. I think what makes this event special is it's a small town, Burbank, great community, being able to compete and have fun, have a few drinks with your friends. It's a great day, and it's good to raise a lot of money.
My name is Rafael Quintero, and I am the police chief for the city of Burbank. Today, for me, symbolizes community. Not only acknowledging Matthew Pavelka and the scholarship program associated with this program, but also the love, sweat, and tears that has gone in it through the foundation. It's an opportunity for us to connect. It's an opportunity for us to have fun and enjoy and celebrate what makes this community great.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. At this time, I would like to introduce Christine Hatch, who is our president of the Police Foundation. She's going to come up and assist me in the handing out of the scholarships. I'd also like, if they are here, to please stand the committee members from the Burbank Police Foundation. And I'd like to thank all of you who want to stand up, the committee members, if you're here. Well, they're all very shy. They're here. Anyway, they're standing up in the back. And also all of the board members of the Burbank Police Department or Burbank Police Foundation, if you could stand and we could recognize you because you do all of your hard work. And they're all standing. So thank you very much, guys. We wish to congratulate all of today's recipients who are receiving this award because they're demonstrating academic excellence and high standards as best embodied in the memory of Officer Matthew Pavelka, as noted on all of these award certificates. It's a rewarding experience to be part of the process in reviewing and selecting the final applicants. It was a day or 3 days full of enriching you as Burbank people to see what our future holds, and they're great leaders. Now what I'm going to do is announce the recipient, invite them to the podium, we'll present the award one at a time, and then I'll be reading testimonials from either their teachers or their counselors from their school as they're up here, and you can all stare at our future leaders. So first we're going to start from Burbank High School, Audrey Artunian. Audrey. Audrey has distinguished herself as an exceptional student, leader, and role model through her academic excellence, integrity, and dedication to serving others. Recognized for her professionalism and strong work ethic during her participation in the D-Law Next Gen Academy, Audrey consistently demonstrated initiative, maturity, and an eagerness to learn within a collaborative and fast-paced environment. Her ability to lead by example, communicate effectively, and support those around her earned her the respect of both peers and mentors alike. Audrey. Next up from Providence High School, Jose Donoso.
Dress for success.
Okay, here we go. Jose is an exceptional student whose perseverance, intellectual curiosity, and strong character have distinguished him as a leader both inside and outside the classroom. Recognized by his teachers for his responsibility, positive attitude, and dedication to learning, Jose consistently demonstrates maturity, resilience, and a genuine commitment to academic excellence. His passion for engineering, problem solving, and meaningful discussion reflects both creativity and determination, while his thoughtful contributions inspire those around him. Beyond academics, Jose is admired for his integrity, leadership, and ability to connect with and encourage with others. Teachers described him as respectful, hardworking, and deeply engaged, with a natural ability to foster collaboration and create a positive learning environment. Jose. It's such a great privilege to be outdressed by someone younger than me. James Freeberger from John Burroughs High School. James, or better known as Jimmy, is an exceptional student whose intelligence, perseverance, and character have distinguished him both academically and personally. As an AP physics student, Jimmy has consistently demonstrated curiosity, critical thinking, and a strong commitment to excellence. Teachers and mentors describe him as respectful, hardworking, and dependable, with the ability to overcome challenges through determination and resilience. Beyond academics, Jimmy is recognized for his leadership, humility, and willingness to support others. His passion for learning, engineering, and problem solving reflects both creativity and discipline, while his involvement in school activities and athletics highlights his dedication and well-rounded character. Jimmy's positive attitude, maturity, and strong moral values have earned him the admiration of his teachers, coaches, and peers alike. James, better known as Jimmy. Now from the Burbank Police Officers Association, Mr. Neil Gunn. Neil? Neil is a thoughtful, intellectually curious, and highly motivated student who has consistently demonstrated strong character, academic dedication, and genuine passion for learning. Recognized by his teachers for his respectful demeanor and positive attitude. Neil actively contributes to classroom discussions with insight, creativity, and maturity beyond his years. His willingness to challenge himself academically while remaining humble and supportive of others has earned him the admiration of both peers and faculty. In addition to his academic strengths, Neil is known for his leadership potential, integrity, and ability to foster a positive environment wherever he is involved. Teachers describe him as dependable, engaged, and eager to grow with the confidence to communicate effectively while encouraging collaboration among his classmates. Neil, congratulations. Now from Monterey High School, Valerie Gutierrez. Valerie. Valerie is an exceptional student whose compassion, leadership, and dedication to helping others have made a meaningful impact within the Monterey High School community. Recognized by her teachers and mentors for her positive attitude, strong work ethic, and genuine kindness, Valerie consistently demonstrates maturity, responsibility, and a deep commitment to personal growth. Her involvement in student council, peer support programs, and community service initiatives reflect her passion for creating a welcoming and supportive environment for others. In addition to her academic achievements, Valerie is admired for her empathy, resilience, and ability to inspire those around her through both her actions and her leadership. Teachers describe her as dependable, hardworking, and deeply caring, with the ability to connect with others in a thoughtful and meaningful way. Valerie's integrity, perseverance, and dedication to service embody the values of Matthew Pavelka Scholarship. Valerie, congratulations. Now, also from the Burbank Police Officers Association, Molly Murphy. Molly? Molly's an outstanding student whose academic excellence, leadership, and dedication to personal growth have made a lasting impact on both her teachers and her peers. Recognized for her exceptional work ethic and intellectual curiosity, Molly consistently demonstrates maturity, determination, and a genuine passion for learning. Excelling in rigorous AP and honors courses, she approaches every challenge with confidence, resilience, and a positive attitude that inspires those around her. Beyond the classroom, Molly is admired for her kindness, collaborative spirit, and willingness to support others. Teachers describe her as respectful, motivated, and deeply engaged in both academics and school activities, with a natural ability to encourage teamwork and foster meaningful connections. Her enthusiasm for learning, combined with her integrity and her leadership, reflects a student who strives not only for personal success, but also to positively impact her community. Molly. Thank you for your time, and it's our pleasure to congratulate all of these children who are now adults, who are now leaders. To all the parents, teachers, staff, and all, again, the parents and grandparents, thank you for your dedication to these leaders. Thank you for your support and understanding that our students are our collective future. And the Burbank Police Foundation is grateful to all of our sponsors and contributors who make these scholarships possible. One final note to all of our recipients who are leaders, and I'd like them to carry these words with them, is that leadership is not only a privilege to be enjoyed, but a fragile gift to be exercised for the well-being of others. Thank you. If we could have a picture, Madam Mayor, if you'd come down. Recipients. As they're assembling for the picture, we'd like to stick around, but we do have a reception over at the police department. But I'd love to stay here, but not really. No. I'm sorry.
Thank you, guys. We'll see you across City Hall.
While they're filing out, I don't know if I talked to the city manager about this or not, but my son's picture down in the lobby needs to be changed because people look at it and they go, that can't be you. So anyway, thank you guys. We really appreciate it. Enjoy your night.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Another round of applause for all of our awardees as they leave. And I think we're going to also bring some folks in too.
Madam Mayor, while folks are shuffling, I'm going to step out. I don't want to be rude to the presentations, but I need to step out to nurse.
Do you want to bring people in? We're going to wait just a couple more minutes to bring in some folks for the next presentations too. Next one? Okay, good. All right, our second presentation this evening is the presentation of a certificate of recognition for the Austin Cook Award for Outstanding Youth. I would like to welcome Youth Board Chair Aiden Yoon to introduce this year's recipient.
Good evening, Mayor Takahashi and council members. My name is Aiden Yoon, and I am the chair of the 2025-2026 Burbank Youth Board. I am here to present the Burbank Youth Board's 2026 Austin Cook Award for Outstanding Youth. This award is in recognition of the wonderful character modeled by Austin Cook throughout his life. Austin attended Jefferson Elementary School and John Muir Middle School. Austin's life was suddenly cut short while he was in middle school, but during his time with us, he touched many hearts and served as an example to his peers. Austin was a hardworking student and active in the Burbank community. Tonight, we want to recognize one student in honor of Austin who has gone above and beyond to make a positive impact in our city. We distributed nomination forms to all middle school and high school administrators in Burbank. Additionally, youth board members share the information with teachers, and award nominations were publicized through city social media accounts. There were numerous applications received with outstanding applications, and students nominated each year with a variety of impressive accomplishments and distinguished characters. After a thoughtful discussion, the youth board selected one student, and I am personally very proud of our selection. The recipient of the 2026 Austin Cook Award is Cole Kramer. Please give it up for Cole Kramer. I'll call you up later. 11th grade student Cole Kramer is a lifelong Burbank resident and passionate youth advocate for environmental education and entomology. Cole has lived in Burbank his entire life and attended Theodore Roosevelt Elementary School and Luther Burbank Middle School. His fascination with insects began at just 2 years old and quickly grew up into a passion for educating others. By 3rd grade, he was already conducting insect presentations at birthday parties and local classrooms in Burbank, including Theodore Roosevelt Elementary School, where he continues to return each year to inspire young students through hands-on learning experiences. Even during the challenges of the pandemic, Cole remained committed to community outreach. As a 6th grader, he hosted virtual monarch butterfly presentations from a butterfly enclosure he had built in his own backyard and led educational Zoom presentations for elementary schools and gave programs throughout California and Colorado. Now a junior in high school, Cole has dedicated more than 120 volunteer hours to educating youth and adults about the importance of insects in the natural world. In 2023, he co-founded the Lorcan Scholars, a youth entomology group designed to connect young people with science, nature, and environmental stewardship. Through his organization, Cole has facilitated nature hikes, bug hunts, Girl Scout badges, science nights, educational booths at City of Burbank Earth Day events, Insect Investigator Day at the Buena Vista Library, and Black Light Nights at the Stowe Canyon Nature Center, where he also serves as a youth docent. Cole's impact extends far beyond Burbank. Most recently, he won the Claraptas Society's Youth Incentive Award, receiving a $1,000 research grant for his proposal studying subterranean beetles in the Los Padres National Forest near Santa Barbara. He has also spoken at an international entomology conference in Portland, Oregon, and has been invited to speak at the University of California, Riverside, and was published by the University of Michigan Museum of Zoology for his mosquito specimen collection research. Entomology is not only Cole's passion, but also one of his greatest accomplishments. He has curated a personal collection of more than 12,000 insect specimens displayed across 12 specimen drawers. In 2020, he launched his own business, Mantis Universe, where he breeds and sells exotic praying mantises throughout the United States. To date, he has shipped more than 2,300 orders and has used the success of his business to help save for college. In addition to his scientific pursuits, Cole is also a highly accomplished competitive trap shooter. He tied for 6th place in the nation in the varsity category at the 2024 AIM Grand National Youth Trap Shooting Championships and was named varsity doubles champion at the 2025 SCTP Western Regional Competition. Cole continues to pursue meaningful scientific research and is currently writing a research paper describing 4 new genera and 7 new species of beetles within the Leptotyphlinae subfamily. This summer, he will intern at the USDA Systematic Entomology Laboratory at the Smithsonian National Museum of Natural History in Washington, D.C. An incredible achievement and opportunity for a young scientist. Looking toward the future, Cole hopes to attend universities such as UC Davis, UC Riverside, Virginia Tech, Purdue, or Cornell, where he plans to pursue a career in entomology with a focus on genetics and molecular phylogenetics involving insect lineages. Cole credits much of his success to the unwavering support of his parents, Jessica and Matt Kramer, who have encouraged and supported his journey in the world of entomology every step of the way. Through his leadership, volunteerism, scientific curiosity, and passion for protecting the environment, Cole has inspired hundreds of young people throughout Southern California and beyond. He is not only a role model for local youth, but also a strong advocate for the environmental stewardship and lifelong learning. For his dedication, leadership, and service to the community, Cole Kramer is a truly deserving recipient of the Austin Cook Award. I would now like to invite Cole Kramer and Mayor up to the podium, please. Thank you so much.
Before we, go ahead. Before we do official pictures, I'd also like to give you the certificate from the city. And congratulations. I have a quick question for you. What's the first bug you ever collected?
Oh, first bug? It was actually a Hercules beetle. This huge beetle. I used to raise them. They're super cool.
That's so awesome. All right, congratulations. Well deserved. All right, see some pictures. Oh, of course, yes.
Thank you guys so much for this award. I truly cannot put into words how much this means to me. I would like to give a special thank you to my parents, because without them, this would not be possible. Thank you guys so much. As well as thank you to Miss Kathy Wills, my kindergarten teacher, for her nomination, as well as Chris Chan and Christian Rees at the Spokane Nature Center for their nominations as well. Thank you so much.
Burbank.
That was awesome. So well done. So well done. Yeah. Where's Mom? Is Mom here? Yeah. Does he have a lot of bugs in the house? Yeah. They're in cages. Oh, thank goodness. Our third presentation this evening is the presentation of a proclamation declaring May 17th to 23rd as National Public Works Week in the city of Burbank. Yeah. Woo. If you somehow traveled here to this building, you went on the road or on a surface that Public Works took care of, and many other things that Public Works takes care of. I would like to welcome our Public Works Director, Damian Skinner, up to the podium. Where is he? Yeah, there he is. Share a few words?
Yeah, I think we got a video.
Ooh, a video. Great.
Just 1 second, we're going to queue up a video.
Burbank.
A city of over 100,000 people and a million moving parts. But before the lights turn on, before the cameras roll, somebody is already at work. This isn't just background work. It's the backbone. It's problem solving, precision, teamwork, pride, responsibility. Your skills, our city, one strong future. Be part of the team that keeps it all running. Learn more at burbankca.gov.
That is a really cool video. I'd like to thank. I'd like to thank our PIO and the city manager's office for putting that together. It captures the essence of public works. So I have a few words here. As we recognize National Public Works Week, I want to acknowledge the Public Works team that keep Burbank running every day. All these fine people right here. As the video showed, much of their work happens behind the scenes, but it is essential to the health, safety, and quality of life for our community. Public Works is a large department, multifaceted, and we spearhead a lot of projects to rehabilitate our streets and sidewalks, to upgrade our wastewater, trash collection, and infrastructure, and to make improvements across all our facilities that enrich all our staff and the people that come to visit our facilities. And that's just a few things we do. But these aren't just projects. They're tangible improvements that directly benefit the community. So to our Public Works professionals, I say thank you. I also want to say how appreciative I am to be part of such an amazing team. I also like to thank you, Mayor, and the City Council for supporting the work that we do.
Great. Thank you so much to everyone who was in the Public Works team. And earlier I mentioned about how we got here, and there's so much we pass and we drive on and we walk on that the Public Works does. But that video really captured kind of the wide array of the things that you're responsible for. And you make our lives easy. So thank you. Appreciate that. Yeah. All right. I have a little whereases here. National Public Works Week, whereas public works services provided in our community are a vital part of our citizens' everyday lives, and whereas the support of an understanding and informed citizenry is important to the efficient operations of public works systems and programs such as the operation and maintenance of wastewater systems, streets, buildings, traffic signals, vehicles, equipment, solid waste collection and disposal, pollution prevention, graffiti abatement, the planning, design, and construction of capital improvements, and so much more. Whereas the health, safety, and comfort of this community greatly depends on these facilities and services. Whereas the quality and effectiveness of these facilities, as well as their planning, design, and construction, is vitally dependent on the efforts and skill of public works officials. And whereas the efficiency of the qualified and dedicated personnel who staff the Public Works Department is materially influenced by the people's attitude and understanding of the importance of the work they perform. Now, therefore, I, Tamala Takahashi, Mayor of the City of Burbank, do hereby proclaim the week of May 17th to 23rd, 2026 as National Public Works Week in the City of Burbank, and call upon all citizens and civic organizations to acquaint themselves with the issues involved in providing our public works, and to recognize the contributions with which public works employees make every day to our health, safety, comfort, and quality of life. Yeah.
I'll send you back and I'll do something like that, yeah.
Okay, looking right here.
Thank you all for coming out.
Our final presentation this evening is the presentation of a proclamation declaring May 2026 as Mental Health Awareness Month in the city of Burbank. Please join me in welcoming Family Service Agency lead staff members Taylor Foxhall, Christine Ramos, and Executive Director Lori Blake to the podium.
Oh, she's sick.
Okay, Lori's not feeling well. All right. So would you like to say a few words? Okay.
Thank you so much. Well, you're right here, but good evening, Mayor Takahashi, council members, City Manager Hess, city leadership, and community members. On behalf of Burbank Family Service Agency, thank you for this proclamation recognizing Mental Health Awareness Month. We accept it with gratitude, but also with quiet urgency, because quality mental health is an essential need for every individual, for every community, and for our culture. It affects us all, and this is evident in our homes, in our workplaces, in our schools, in our greater community, quietly caring more than what most realize. And the truth is, we often struggle before we've become fully aware of our need for care, and it often goes unrecognized by others around us. Sometimes mental health challenges are not obvious. Sometimes it's experienced as fatigue, withdrawal, burnout, conflict, isolation, and even silence. This is one of the reasons why this month matters, because awareness creates conversation, conversation reduces shame, and reducing shame creates access, critical access. Simply put, we know that access matters and minutes matter. For more than 70 years, we've worked alongside the city of Burbank and the greater community to provide care at the moment of crisis most people never get to see. Not weeks later, not after crisis forces action, right then. As a forward-thinking community that doesn't simply react to pain, Burbank historically has shown up differently, listened with intent, and provided connection to care. Before isolation becomes a crisis, before stress becomes violence, and before silence becomes tragedy. That is the real power of our community partnership. Many doors plus no obstacles equal true access to care. So tonight we accept this proclamation not as recognition, but as a shared commitment. A commitment to keep investing in prevention, to keep protecting access to care, and to keep building a community where people do not have to struggle alone in silence. Because this proclamation says something bigger than awareness. It says mental health matters, prevention matters, and people matter. And when someone reaches out for help, Burbank will continue striving to answer the question with one message: we're here. So thank you.
So thank you so much for saying all that. Really appreciate that and all you do, FSA. Such wonderful partners in our city. And as you know, mental health encompasses everything that we do. Just like physical health, it's part of the human experience. It is just as important as physical health. It's complementary and partner together. And the services that you provide are so crucial and important, just like a doctor or a nurse is for our brain. And also, I think what your services provide in your existence in our city really show is that asking for help and reaching out and getting support is not weakness, it's strength. It is meaning taking care of ourselves, taking care of each other, and you embody that and really appreciate what you do. So thank you. So I'm going to read a few of these whereases. There's 10 of them. I promise I won't read them all. I'll just read a few. But if you want to read all of them, I'm sure that you would willingly share. Okay. Mental Health Awareness Month proclamation. Whereas mental health is not a distant issue, but a daily reality woven into our thoughts, our emotions, our relationships, and the way we move through the world. Whereas obstacles to care, such as shame and lack of understanding and resources, continue to delay healing, keeping too many from reaching out and receiving the support they need, thereby contributing to worsening conditions and increased risk. Whereas today we recognize Burbank Family Service Agency for more than 73 years as a trusted community partner dedicated to creating innovative spaces of care and connection shaped by the voices and needs of our residents. And whereas the Burbank Mental Health Evaluation Team also works alongside FSA, if you're not familiar with that, I recommend looking that up, is offering critical intervention to a person experiencing a mental health crisis by connecting the Burbank Police Department and the Los Angeles County Department of Mental Health to the situation and partnering with FSA as well. And the Mental Health Evaluation Team employs officers with response techniques to stabilize the acute event and foster future mental health care through resource connections. Now, therefore, I, Tamala Takahashi, Mayor of the City of Burbank, do hereby proclaim the month of May 2026 as Mental Health Awareness Month in the City of Burbank and call upon all residents of the City of Burbank to take part in the continued building of a community where compassion is practiced openly, support is within reach, and no one has to navigate their mental health journey alone. Let this proclamation be more than a statement, but a call to action, a reminder that connection saves lives, that reaching out for help is an act of profound strength, and that ensuring equitable and obstacle-free access to care is an act of community. Okay, next up, City Manager, do you have anything to report tonight?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. From the announcements to the presentations, I certainly cannot compete with that. And I know we have a very busy night tonight, so I do not have anything to report. Thank you.
All right, then the next item is a presentation of an update from the Burbank Glendale Pasadena Airport Authority. Joining us tonight is Executive Director, Mr. John Hatanaka. Welcome and thank you for joining us.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Madam Vice Mayor, and members of City Council. Again, my name is John Hatanaka, and I serve as your Airport Executive Director. Thank you for having me here tonight. I'm here to report on some activities at the airport, as well as provide you an update on the progress of your replacement passenger terminal. Let's see. Let me begin with some numbers. Passenger traffic, unfortunately, we were down in 2025. That was due to three items. First, the Velo Airlines departing the West Coast market, and the second, bankruptcy of Spirit Airlines. Also impacting us was the first government shutdown the last 6 weeks of the year, which it did have an impact. And while we were down 5%, we still had a life-size number of passengers going through the airport. 2024 was our record year, and so we are looking to rebound in the next few months. Unfortunately, the first quarter was still being impacted by the government shutdown and Spirit Airlines' bankruptcy. We are seeing a positive trend, though, in the last quarter of the fiscal year, which ends June 30th, and we are very happy to note that we are above our budget projections for operating revenue. So, you may recall that I just announced that we lost 2 airlines, but we were very grateful that Breeze Airways and Allegiant Airlines have joined our family, and they are now with a group of 9 other airlines that are serving 30 city pairs, including nonstop service to New York, Chicago, and Dallas. At this time, we want to thank Spirit Airlines. They served us for 7 years. They provided at 1.6% of our passengers, and at the end, just 3% because they were only serving the Las Vegas market twice a week. They did grace us with their yellow planes, and we want to thank them and the people that served us. Unfortunately, their departure did cause 9 people to no longer have the jobs at the airport. You may have heard that we started service from Burbank to Honolulu. So I'm very grateful that on May 13th, we are very proud to have Alaska Airlines start their inaugural flight. It was a 7 a.m. departure, and at this time I want to thank Narissa Sugars, our Director of Air Service and Communications, and her staff that helped create the spirit of aloha to all the passengers that departed on that day. On August 4th, Southwest will join Alaska Airlines flying to my home state, and they will start their nonstop service to Honolulu. And now for your replacement passenger terminal update. And before I begin, I'd like to thank from the airport staff to the executive staff of the city, all the collaboration partnership for helping us achieve what we have. We have 147 more days to go. I know it's busy, and I thank you for your help. Mr. Hess, Mr. McDonald, Ms. Baguette, Mr. Prescott, and Mr. Fuentes, Mr. Skinner, Ms. Samara, and all the BWP staff getting us the power and water we need. Public safety officials, Chief Quintetto and Chief Alvarez. Ms. Garcia, I'm happy to let her know that we have about halfway through our installation of the public work art in the interior of the building, and on June 1st, the exterior piece starts to be installed. And Ms. Becker, I'm proud to say that we got that TEFRA hearing done, and now I'm going to talk about how we finally finished our finance plan. On the 21st, we started marketing our bond issue, and I'm sure you've all heard about. We had Mr. Leno help us with the introduction of the construction update. We posted our preliminary official statement on the 21st, and we started our internet roadshow. We had one-on-one investor calls. We outreached to municipal bond insurers to help see if we can get to insure the bonds to reduce the cost of it. We did have a lot of machinations going on because we were concerned about the geopolitical situation. On the 29th, we decided we're going to look at maybe issuing the bonds earlier, and on April 30th, we made the decision, and we were very lucky to go out to market. When we did, we were able to sell $360 million worth of bonds. We priced that day. We closed just last week, Thursday. The money is now with the trustee, Bank of New York and Mellon, with a final maturity of July 1st, 2056. We were able to achieve a true interest cost of 4.718, which was less than what we did in 2024. This issue got over 80% of the bonds guaranteed through assured guarantee, which allowed us to put a surety policy in place, which reduced the cost of the whole program, which is critical for our airline partners. At this time, I want to thank the team that has stayed with us for more than 20 years and helping us to achieve all of these financing. First, the lead underwriters of Bank of America Securities, the financial advisor from Public Resources Advisory Group, our bond and disclosure counsel at Harrington and Sutcliffe, and our airport consultant, Racondo and Associates, that helped me with the direct negotiations with the airlines. The bonds were well received, and you see some household names. McKay Shields was our largest investor. They are a division of New York Life. And they were also the largest investor in the 2024. But you also had others like Nuveen, Fidelity, PIMCO, BlackRock, and Vanguard joining the group. So, Ms. Becker, there's the plan of finance, and it is completed. Where we are, we have almost 3 million hours of craft work hours into the project, and we have a daily average of about 843 workers on site. We are proud that we've been able to achieve above our target of 20.47 DBE commitments, and that is a value of $232 million. What we are doing now, installing our ceiling, doing the interior build-outs, exterior skin installation, our valet office and construction in the garage, elevator shaft construction, mechanical engineering, plumbing installed. There's exterior painting as well as the panels on our silver screen. So at this time, I'd like to give you a little video.
We're less than 6 months away from the scheduled opening of our new passenger terminal facility. We're in Area A, the most northern part of our site, where gates 1, 2, and 3 will be. As you can see, this area is looking more and more complete. We've started installation of our hold room furniture, as well as the installation of our gate signage. In this area, the flight information display system has also been installed. Our gate information display system has been installed, and the gate counters. We've also started the installation of our cameras and our water fountains. This area is more than 95% complete, and the unique thing about this area is that your planes are not directly outside of your gate, but they're a little offset, giving for a nice little walk prior to reaching your flight. We're in Area C, our future ticketing hall. In this area, we've started the installation of our check-in kiosk and our ticket counters. There will be 43 ticket counters. We're in the future baggage claim area where we'll have 3 carousels. This is where you'll pick up your bags when you land at the airport. Installation of our metal panels is underway. It will extend through the silver screen canopy, evoking a Hollywood feel. This will seamlessly tie in our terminal to the parking garage. We're at the west side of the parking garage where they've started painting the exterior of the building. The northern part is actually complete. The terminal looks great. The finishes that the design team put together are incredible, and I hope that everyone, will love it when it opens.
And that is a report to the, thank you. That is our report for this evening, and we look forward to seeing all of you on October 5th when we cut the ribbon on the new terminal, your new terminal here in Burbank.
I was just going to ask, October 5th is the date still for the ribbon cutting?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, wonderful. Council members, any other questions, comments? Yes, Councilmember Anthony.
Great presentation. We're all looking forward to it. Just a quick note, we have a city full of animators, so I hope we don't use any more AI to do the presentation, so just putting that out there. You can throw a stone down the street and you'll get somebody who can draw that stuff for you. It's just a note.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. All right, next up, Mr. City Attorney, will you please report on closed session?
Yes, Madam Mayor, Madam Vice Mayor, members of the City Council, and for the benefit of the public, the City Council met this evening at 5 p.m. to discuss 3 items in closed session. The first item is a matter of existing litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1 in the case of Maggie Alegria Hernandez versus City of Burbank. This is a trip and fall case. The second item was a matter of anticipated litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D2 with the city as a potential defendant in an auto accident case. And finally, the City Council met with the city's real property negotiator pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8. The city's negotiator is Ms. Simone McFarland, Assistant Community Development Director of Business and Economic Development, concerning lease renewal negotiations with Family Service Agency at 2721 West Burbank Boulevard. The City Council took no reportable action in these items this evening.
Great, thank you. All right, now is the time for a joint general public comment. I will be calling out the speaker's name as well as the person who is next in line to speak. In order to keep public comment moving in a timely fashion, we have a designated seat in the front row for speakers who are up next. A timer is available on the podium. This is also the last call for anyone who needs an interpreter, or the staff will be released for the evening. Persons may choose to use the first period of public comment to address an agendized report, but will not be able to speak on that item following this part. Please state your name for the record when you give your comment. Has our interpreter received any requests? No? All right, well, thank you for being here tonight. You are welcome to enjoy the rest of your evening. The general public comment period is now beginning, and no additional cards or calls will be accepted. Miss Assistant City Clerk, how many public comment cards do we have and how many callers?
We have 29 cards and 12 callers.
All right, 29, 12, my math, 41. 41. Sorry, guys. We have 41 Based on 41 speakers, the time limit for general public comment is 1 minute. Our first speaker is Jim Lane, followed by Ron Bax. Welcome. You have 1 minute.
Langston Hughes, collected poems of Langston Hughes, singular voice of the Harlem Renaissance. Jimmy Baldwin, If Beale Street Could Talk, Alice Walker, The Color Purple. I got these books out of the Burbank Public Library. All those authors are queer. And they also are primary texts for any sort of high school curriculum across the country. Seeing our Matthew Pavelka Scholars tonight was inspirational because hopefully some of these people have been exposed to this stuff. Mothers for Liberty would get rid of all this and would also go after the people who teach this as well. So I just want to know, for the three people who voted to have an investigation against Mr. Mike Van Gort and Mr. Anthony, we all respect freedom of speech, okay? No one's going to argue that point. But I would like the three people who voted for that to tell the public what your position, how you feel about Mothers for Liberty. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Jazz hands. Yeah, thank you. Appreciate the jazz hands. Next up is Ron Bax, followed by Cynthia Pease. Welcome.
Good evening, City Council. Ron Bax. I was disturbed by the last City Council meeting. Councilwoman Perez, in your comments to public comment, you railed against the values of the people inside the BAOR and not the actions of the people outside. Your personal animosity showed. You're an elected member, a community servant. There's no room for personal opinion. When you come through that door, you should be wearing your public hat. The BAOR has the right, no, they have the obligation to rent to anyone who meets their pre-established non-discriminatory requirements. Otherwise, they're subject to discrimination. And I'll have to wait for the next meeting to discuss some other people. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comment. Next up is Cynthia Pease, followed by Ella Shabazian and Ray Matthews. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor Takahashi, City Council members, City Manager, greetings. I have 3 subjects and 60 seconds, well, 50 seconds. The first one is the annexation issue. I gave you all a report from LAFCO. It encompasses 2 things. One is passes a formal resolution requesting you to start the reorganization. This is for Woodbury and Cabrini. That's 2,000 more taxpayers for you. And Woodbury, they would love this. And we would have no problem getting the votes of or the 25% of our residents to do that. So take a look at the report. I'm not going to talk any more about that. The secondly is, of course, thank you for the budget, the arts, the money, the grants, and I've given you an ROA report, okay? Return on investment for every dollar that you put into the arts, you get it back 3-fold. And now with businesses hurting, you could at least, Justin, you could break even.
Thank you for your
And then the last one is Musicians at Play. That grant would sell out your...
Sorry, thank you for your comment.
Take care. You've got the
Next up is Ella Shabazian and Ray Matthews, followed by Chris Welker. Welcome, you have 1 minute.
All right, good evening. We're speaking to agenda item O.
Good evening, Mayor, Council members, city staff, and members of the Burbank community. My name is Ella Shabazian. I'm the founder of Ella's Angels Foundation, a youth-led 501c3 nonprofit organization based here in Burbank. First, I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight and considering our application for the City of Burbank Community Grant Program. Ella's Angels was created to bring people together, help families, children, students, veterans, and community members in need. Our mission is simple: to turn compassion into action through meaningful community service. As a student, I have tried to make service as a major part of my life. I am an honor roll student at Rose and Alex Pilibos. I am also co-enrolled at Los Angeles City College. I am a published author, a Congressional Silver Certificate awardee, and hope to continue a life of public service, including attending Yale College, Yale Law School, and one day serving in public office. The grant we submitted is for the Ella's Angels Thanksgiving Meal Program. Our goal is to provide complete Thanksgiving meals to approximately 500 Burbank families.
Thank you for your comment. Thank you.
Good job.
Good job.
Madam Mayor, if I could suggest one thing, this is a report that's coming later. If she wants to come later and there's more minutes, we could add the 1 minute to her total. I don't know. I'm just throwing that out there.
Yeah.
Because I know there's some people coming for later reports.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I'll be quiet.
All right. Next up is Chris Welker, followed by Hratch Orderbekian. Welcome.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Vice Mayor and members of the council. My name is Chris Welker. I am the council appointee and board president of Burbank Housing Corporation. I'm here tonight on behalf of the BHC Board of Directors who have joined me in the audience to respectfully ask for your support on 2 action items that are coming before you this evening. Having served on this board for over 12 years, I've witnessed firsthand the extraordinary things that Burbank Housing has done. Tonight's first request represents a transition in our programming to create additional housing opportunities. The heart of this organization has never changed. We remain committed to supporting our families and children, and we work diligently to ensure that important programs continue with our community. The second item is the Village at Fairview. We're asking for your support with that too. It's a wonderful opportunity for Burbank Housing going forward, and it will help prevent homelessness.
Thank you for your comment. Next up is Hratch Orderbekian. Did I get close? Followed by Vicky Kirschenbaum.
Good evening, Mayor and members of this Burbank City Council. My name is Hratch Orderbekian. I am the Treasurer and Chief Financial Officer of Equal Chance Boxing Foundation, nonprofit organization here. I'm here tonight because our organization was considered for the 2026 Community Events Program Grant and was not selected. I'm asking you to reconsider, and this is exactly why. Equal Chance Boxing Foundation is not a distant organization with no connection to this community. We are here tonight because we believe Burbank youth deserves exactly what we have built and proven in LA County. And we are ready to bring it here. We operate a non-contact boxing training model for youth 8 to 18. There are no fees, no equipment costs, and no financial barrier of any kind. In a city where youth sports programs increasingly require families to pay to participate, Equal Chance Boxing Foundation is the alternative. We believe that what a child can become should never be determined by what their family can afford.
Thank you for your comment. Next up is Vicky Kirschenbaum, followed by Joe Pimienta.
Hi, my name's Vicky Kirschenbaum. I am a Burbank resident. I would like to ask Council to consider the creation of an emergency assistance fund for residents impacted by immigration enforcement actions. 20 folks have been kidnapped here in Burbank by ICE since last summer. That's what's documented. No doubt there are more. Residents need legal aid, rental assistance, and food. Pasadena, Long Beach, LA, and Santa Ana already have these funds and could serve as a model. Secondly, I strongly support canceling the city's contract with Flock. South Pass, Santa Cruz, Los Altos have all canceled their contracts, rightly concerned with privacy, civil liberties, and sharing data with ICE. Cancellation will save hundreds of thousands of dollars, money that could be used for vital services like helping our unhoused or maybe setting up that fund I was talking about.
Thank you for your comment. Next up is Joe Pimienta, followed by Dustin Blankenship. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, staff, and everybody present in the chamber. First, I want to echo what the previous speaker said. I'm also against Flock for all the reasons mentioned and a few more. I'm mostly going to use my time because I didn't have time the last time that we were here, which is to speak against what the Burbank Association of Realtors did a couple of weeks, which basically at the bottom line is that they hosted a bigot. That's what happened. They platformed a bigot who came to our community to spout hate. Now, they could have refused services just like any private business, but instead they decided to platform a bigot. They could have refused it for concerns of the safety of the trans community that lives here in Burbank, but instead, no. Instead, they decided to host a bigot because even though a lot of us say that hate has no place in Burbank, the Burbank Association of Realtors says that for a reasonable price, you can actually rent it. Now, the last thing that I want to say is that, and to top it all off, when the community of Burbank spoke out against this and stood against hate, they got mad about it. So that we have a saying where I'm from, which is tell me who you're with and I'll tell you who you are. Thank you for your service. Enjoy your evening.
Thank you for your comment. Next up is Dustin Blankenship, followed by Sam Kumjian. I'm sorry if I butchered your last name. Welcome, 1 minute.
Good evening. I would like to speak in support of the BRT. I support projects that bring economic activity to our city. Dedicated bus lanes will make downtown more accessible. It will bring more customers to local businesses. It will improve our streets. It will help offset our multi-million-dollar deficit we're looking at. I want to see Burbank prosper. I want to see my community grow. I want to revitalize our dead mall. I support Burbank's future, I support my future, and my children's future, and the next, and the next. I am looking at what Burbank can become, while those opposed can't stop looking to the past. They don't want a thriving community. They want a quiet little tomb to die in.
Thank you for your comment. Next up is Sam Kumujian, pardon me,
Yes,
and then
you're-
followed by Kyle Anderson.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is Sam Kyumjin, and I serve as your city appointee on the Burbank Housing Corporation Board of Directors. I've had the privilege of serving on the board since October, and I'm continuing to be deeply impressed by the work that BHC does. It's a strong, effective partnership between the City of Burbank and BHC, and it's impressive how much the city invests into the preservation and continued growth of the affordable housing. Professionally, I also work in the affordable housing industry, and I understand how complex and challenging this work is, and I have a deep appreciation for these projects. I'm supportive of the shift of the Activity Center program from on-site to off-site, as this will add additional affordable housing units. I'm also supportive of the long-term vision of the Village of Fairview, which is using low-income housing tax credits to build more affordable housing, and is one of the most effective financial tools that we have to do this. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comment. Next up is Kyle Anderson, followed by Monica Moy. Welcome.
Good evening, Council. I'm here today to speak about ending the flock contract, but I'd like to quickly acknowledge my support for the BRT as well. Last time I called in to speak, I raised concerns about flock cameras being hacked. We were told that Flock had assured the police department that the flock network had never been compromised. That's very careful wording. Saying the network wasn't hacked is not the same thing as saying that cameras can't be removed, accessed, or exploited. Those are different things. It's a sales spin, and it's purposefully misleading and dishonest to not only our police, but our community. Our chief of police then called upon a Flock representative for reassurance. If you thought you were buying a used car that might have bad brakes, would you ask the used car salesman about the brakes? There's also recent reports that Flock employees have allegedly accessed camera feeds showing children's playgrounds, gymnastics facilities, and women's gyms. At the last meeting, we were told that Burbank wasn't using drones, only ALPRs, but a recent viral clip showed that unmanned police vehicles were on our street. What autonomous vehicles and technologies are being used? Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next up is Monica Moy, followed by Kevin Morris. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Monica Moy, and I serve as Chair of the Cultural Arts Commission. I'm here tonight to ask for your support in improving the $100,000 budget, which funds the Commission's work, and specifically in 3 areas: the Community Arts Grant, Commission-sponsored art events, and other city initiatives. The Cultural Arts Commission supports things such as the Art Grant, which will directly serve Burbank residents. They include free and low-cost art experiences, family-friendly programming, opportunities for residents to gather and connect, and exposure to local artists and performers. So while this $100,000 investment represents a relatively small portion of the city's budget, it generates meaningful returns. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comment. Next up is Kevin Morris, followed by Renee Johnson. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Kevin Morris with the Sustainable Burbank Commission. That is where I serve. Thank you for the declaration of being Public Works Week. I just want to say working closely with them on the commission has been great. So yeah, keep up the good work there. And then as a Burbank resident, not as a commissioner, I want to support some of the things in the budget, like the upcoming economic impact study for increasing minimum wage, also the supporting of a 3rd community garden, but most importantly, ending our contract with Flock as well. So thank you for your time, and you have a great rest of your evening.
Thank you for your comment. Next up is Renee Johnson, followed by Susan O'Carroll. Welcome.
Hi there. Hi, everyone. Good evening, Mayor Takahashi, council members. I'm here tonight to express my strong support for Leadership Burbank and to respectfully request your continued investment through a $5,000 community grant. For 30 years, Leadership Burbank has strengthened the civic fabric of our city by developing informed, connected, and service-driven leaders. Since 1995, we have trained over 500 alumni serving across Burbank in meaningful ways, on nonprofit boards, city commissions, and even on this very city council. Our alumni contribute thousands of volunteer hours each year, creating long-term sustainable community impact. With your continued partnership, we will expand our impact even further. Grant support will help us strengthen curriculum, deepen alumni engagement, and implement improved impact tracking tools. Leadership Burbank is one of the few programs that consistently brings together people from every sector of our city to learn, collaborate, and take action. Thank you for your time and for your ongoing commitment to strengthen our community.
Thank you for your comment. Next up is Susan O'Carroll, followed by Eric Hawk. Welcome.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the City Council. I'd like to take this opportunity to talk for a second or two about the luxury loophole in SB 79. I remain very concerned about it. And the fact that the city's inclusionary housing ordinance does not solve the luxury loophole problem. The inclusionary housing ordinance is 20 years old. It's severely outdated in terms of in lieu fees. That means that it will drastically fall short of actual construction costs of the numbers of units that are the target under the inclusionary housing ordinance. Also, the target of 15% is well below the target the city has been given by the RINA. So the ordinance is problematic both in terms of the amount of fee charged and the percent of units that are the target, which means that SB 79 developers will just pay the fee. And I've got a handout for you.
Thank you. Next up is Eric Hawk, followed by Daria Roundtree. Welcome.
All right. Hey, and good evening to the wonderful members of the Burbank City Council, terrific city staff, as well as wonderful people who've taken time out of their evening to participate in this meeting. My name, again, for the record, is Eric Hawk. I'm the President, Board of Directors, Burbank Community Band. Last month, on Saturday, April the 11th, the Burbank Community Band had held its annual spring concert, Milestones of Freedom, with almost 70 volunteer musicians and some magnificent guest artists as well in the performance. In addition to the concert, there was a fun pop-up art show and community festival, and I emphasize both the concert and the festival. They really happened because of cooperation with some great artists here, as well as the support of the community arts grant that was issued through the Cultural Arts Commission. With the time I have remaining, I'd just like to say that we will have our final concerts of the season. Memorial Day, on Friday, May the 22nd, we'll have a free and open to the public show at Jocelyn Adult Center starting at 10:30 in the morning, and then at 10:15 on Monday, Memorial Day, we'll have our show. You'll get some flyers.
Thank you. Next up is Daria Roundtree, followed by Tracy Tabb. Welcome.
Hello. I have some.
Okay, feel free to hand it out first.
Hi, I'm Daria Roundtree. I'm here to ask you to cancel our contract with Flock. Flock's terms and conditions, 4.1 grant Flock an irrevocable worldwide license to our data, even after we cancel. Flock is a company in Georgia which, under California state's law, our data cannot be shared without a California court order. It's a violation of this and our Fourth Amendment. If Burbank tries to sue them under terms 11.5, disputes are sent to arbitration under Georgia law, not California, and we waived our right to sue. A cybercrime forum was found selling direct access to Flock footage to criminals, and 35 law enforcement accounts had passwords stolen. Even Flock, in January this year, left our data open for anyone to watch. Cities are canceling their contracts, like Mountain View, after discovering federal agencies accessing their files through Flock's settings in the city didn't approve.
Thank you for your comment. Thank you. Tracy Tabb's next, followed by Jomo. Welcome.
Hello and good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and the City
council members. My name is Tracy Tabb, and I'm the president of Burbank Pride. I'm here tonight to respectfully ask for your support in Burbank Pride's community grant funding. And thank you again for the support you've already given us. It's an incredible help. Last year, the city's helped us have an event that had over 35,000 people. We had 34 booths, including sponsors, vendors, and resources and community organizations. The event welcomes all the LGBT community and the accepted allies to feel celebrated and accepted. More than half of our attendees last year were under the age of 18, which really shows how important it is to us. We want the city to show their support to be inclusive, welcoming, and supportive of all of them and their families. I know for me personally, I wish I had something like this when I was younger. It can change lives and save them at the same time. When the city supports an event like this, it really sends a message. It says that the Burbank values inclusion, community safety, and dignity. We really thank you, and we hope you can support Burbank Pride again this year.
Thank you. Next up is Jomo, followed by Mike Stage. Welcome.
Hi, team. Yes, I am Jomo. Let's see what I wrote. I'm here to urge City Council to immediately disable flock cameras and cancel the contract. I trust that you all are already aware of the lawsuits and legal liabilities that this kind of technology exposes cities to. It is already this type of mass surveillance has already stirred and streamlined ICE's ability to violate civil rights and human rights. And as Councilmember Rosati has proven, there are diverse opinions about ICE on City Council. But luckily, canceling the contract is not a partisan issue. This is not a hypothetical ICE collaboration. This is a vulnerability exposing all of our citizens to. So thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next up is Mike Stage, followed by Ashley R. Welcome.
Thank you. And no thank you. I'm Mike Stage, and I'm here to say, get the flock out of Burbank. I'm tired of being spied on, and whether you all mean it or not, whether you intend it or not, you are turning Burbank into a police state. Nothing personal. Everybody can be followed, everybody can be watched wherever they go, grandma's house, children coming by, going dropping off daycare, it doesn't matter. So get the flock out of Burbank, take those hundreds of thousands of dollars, give it to all of these people out here, all of these programs. Every single one of them is important. Help the people of Burbank, help the schools, help the utilities, but get the flock out of Burbank, toss it in the garbage can, flip the kill switch, I'll do it for you. Be glad to. Get the flock out. Thank you.
Next up is Ashley R., followed by Susie T. Welcome.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Ashley Ramsey. I have been a Burbank resident and an active community member for almost 10 years now. And as you discuss the city budget over the next few weeks, I encourage you to consider canceling the city's contract with Flock. This mass surveillance company advertises itself as a technology that works to protect its community through responsible data use, but the reality is, and they have stated this on the record, they value mass surveillance over data privacy. They are known for providing data to third parties without the knowledge of local police departments, and we have seen firsthand they have no problem with collaborating with ICE. We are spending hundreds of thousands of dollars on this contract when we could, to other people's points, we could be using this for community services, library services, homeless shelters, services that will actually benefit our community. On top of the huge expense, lawsuits are happening all over, so please, I urge you to
Thank you for your comment. Sorry.
cancel this.
Next up is Susie T., followed by Shirley. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Susie, and like so many others, I'm also here to oppose the presence of flock cameras in our neighborhoods. I don't think that our tax dollars should be used to fund a private mass surveillance company's ability to build a giant database about us. I'm also disgusted with their willingness to collaborate with ICE as they continue to terrorize our neighborhoods and our neighbors. I do not believe that Flock in any way keeps us safe, and that they are only interested in profiting off of us and increasing their bottom line. So again, I urge you to cancel your Flock contract and use that money to instead invest in social programs that deliver real community safety instead. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next up is Shirley, followed by Jeff Ferguson. Welcome.
Thank you and good evening. My name is Shirley, and I'm here with my fellow Burbank neighbors to speak up against the contract with flock cameras in Burbank. I staunchly oppose the flock contract since data shows they don't keep our city safe, and they have collaborated directly with ICE, which is unacceptable. When residents share what they actually need, housing, health care, thriving local businesses, mass surveillance is not on the list nor how we achieve public safety. I encourage the council to consider and fund alternatives like unarmed crisis response. Flock has been successfully terminated in several cities, and Burbank can be next. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next up is Jeff Ferguson, followed by Albert Hernandez. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, members of City Council, and staff. My name is Jeff Ferguson. I serve on the Art and Public Places Committee. However, tonight I'm right here representing Magnolia Park Events, producers of Holiday in the Park. First, thank you for continuing to support arts and culture programming in Burbank. Holiday in the Park has been part of this community for more than 30 years and has grown to be the city's largest annual community event. What we're proposing tonight is a new art block within this event, a dedicated space that transforms a full block of vendor booths into a curated public arts experience featuring artists from Burbank and surrounding communities. The space would showcase paintings, sculpture, mixed media, light installations, and other visual arts in a temporary gallery setting. We plan to work with organizations like Burbank Arts and other local art groups to help curate the program and identify participating artists. Most importantly, our goal is to provide the space to artists free of charge. This grant would help offset the booth revenue while covering infrastructure costs like tents, lighting, signage, and installation. We believe this fills an important need by Burbank by creating a large-scale, accessible public.
Thank you for your comment. Next up is Albert Hernandez, followed by Melanie Vartabedian.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, Vice Mayor, city staff. On behalf of Home Again LA, I want to sincerely thank the City of Burbank for implementing the community events and program grant this past fiscal year. Not here asking for money, I'm here to simply say thank you. Home Again LA was honored this past year to be one of beneficiaries of this important investment. Through the city's support, we were able to expand our outreach and raise awareness of our annual Stamp Out Hunger Food Drive in partnership with the USPS. Thanks to the generosity of the City Council and city staff, and even Burbank residents, community leaders, and the incredible dedication of the postal carriers, on Saturday, May 9th, we were able to collect over 19,000 non-perishable food items that we will now be able to utilize for families here in our community that are in dire need of food. We didn't ask for funding this year because I believe strongly that this was a grant that should have helped build foundation for nonprofits, and we respectfully would not ask for funding and allow other nonprofits to step up and benefit and be able to implement their projects and ideas this year. So thank you for your trust. Take care.
Thank you. Next up is Melanie Vartabedian, followed by Ali. Welcome. Did I get it close?
Thank you so much. Good evening, Mayor Takahashi, members of the City Council, city staff, and fellow community members. My name is Melanie Vartabedian, and on behalf of the Armenian Relief Society Department of Social Services, I'm here to also express our agency's gratitude to the Burbank City Manager and his office for including us in the Community Events and Program Grant. In its inaugural year, this grant funding allowed us to expand our free educational workshop series to the City of Burbank and its residents. We are providing easy-to-digest information on civics literacy and digital literacy, catering especially to older adults who can be vulnerable to such topics with some challenging vocabulary. We're fortunate to once again receive this funding for the upcoming fiscal year and are excited to strengthen our marketing efforts to reach a wider swath of the community and improve our services. We continue to receive funding from the CDBG grant from the city to provide no-cost social services to disadvantaged Burbank community members. And so we're just very, very appreciative of the continued partnerships we have with the City of Burbank. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next up is Ali, followed by Liz Bax. Welcome.
Hi, it's been a minute.
Hello, everyone. I'd like to urge our city council to cancel the flock contract. I attended last month's police commission meeting, and it was really disappointing to hear an officer name an example of a cop in Costa Mesa abusing the flock surveillance system to track his ex-mistress, and then following that example say, well, he shouldn't have been a cop. The problem was that he was a cop, and he used flock to abuse his, the ability to track folks. And so I joined the calls of my neighbors to cancel flock. I'm using this as my, I'm putting on my commissioner hat on now, and I would like to share, as the chair of the Sustainable Burbank Commission, we recently sent you all a letter about supporting a third community garden. We would like our city council to explore options for a third community garden on city-owned land, preferably east of the 5 freeway, and we strongly recommend that you allocate funds for the upcoming 2026-2027 budget for the creation of a third community garden. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Liz Bax, followed by David Donahue. And that's my last card. Welcome. Let me have calls. Welcome.
Hi, I'm Liz Bax, a resident of Burbank. After hearing part of the budget presentation 2 weeks ago, we are expecting the city to be in the red for a few years now. And the water and power bills for the residents have increased in 2025 and a big increase in 2026 and another increase in 2027. And from what I heard, a bond on the ballot for the new reservoir will be on the ballot for 2028. Who will be paying for this bond? I'm hoping you will consider this and support the city staff in maintaining the stance of mixed flow on Olive for LA Metro. A speaker 2 weeks ago said single-family home neighborhoods are part of what makes Burbank Burbank. Mayor Takahashi, you said that this is not true, that our community and our care for others is what makes Burbank Burbank, regardless of where you live. I would agree with you on that. Yet, there's so much more. Equestrian area, the Starlight Bowl, the airport so close, the media district, seeing people you know everywhere you go. And that is so much more makes Burbank Burbank. And yes, single-family home neighborhoods is part of that.
Thank you
Mixed
for your
flow or
comment.
no go.
Next up is David Donahue, and that's my last card.
Good evening, council, staff. My name is David Donahue. I'm speaking on agenda item number 6, BHC. I've talked about BHC in front of you a couple times, talking about the expense and the cost. I understand that this is just a massive report that you all had, and I'm sure that every one of you read every page. I know you didn't, Constantine. I mean, Councilmember Anthony, apologize. One of the things that I want to kind of highlight is that this showcases that an agency that does really good work, BHC does amazing work, and they should be funded, and they should have their debt restructured, they should have favorable loan terms, and they should be able to pay what they can afford, right, as a housing provider. Because that's what you allow all the mom and pops to do in the city of Burbank. Oh, sorry, I'm being sarcastic. They have rent caps and rent control, and they're just being forced to pay all the expenses on their own.
Thank you for your comment. We do have one card that was Mr. Corey Mensing, who did not want to speak. Is he here still? No? Okay. All right, then. Now we will go on to the phone calls. Madam's Assistant City Clerk, do we have folks waiting on the line?
Yes, we do. Actually, one of the callers dropped and was able to reconnect, so we will have 13 calls.
13. Okay.
Thank you.
Go ahead and patch them through.
The first caller is Carolyn Garcia Luna.
Welcome. You have 1 minute.
Hi, Burbank City Council. I'm calling to express my opposition. My name is Carolyn Garcia Luna. I'm calling to strongly oppose the demolition of the property at 510 East Valencia, project number 24006-196. I lived in this home throughout my entire childhood and adolescence. It is not just a building to me. It is a vital piece of my personal history and Burbank's heritage. It is important to note that this property is currently undergoing a historical significance investigation, and its architectural value to the city must be protected. Additionally, I'm concerned about the environmental impact. The proposed new construction will cause significant damage to the environment. and creates an unnecessary carbon footprint. Preserving this historic 1920 structure is the only sustainable and responsible choice for our community. I urge the council to deny the demolition
Thank you for your
permit
comment.
and protect
Thank you
the
for your
history
comment.
of 510 East Valencia. Thank you.
Next caller, please.
The next caller is anonymous.
Welcome. You have 1 minute.
Thank you, Burbank Public Works. Thank you for proclamation of Mental Health Awareness Month. Do not approve the police force budget with the flock camera contract. Flock cameras are detrimental to the community and open up the city to misconduct and lawsuits. Flock company has stated they are not a security company but a data collection company. These companies have no place in guarantee to protect the personal information from insidious actors. The technology expands beyond the stolen car justification with features like AI-driven suspicious movement tracking that sweep of regular innocent citizens. Do not approve the $250,000 contract with flock cameras. Stop warrantless tracking of individuals without any suspicion of wrongdoing. There is minimal regulations governing how this data can be used or retained, raising concerns about misuse. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next caller, please.
Hello, I'm calling in to share my support for the dedicated bus line for the BRT. I love traveling by bus, but the delays caused by traffic makes it incredibly difficult for me to plan my trips, especially for appointments that require punctuality. The BRT won't solve all of our traffic woes, but it will be a huge step in the right direction. Cars, gas, electricity are all becoming unaffordable, and the city is in desperate need of reliable public transportation. Without a dedicated bus lane, this will be another crappy bus that no one wants to take. I would also like to urge the city to end our contract with Flock. We cannot sacrifice our privacy, autonomy, and liberty for a crumb of security. Investing heavily in mass surveillance and punitive measures instead of investing in social safety nets is incredibly dystopian and inefficient. It's 2026, babes. We all know that the path to reducing crime is built on better quality of life, not on the implementation of a police state. Thank you and have a great night.
Thank you for your comment. Next caller, please.
Hi, my name is Marnie Thomas, and I'd like to thank you, Madam Mayor, for the opportunity to speak, and thank Vice Mayor Zizette Mullins for her support in this issue. I'm a certified massage therapist, and I have a practice here in Magnolia Park for chronic pain relief and scar relief. However, I never massage anyone, and my practice has to do with these other things. I have learned this year that when I want to open a wellness center, which will happen approximately 2 years from now, because I'm a certified massage therapist, if there is no chiropractor in the building, and there's never been a certified massage therapist in my new building before, it will need to be zoned as a massage parlor, and myself and any other CMTs I have in my wellness center will be treated as though we are sex workers, which of course we are not. That's ridiculous. January 1st, California legally classified certified massage therapists as healthcare providers. So I ask
Thank
the city
you
of
for your
Burbank
comment.
to
Thank you for
create
calling
a
in.
new zoning
Next
for
caller,
certified
please.
massage therapists. And if
Next
that's
caller,
not
please.
possible within the California...
We need to cut her off. Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
The next caller is Leah Harrison.
Thank you for calling in. You have 1 minute.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Madam Vice Mayor, and honorable council members. My name is Leah Harrison, and I'm calling as a member of the Burbank Cultural Arts Commission. It is our final year of funding for our community arts grants, and I wanted to take a moment to call you and thank you for your support and the dedication that you've shown our city's creative community, and encourage you to approve the funds for the grant for another year. It's been really rewarding and really cool to see people that have been out of work get some of the grants and be able to do good work here. And I'm just hoping that we can continue that work. So thank you for your support and work in uplifting our community.
Thank you. Next caller, please.
The next caller is Sumun Pendakur.
Welcome. You have 1 minute.
Hello, all. My name is Dr. Suman Pendukur. I'm a Burbank resident, business owner, and mom of 2 BUSD students. I'm here tonight to ask City Council to cancel the Police Department's Flock automated license plate reader contract. The core of the problem is the use of ALPR surveillance systems as a whole, whether they're Flock or Axon or any others. ALPRs are always-on surveillance systems that collect and store information on everyone who drives. Far fewer than 1% of scanned cars are connected to any sort of wrongdoing, but ALPRs still store everyone's detailed travel history, meaning they're indefinitely creating an invasive digital footprint that maps out our medical visits, religious attendance, and social habits. This Flock contract that the police have is for $150,000. At a time when our city is dealing with all manner of budget cuts, particularly in our schools, it feels egregious to be contracting with companies that are brazenly building a nationwide mass surveillance dragnet that tracks the daily movements of everyday citizens and sells that information to the highest bidder. Please cancel the contract. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comment. Next caller, please.
The next caller is Robin.
Welcome. You have 1 minute.
Hello. Burbank PD shouldn't militarize our city with expensive droids, drones, and AI surveillance cameras. Flock camera information has been used for stalking by ICE, hacked by foreign governments, and creates a loophole that doesn't require a warrant or oversight and accountability as required by the Fourth Amendment. Flock cameras are cloud connected and rely on AI, so they'll increase the need for data centers. Flock readings are frequently inaccurate. Innocent citizens have been pulled over at gunpoint, arrested, or detained because a camera misread a plate. Many cities are canceling Flock system contracts, a huge loss of taxpayer money. Also, why does Burbank Pride allow David Donahue, a supporter of anti-trans Moms for Liberty, to rent a booth? Thank you for your time and the land back.
Thank you for your call. Next caller, please.
The next caller is Sean Kay.
Welcome. You have 1 minute.
Hi, good evening. My name's Sean. I'm also calling in to ask City Council to cancel the Flock contract. Flock is a losing proposition for our community in a number of ways. First, we lose privacy when our movements are spied upon and siphoned into Flock's proprietary for-profit system. We then lose safety, which is the exact thing Flock allegedly provides when that sensitive information is accessed by ICE or hackers, and who knows what happens then. And then finally, we lose a better version of the future when we choose mass surveillance over life-affirming choices. Thank you.
Thank you for your call. Next caller, please. Jazz hands, please.
The next caller is Kit O.
Welcome. You have 1 minute.
Hi. Hi, good evening, City Council members. I'm calling you tonight for 2 reasons. Firstly, to ask that while the city reviews the budget for the next year, the council considers ending its contract with Flock. An overwhelming number of researchers have found that there's a lack of evidence linking Flock's surveillance to crime reduction rates. In fact, Flock's lack of security and lack of encryption is more likely to expose citizens to a whole other host of crimes, such as stolen data and stalking. But the police department is meant to serve and protect. Knowingly using a vendor that cares so little for the public safety flies in the face of that motto. Cancel the contract with Flock. Secondly, I want to voice my support for the BRT and its dedicated bus lane. I think that is a great plan with lots of careful research behind it that will build upon Burbank's local character. Bus lanes are proven to reduce traffic, plus the city is in dire need of direct transport to Pasadena. This would be a permanent economic benefit to Burbank. I also want to quickly add that
Thank you for your comment. That's your minute. Next caller, please.
The next caller is Jessica Dolbear.
Welcome. You have 1 minute.
Good evening, City Council members. My name is Jessica Dolbear. I came before you last year with concerns about ICE and resident safety here in Burbank, and I am here again this evening with the same concerns. Specifically, I would urge the City Council to cancel the Flock contract. You've heard from numerous of my fellow residents all of the many, many concerns. It is not making Burbank residents more safe, and it is a violation of our rights. Any of the numerous requests for funding that we have heard tonight would be a better use of this money and a better investment in Burbank citizens' quality of life and safety. Please cancel the Flock contract and refuse all future ALTR systems here in Burbank. Thank you.
Thank you for your call. Next caller, please.
The next caller is Gina P.
Welcome. You have 1 minute.
Good evening, Council. I am calling to ask Council in the budget hearing tonight to cancel our flock contract in the amount of $250,000. I find it deeply concerning how little the city cares for the individual right to privacy of its citizens. The fact that such a serious contract was never discussed at Council, was never given proper chance to have public comments, and the fact that it is only mentioned once in the entirety of the 500-page budget is absolutely despicable. End the contract, care for the privacy of your citizens, and devote those funds to actual services that benefit people, such as adding another unit to the mental health evaluation team. If those funds have to be spent in police, I would much rather see them spent there on something that is more worthwhile than tracking your citizens in an Orwellian 1984 style manner that I feel is unconstitutional and, quite frankly, embarrassing to see for our city. Thank you so much.
Next caller, please.
The next caller is anonymous.
Welcome. You have 1 minute.
I support the BRT, a third community garden, and getting rid of flock. I support the BRT because the city of Burbank has a lack of plans about where tenants are supposed to park in the new building development, 2814 West Empire Avenue. There will be 148 units and only 7 parking spaces. And due to homeowner input, tenants are not going to be allowed to even park in certain parts of that neighborhood. As landlords take away parking amenities from their tenants right now, mind you, with no reduction of rent, tenants need reliable transportation with a dedicated bus lane to get to work on time. As tenants make up nearly 60% of this city, and as more fires decimate our communities, we need to think of more sustainable modes of transportation. So please make the BRT and add that third community garden people need to eat. We are at a nearly $3 million deficit, and this year's budget season is a fantastic time to get rid of the mass surveillance contract with Flock. It's a liability and is being used to kidnap our neighbors. There's no accountability who gets access to those cameras. Get rid of Flock and send it towards a mental health professional, of which we only have one right now. Also, I'm with the other caller.
Thank you for your call. That's your 1 minute. Next caller, please. Oh, yeah.
Good evening. Jamie Keyser, CEO of the Chamber, and here to discuss current local zoning. We believe this review would benefit many businesses and certified massage therapists who are working to establish new locations in the city. Updating and clarifying these regulations can help create a more business-friendly environment while supporting professional and legitimate wellness services in our community. In January, California law recognizes certified medical technicians holding a California Massage Therapy Council, or CMT, as healthcare providers. However, Marnie Heels recently moved their business license and learned that offices without CMT presence must be rezoned as massage parlor. This classification is antiquated and inappropriate.
Thank you for your comment. Next up, another caller, please. That was our last caller? Okay. All right, now is the time for a brief response from City Council, City Manager, City Attorney. City Manager, City Attorney.
Yes, Madam Mayor, I just have one follow-up. I wanted to bring up our Community Development Director, Patrick Prescott, to talk about the 510 East Valencia project.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. Patrick Prescott, Community Development Director. 510 East Valencia is an application, development review application for an 8-unit multifamily project that would replace a single-family dwelling in a multifamily zone. The structure is old, but it has been altered so significantly that it does not qualify for any sort of historic designation. The decision on that development review is a staff level decision, director level decision that is appealable to the Planning Commission, and that is where the appeal would end.
Yes, Councilmember Anthony.
Sorry, just for clarification, the development review is at staff, but the application for historical designation?
There is no application for historic designation. Staff is part of the DR. It was brought to our attention, it's a historic property. It's been altered, when staff observed the property, it's been altered so significantly that it doesn't qualify.
So just in our procedure, when a development review goes through staff and it's flagged for historical, they do a check. They go through.
Sure, we'll check.
Okay.
Projects that rise to the level of environmental impact report, this doesn't. We'll look at cultural. Sorry, my mind is freezing here, but cultural things like historic resources. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Welcome.
Anything else from staff? No? Okay. Council members, who would like to start? Okay, gathering your notes. Yeah. I know, and no one's jumping to. Are you ready? Okay, go ahead.
Okay,
Vice
I'll
Mayor.
just go.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, first of all, I want to congratulate the awardees for the Police Foundation winners. Congratulations. You guys have a resume that is outstanding. So keep up the good work. And I want to applaud the Police Foundation and the leadership for continuing recognizing Matthew Pavelka and also making award winners like this to shine among our community. So thank you, all of you. The Austin Cook Award, wow, Cole, very impressive young man, and I hope to see you here as leadership sitting on the dais one day, because it sounds like you really have a lot of work ahead of you, but you're doing a great job. Public Works Week, thank you for all you do. You make the city look beautiful, and we appreciate you very much, you and your entire staff. So I appreciate the whole team. And of course, Mental Health Month. Thanks for FSA, what they do to help our students and those who are in need of mental health. The airport, we talked about that. It's very exciting. I want to quickly address Mr. Lane. I always appreciate you coming down and talking. As you know, from my 4 years sitting here on the dais, I don't tolerate hate. I don't accept hate against anyone. So I think my work has spoken in the past for what I tolerate and I don't. So thank you for coming and reminding all of us that hate has no place really in the city of Burbank. And Ms. Pease, I have a question for the city manager regarding the annexation report. Is this something that we're working on, or?
The city of Burbank is not.
Okay.
So really, if the Cabrini, if that area really wants to annex, they got to go through a process with the LAFCO, the Local Agency Formation Commission. That really needs to be mobilized by the group that wants to become part of us versus kind of us trying to take over. That is considered City of LA, so they really need to mobilize and bring that to us versus us trying to make a play for that.
Okay, so there's really nothing for us that we can do, so the city of LA really would have to come and beg Burbank to be part of our great city.
Those residents that want to get away from LA and actually become part of Burbank, that is a long process, though. That is not a simple process. As you can tell from Roselli Street, that's just 8 feet of their backyard, and that's taken 3 years.
Yes.
So there's a lot to this, and there's actually 2 votes. There's one where those individuals have to vote, I think 50% plus 1, and then the rest of LA has to vote. Or no, 50 plus 1 for the rest of LA, and I think it's 2/3 of the people that are impacted by the whatever the annexation is.
I mean, we can't just conquer and annex territory.
Yeah, take part of LA. Let's.
That was the good old days.
I mean, we would love to have them, of course, and I know they want to be part of Burbank. But thank you for explaining that, because it is a long process, and I don't want to I wanted to make sure everybody knows that this is not just going to happen overnight. But I appreciate Ms. Pease for pushing for it and working hard on getting us merged over here in Burbank.
If I could follow up really quick with
Sure.
a question. So who would Ms. Pease and the neighborhood reach out to find out more information?
I actually have directed her to the LAFCO offices where you could start that process. And there is a prescribed process that you have to go through.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Thank you. Also, Ms. Wilker, thank you. We're going to discuss that in the upcoming agenda item. But thank you for speaking on behalf of BHC. Everyone else that spoke regarding agenda items, we will definitely be addressing that when the time comes for the report. All the individuals from nonprofit organizations that spoke about the community grants, definitely we're going to look at that. So I appreciate you coming and speaking and asking for us to support the funds. And I want to just shout out to Albert Hernandez with HALA. I really do appreciate the leadership that you demonstrated during this process, because you stepped down to allow others to be able to receive some funding. So I appreciate you freeing up some money for others and for coming down to actually let us know why you didn't apply. So thank you for doing that. Let's see. So many people, BRT, and that will be discussed tomorrow. So thank you all that mentioned it today. So we have a lot of other items that are coming up on the agenda, and we will talk about it when we get there. Thank you.
Thank you. Who would like to go next? Councilmember Perez?
Yeah. All right. Thank you to everybody that came and spoke. I'll do a quick PSA the city just put out. If you all smell a little bit of smoke in here, there are regional fires happening right now. I've been told by staff, and folks need to step out and maybe get some air. I know it's kind of concentrating in here, especially for us up here. So just stay safe, y'all. The smoke is reaching here. It's coming down from the from Simi Valley. Now on to the regularly scheduled program. So thank you to all of you who spoke. I really especially appreciate all our community grant applicants coming down to speak on their applications. It's really great to put faces to names and know how important this is for all of you. And of course, we'll address all of that at the agenda item, but I appreciate you taking the time to come down. Let's see. Thank you to the community band for sharing the upcoming concert. Very excited about that. Eric, you're still here. Everybody who can and should come down on Memorial Day to see. It's a wonderful ceremony, and the band, of course, plays a wonderful performance. Thank you to the folks who came to speak on the arts funding that is noted, and I know we'll discuss it shortly. Thank you to Ms. O'Carroll for the handout. I think that's very important, and I appreciate you taking the time to look at SB 79 and what it means for our community, and I invite everybody in our community to read as thoroughly as Ms. O'Carroll has done. And then finally, thank you to the folks that came to speak on Flock. A lot of what you shared and the data, the stories, the anecdotes are incredibly concerning. So I hear you, and I believe we will address that as we move forward as a council. And I know you all said something about the budget piece, so we'll address questions about that when we get there. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay. Who would like to go next? Councilmember Rosati?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you to the Burbank Police Foundation for all you do for our police department. And congratulations to the Pavelka Scholarship winners. And we have some really bright students in our community. And just a note, Matthew Pavelka's dad, Michael, passed away about 5-10 days ago. So prayers to his family. Congrats to Cole Kramer. I don't know if he's still here. Your knowledge about insects is amazing. My son is 4, and he's already collecting beetles. So, I understand why you do it and the interest. And he won the Austin Cook Award, so congrats to him. Thank you to our team at Public Works for getting the job done really whenever you're called upon. So we certainly do recognize when it's stormy out, when it's windy out, when we don't want to go out, you do. So thank you for all you do. And to the folks at FSA, I've said it before, and I'll say it again, I think you do amazing work in our community, so thank you for what you do. And all the nonprofits that came tonight, you all do amazing works. I've spent a lot of years in the nonprofit sector, and it's a lot of hard work, and I know where your heart is in our community, so thank you. And to a few speakers, just the 1968 Civil Rights Act was put in place to stop discrimination. You can't discriminate on race, color, gender, religion, or political affiliation. And it's not okay to discriminate when it's convenient. So I want to just say thank you to the Burbank Association of Realtors for standing strong and not discriminating and holding up the 1968 Civil Rights Act. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
All right. Councilmember Anthony?
Thank you. Congratulations to the scholarship winners. That is a hard achievement, like the level of quality and participation to get those scholarships is very high. And to the recipient of the Youth Award as well, to get letters from your kindergarten teacher, no less. Fantastic. To stay in touch with your kindergarten teacher, that's amazing, just amazing. I know many of us will be at the community band at the Memorial Day ceremony, so I look forward to seeing folks there. Mr. Lane, thank you for bringing those books. You know, I knew every one of those authors, but I had no idea that they all shared that in common. So you learn something new every day. And I, for one, am glad that Mr. Donahue participates in Burbank Pride. I think many more of our community members should be so willing to stand up and join in when we are looking for inclusivity and community. So thank you, Mr. Donahue, and thank you for Burbank Pride for always taking everybody in. I think it's important that regardless of our disagreements, that regardless of our personal feelings on this issue or that issue, when there's opportunity to speak out against hate and to speak out for community, we should always take that opportunity. And we may not always disagree on everything, but I will always stand with people who do that. Because when we don't, we end up with tragedies like what happened in San Diego recently, and that kind of hate leads to violence, and we need to end it before it gets there. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you all. So thank you all for being here tonight and taking time out of your day to speak tonight, especially those who are planning on coming tomorrow as well. Appreciate you being here for that. And thank you to those who called and who wrote in. And my fellow council members have already addressed many of the comments already. We will get to most of them later in the evening. I just had a couple things. The first one is to Mr. Lane, who asked a direct question about our points of view of Mothers for Liberty. And as I said at the last council meeting, is that my views on that. But so first, I believe strongly in First Amendment rights, and even if I don't like what somebody has to say. But secondly, as a group, they are a designated extremist group, and their behavior and their advocacy pattern is anti-LGBTQ and anti-trans, which doesn't belong in our city. And that's my point of view on that. And then the other thing is, that wasn't mentioned by one of my colleagues, was Miss O'Carroll had mentioned our inclusionary housing ordinance and that it may be outdated. And I was wondering if staff has plans or thoughts about bringing back our inclusionary housing ordinance, or if that's on the list. Do you know if that's going to be updated? If so, we need to expect that to be.
I'm told it's on the list.
It's on the list, the
With
master
4
list.
specific plans and a lot of other stuff happening in land use development.
Okay. So, but what Ms. O'Carroll was mentioning is not a surprise. Like, you're aware of this? Yes?
No.
Okay, it's not a surprise. Okay, thank you. All right. Other than that, the rest of the council members addressed the other comments, and we'll get too many of them during our items tonight. Thank you all for being here. Okay, next up, we are going to do the consent calendar. And the consent calendar may be enacted in one motion. Miss Assistant City Clerk, please read the consent calendar.
Thank you, Mayor. The items on the consent calendar are as follows. Number 1, council minutes. Number 2, successor agency minutes. Number 3, housing authority minutes. Number 3, parking authority minutes. Number 5, approval of the updated City of Burbank records retention schedule and adoption of a resolution amending the citywide records retention schedule for city records. Number 6, adoption of resolutions with the Burbank Housing Corporation transitioning activity center programming off-site and allowing alternate uses, and resolutions for conditional financial commitment reservation award letters for 2321 through 2335 North Fairview Street, the Village at Fairview Street. This is joint with the Housing Authority. Number 7, adoption of a resolution approving a project list for the Road Repair and Accountability Act, SB 1, for fiscal year 2026-2027. Number 8, adoption of a resolution approving the updates to the Renewable Energy Resources Procurement Plan and Enforcement Program version 4, and incorporating optional compliance measures available under California's Renewable Portfolio Standards Program. Approval of an amendment to the license agreement with the Burbank Glendale Pasadena Airport Authority for access to the Hollywood Burbank Airport for the installation, operation, and maintenance of water service connections and related appurtenances. Okay. And the last item on the consent calendar is annual review of planned developments and development agreements.
Thank you. Is there a motion to approve the consent calendar?
I'll move to.
Go ahead. Go ahead,
think-
make the motion, I'll second it.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll make the motion. Thank you.
Vice Mayor seconds?
Do you want to second it, or do you want me to? Okay, I'll second it.
Okay, can we take the roll, please?
Could I ask one question before we
Oh,
vote
yes.
on it? Just real quick.
Okay.
On the number 8. Just a real quick question about the tiers that we're going through. I have it marked here. Okay, so on item number 8, the renewable energy resources. So we need to hit 60% by 2030 under SB 100, and we have a graph here in our packet. It shows different percentages that we have to hit every year. Now, those percentages, that's set by the state, and we have to meet the increasing percentage every year, 44, 46, 50, 52. So at a certain point, basically what we're looking at is we may not be able to meet those numbers, and so we're looking for the optional plan that SB 100 gives us?
That is correct. In terms of compliance, it's a compliance period, which can be 3 years or 4 years. For example, for 2030, we have to be at 60% by compliance period 6, which is 2028 to 2030 by the end of the compliance period. So there's annual targets we have to meet to make it easier to get to that point, but it's the compliance period made up of 3 or 4 years. We have to meet that towards the end, where we have a compliance obligation to the California Energy Commission. And you are correct, our plan just enhances our optional compliance measures because renewable energy is really hard to find, and I'm not going to double or triple our rates for the wrong project.
Okay. And then last question. Having that difficulty we see out in a few years, is this something that most cities in the state are dealing with, just Southern California, or is it specific to us in our unique situation?
So I will say it's specific to those that do not have majority hydro resources. So Northern California is a little bit different. We have our transmission through LADWP and only really have 4 or 5 points we could bring energy on. So it really is isolated to a majority of Southern California participants who have to find new energy resources. Given COVID, given the war that's going on, everything has been delayed. Our projects, the ones we've already signed up for, were already a couple of years delayed. That's outside our control.
Okay, thank you for that. I appreciate it.
All right, ready for roll call? Okay, please get a vote.
Councilmember Anthony?
Yes.
Councilmember Perez?
Yes.
Councilmember Rosati?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mullins?
Yes.
And Mayor Takahashi?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. So next we have 2 reports to council this evening. After the staff's presentation, the City Council will proceed with in-person public comment only. Speakers will be allowed to speak on the item at the conclusion of the presentation, as long as the speaker has not spoken on that item during the first period of general public comment. Please be sure to submit your public comment card now, as no additional public comment cards will be accepted once the comment period commences following the staff's presentation. So the first report to council tonight is an approval of funding allocations for the 2026 Community Events and Program Grant from the City Manager's Office. I welcome Kylene Picor from City Manager's Office to please present the report. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Takahashi, Vice Mayor Mullins, and members of the City Council. Kylene Picor, Community Assistance Coordinator in the City Manager's Office. I'm here tonight to present a report to approve funding allocations for the 2026 Community Events and Program Grant. The purpose of this grant program is to provide monetary funds to eligible nonprofit organizations for events and/or program initiatives that foster community engagement and benefit the Burbank community at large. Year 1 of the pilot program awarded a total of $45,000 to 17 nonprofit organizations for various programs and events throughout the community. The remaining $5,000 was carried over to Year 2. The application submission period for Year 2 of the grant program opened on March 2nd. Staff held 2 application workshops to review the grant guidelines and application process, as well as answer questions. Following the application deadline of April 2nd, a total of 24 applications were deemed complete and eligible to proceed through the review process. An internal review committee comprised of representatives from the Community Development Department, City Manager's Office, Financial Services Department, and Library Services Department reviewed and rated the applications based on the following criteria: organizational capacity, event program feasibility, community need and impact, and budget financial management. Following the committee's review, a total of 17 applications were recommended for funding, totaling $52,500. The remaining 7 applications were not recommended for funding due to one or more of the following reasons. The proposed event or program did not appear feasible based on the information provided. The proposal was more conceptual and lacked detail. The proposed event or program's direct impact to the Burbank community was limited or uncertain, and/or the budget information provided was unrealistic or incomplete, making it difficult to determine exactly what the funds would be used for, lacked contingency plans, or the organization was already receiving significant funding or resources from the city. Following Council's approval of funding recommendations for this year, organizations have the opportunity to meet with staff via 20-minute feedback sessions to discuss their application and receive feedback. A summary table of the eligible grant applications received has been included in Attachment 1. Council consideration of whether to continue the grant program in future years will be discussed later this evening as part of the budget discussion paper item included in the proposed fiscal year 2026-27 budget. With $55,000 allocated to the grant program for this fiscal year, the council may choose to award the remaining $2,500 to any eligible application. If any portion of the remaining funds is not awarded this evening and council chooses to continue the program, those funds will roll into the following year's grant program fund. This concludes my report. I'm available to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you for the report. Right now, we're going to go to public comments. Anybody else wants to submit a card, please give it to the city clerk. And I already have 3 cards with me. The first speaker is Emily Lopez, and you have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor, and members of the Burbank City Council. My name is Emily Lopez, and I'm the Community Outreach Manager for Burbank Housing Corporation. I'm here to ask your support for our holiday meal distribution and family resource events. Last year, BHC started its first holiday meal distribution event in response to the disbanding of the Burbank Coordinating Council and its holiday basket program. Many of BHC's low-income families previously relied on that food assistance during the holiday season, and we wanted to ensure that the support continued. Approximately 200 low-income families from BHC communities were able to receive holiday meal assistance in the form of non-perishable food items and charitable grocery gift cards. This year, BHC hopes to expand these efforts, which is why we applied for the 2026 Community Event and Program Grant. BHC is seeking the Council's approval of our grant request, which will support our efforts in purchasing non-perishable food items to provide at least 200 low-income families with a traditional holiday meal. Times are challenging for many, and BHC would like to continue the tradition of holiday support and giving back that has long been a part of the Burbank community. If members of the community would like to support these efforts through donations and volunteering, you may contact me at elopez@burbankhousingcorp.org. We appreciate the council's consideration and continued support of our programs. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next up is Linda Kazakis. Is that right, Vice Mayor? Mm-hmm. Yeah, okay. And then followed by Michael Calabria. Welcome.
Welcome. Thank you very much. I'm Linda Kozakos, President, Burbank Tournament of Roses. And Burbank Tournament of Roses Association is one of only 6 self-built, all-volunteer floats left in the New Year celebration, known as the Rose Parade. Let me tell you some of our achievements. We have been a leader for many years in conservation, reuse, and recycling. We use clean burning propane to drive the engines on our float chassis. We use recycled water to keep our fresh flowers alive. We repurpose as much steel and floral material as possible for other years and uses. We have won 16 awards in the last 18 years. Last year we had 1,438, I'm going to repeat that number, 1,438 unique volunteers help us build and decorate our float. That's a whole lot of people. We like to make the city of Burbank proud of what we do and make us feel good knowing it brings a smile to millions of spectators all over the world. The cost of steel and flowers has more than doubled over the past few years, making things extremely difficult. We are very grateful for every donation and grant that we receive. Every dime goes directly to creating the best float possible. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next up is Michael Calabria, and that's my last card. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor Takahashi and members of City Council and staff. My name is Michael Calabria. I'm a Burbank resident of 9 years and board president of the Los Anarchists Junior Roller Derby. Los Anarchists Junior Derby is a nonprofit organization that began in 2017 and has been based in the city of Burbank for the last 6 years. providing opportunities to over 350 children ages 5 through 17 of all genders that caters to all skill levels with instruction from world champion trainers, competitive peer skaters, and experienced aged-out junior skaters. We place a strong emphasis on safe and fun gameplay and cherish the partnerships we have forged with the City of Burbank and the community at large. These include our annual summer camp sessions through the Burbank Parks and Rec Department, participation in the annual camp fair, Civitan events, support of the BTAC, and other community service-oriented entities in the city. I encourage you to support the recommendation to fund our community grant requests so that we may continue to enhance our ability to serve Burbank residents through our programs. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Thank you all so much.
Yes. Okay. Where am I? I'm looking for myself in the script here. Okay. All right, the public comment period for the report to council is now over. I'm in the wrong part of my script. Hold on one second. We will now go to council comments and questions. Vice Mayor, do you have a question?
Yes, I do have a question. Earlier, we had a speaker that addressed us about, oh my God, I need glasses, Equal Chance Boxing Foundation.
Yes, that's right.
Can you tell us if they did apply, did not apply? Because I know we're not granting them any allocations this year.
Hi, Vice Mayor. Thank you for the question. So Equal Chance did apply per the committee using the evaluation criteria based off the information that was provided in the application. It didn't feel that the proposed event or program was feasible based on the information that was provided. And it felt like a little bit more conceptual rather than concrete and in detail. So they did apply this year. It is up to the council to determine if they would like to provide allocations. That was just the recommendation by the staff committee, but that they did apply.
Okay, so I think what's important is that for them to know perhaps next year that we need some more in-depth information regarding where the funds are going to be allocated. This is not just, I'd like to have an extra amount of dollars.
Yeah, that's correct. Following year one of our grant program, we did offer any applicants that did not receive funding the opportunity to meet with staff. So we did offer 20-minute feedback sessions where staff could provide a little bit more detail directly to the applicant, and we plan to do that this year as well. So following the funding recommendations and allocations tonight, we'll offer that opportunity to anyone who's interested.
Okay, thank you. And Madam Mayor,
Vice Mayor, can I just ask a follow-up on Equal Chance Boxing specifically?
Absolutely.
So I noticed they came and they spoke, and thank you for that. I do, again, appreciate seeing face to name. I know it says that they had a limited demonstration of the capacity. I just want to clarify, is that the organization or the specific program they were trying to do? Because as an organization, it at least seemed to me like they had been kind of existent, so I'm just trying to figure out what the issue was.
Yeah. All right. Thank you, Councilmember
Thank you.
Rice. So for that application specifically, there wasn't a lot of detail in terms of the practical feasibility, the operational feasibility of it. It's not necessarily that the organization didn't have the capacity to take something on. It was more so that based off the information that was provided to the committee to evaluate, it didn't feel like it would be feasible based off the information that was provided by the applicant.
I guess a follow-up to the follow-up. These programs have to be implemented in the city of Burbank, correct?
Yes, for this grant program, in order to be eligible for funding, it does need to operate here. However, there are organizations that maybe have offered these events or programs elsewhere, and that can kind of prove their feasibility or ability to take that on and offer a similar offering here in the city.
Okay, thank you. If I may continue. Okay. Oh, yeah, with the back and forth, we're done with that? Okay. No, I'm just suggesting and asking council if, based on the speakers that we heard tonight, that I would want to recommend for the Magnolia Park events an additional $2,000, and for the Armenian Relief Society an additional $500. I was actually moved by Mr. Ferguson's the fact that they're including the arts program this year in the overall event, and we know this event is huge on Magnolia Park and it draws a lot of people. And also, with the Armenian Relief Society, on their application, they do help tenants, right, in job development for the Armenian community, along with many other things, as she indicated, with food services. So I'm just putting it out there for council to see if you would be willing, the additional $2,500 that we have, if we can allocate it to those two organizations. And that's my, I'm done.
Okay. Yes, Councilmember Anthony.
What was the divvy up? What did you want to put, what, where? How much?
An additional 2,000. So for Magnolia Park, they originally asked for $10,000. We gave them $4,000. So this will give them $6,000 because they are adding an additional block for the arts. So I think that's going to be important really for our community and for our arts and culture to perhaps display some of the arts that we have. And then the Armenian Relief Society, they asked for $10,000, they got $1,500. Well, they haven't got it yet, but recommended $1,500, so we can make that $2,000 to add more assistance to the tenants, right, and then also to some of the meals that they provide for the seniors. And that would be the total of the $2,500 balance that we have in the budget.
So I have a follow-up question for your recommendation, question for staff. So do we know if either of those organizations have applied for the community arts grants to get funding from that source as well?
I can't confirm if both organizations applied, but I know that they did not receive funding this year.
Okay.
Through that program.
Okay, thanks. Any follow-up? No? Okay. You're done with your questions, comments? Okay. Councilmember Rosati, did you have anything else?
I was going to concur for the Armenian Relief Society, the $500. I do think they do some good things in our community. And if the Magnolia Park is going to add the art feature, then I'd like to see them increase that amount to $6,000.
Okay. Any other questions? No? You have a question? Okay.
I just want to address, because I think the committee did a great job of kind of leveling things out and making the amounts provided fair, because I know we always get asked for more than what we have in the coffers. But I did want to highlight one thing and ask, just for the benefit of the public, why the discrepancy for the Burbank Tournament of Roses. I know they asked for $8,000 and they received $1,000.
Sure. So specifically for the Burbank Tournament of Roses Association, just for additional background information, the application does have a field for folks to enter any information if they receive additional city support. That didn't disqualify applicants from moving forward, but that was something that the committee did take into consideration. Specifically for the Burbank Tournament of Roses Association, they're a longstanding established organization. The city does provide some in-kind support, not necessarily just with the facility that they use, but also in terms of just multiple departments' efforts in promoting their float throughout for the parade. So the committee felt that the $1,000 would be enhancing their existing float construction rather than subsidizing anything.
If I could add also, I believe they receive around $55,000 a year as well as a direct contribution.
Okay.
Do you know from where exactly, like what fund or what?
Is it Park and Rec or BWP? I think it's Park and Rec. BWP? All right. I was 50-50, so I got that one wrong.
That's
so,
the city in general from,
From the city, specifically Burbank Water and Power.
Just keeping you sharp on budget season. No, thank you. I appreciate the explanation, because I want to make sure that we're being really level and methodical in how we're giving out our funds, and that's helpful for me to know. And I guess,
and thank you for asking that question. And I knew that information just from seeing it over the years in the budget. So that's why, not that I didn't want to allocate some additional money, but it's being equal, like you said.
Right. And then, let's see. My only other, I guess, since we jumped the gun a little bit and shared some comments, I'm just going to concur. I was actually going to suggest giving money to Magnolia Park events to put that on and to add a little bit more. And I think the Armenian Relief Society, I hadn't looked at that one in particular, but if council concurs, I'm absolutely open to it. They do great work, and they're a longstanding organization.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Councilmember Anthony, you have a question, comment?
Yeah, I just wanted to figure out, I'm reading the application for the Pacific Ballet Dance Theater. It seems pretty robust, their application. What was the thought process of not sending them anything there? Is there anything that stands out there?
Sure. So for the committee, the budget and financial management specifically was just a little off. Based off the budget, it seemed like the application was requesting support for standard production costs, not necessarily to enhance the event. And so based off the nature of the program, it's not necessarily to subsidize or offset, major costs for an event. And also that, just for additional context, they did receive a community arts grant this year.
Great. All right. Unlike some celebrities, I, for one, appreciate ballet. All right, thank you. I do want to, just give. Oh, you're a fan of Timothée Chalamet? Is that?
I was just clarifying. It was Timothée Chalamet, who does not appreciate ballet.
I do want to say, I agree with the vice mayor. I want to see equal chance boxing come back next year. I think it's important to get our community engaged in activity and health and exercise. I do want to point out, just in your application, when they asked for a description of the proposed community event, you listed, we meet at a local park and do outdoor training. And that was it. Take some time, go through the application. Question 2B, how will the organization ensure that it's feasible? We can ensure that it's feasible because we're already halfway through doing the same project and we're successful. Take a little bit of time. Get in there, really flesh out the program because I want to see you guys succeed.
And Madam Mayor, if I might, I think this is a great opportunity to also remind all of the applicants that if you are either concerned or wondering why the dollar amount you received or you didn't receive anything and you want to know more, please talk to the committee. They always provide the opportunity for feedback so you can get it directly from the folks who select on how you can make your application stronger, what could have been done differently. But I definitely don't want to discourage folks because I think you have wonderful organizations. And I will say when I asked for this 2 years ago, it was because we had folks coming sporadically to us asking for $15,000 here, $5,000 there. And it felt as if the folks who perhaps had access to specific council members or who understood the city process were able to receive funds, while amazing organizations in our community who maybe didn't know that they could just ask or didn't understand what was going on, didn't really have that access. And I felt it was best and it behooved us as a council to funnel those kind of asks into one place where folks could ask directly through a formalized process for funds for specific projects that benefited the community. And in our first year, we saw a lot of the folks who normally ask receive their funding and ask. But I'm really glad to see that this year I see organizations that I haven't seen before in the community or who maybe I don't recognize, and I think that's great. I really am excited about the, specifically, the Anarchist Junior Derby folks. That's so cool. I love what you do. I hadn't heard about it before, and I think it's really great, and I think there's actually some folks who were here earlier who also participate in Derby and would love to hear more. So I think this is also about creating community and connection and making sure that this helps you connect with the community, get more folks involved, and like Albert Hernandez mentioned earlier, from Home Again LA, it's a feeder grant. So I really appreciate him taking the time to let other folks apply. And I hope we just see more and more new organizations come forward and talk to the city and say, hey, give me just a little bit of money to have this cool project and cool idea for the community. So thank you.
Yeah, I concur with that. It's really great to see some new organizations on the list. And for those maybe who are watching in the community, if you're thinking, oh man, I should have applied to that, please do that next year. For folks who did not receive the funding, last year there were folks that didn't receive funding and then this year did. So sometimes it takes a couple of years. And this is a new program as well, as you mentioned. So we're also going through the process. And whether you received funding or not and still have the event, please let us know and follow up with us when it's happening and invite us. We would love to come to a lot of these events. I try to go as many as I can. There's a lot, which is great, but we can divide and conquer and get at least somebody there. I did have a couple questions for staff, and maybe you might have mentioned it when I stepped out to use the restroom. But when somebody applies for the grant, can they sit down with staff to go through their application and make sure that they've got everything covered? And if there's anything that's an issue, that you'll kind of give them guidance?
Yes, definitely. So as applications are received, staff are reviewing them for completeness, and they do reach out for maybe administrative clarification, getting everything squared away to make sure their application is complete before the committee reviews it. And then we do offer the 20-minute feedback sessions for any applicant who maybe didn't receive funding, or if there was an organization that received funding and kind of wanted to hear as to why, maybe they can, use that towards their advantage and improve their applications for future programs. We offer that for anyone who's interested.
Okay, great. And then to the ask, oh yeah, go ahead.
Could I ask a follow-up? The 20-minute feedback, that's after the assessment and allocation has been recommended?
Yes, so the 20-minute feedback sessions, we reach out to applicants who've specifically didn't receive funding. So basically tomorrow morning, we'll go ahead and send that out. The 20-minute, the workshops? We do offer in-person and virtual application workshops as well for anyone before they submit their application. So we do have opportunities for folks before and after the application
But
period.
the after hasn't happened yet?
No.
Oh.
It's once we...
so after today?
Yes.
Oh. Mm-hmm. Very cool. All right, so if you're out there watching, take the 20 minutes.
Yeah. And then my other question is going back to the community arts grant. So I noticed that a number of these folks, especially the ones who did not get funded, are arts related. So do you also share information with those organizations as well that they might qualify for arts related if they did not apply?
Yes, I will say that the Community Arts Grant Program and our program is very collaborative. I believe that a lot of their staff actually recommended or informed them of this program as well. So there is that kind of communication there, so applicants are aware of the different opportunities that they can apply for.
Great, that's wonderful to hear. And then to the recommendation of 2,000 more for Magnolia Park and 500 for the Armenian Relief Society. That makes sense, and I appreciate you pointing that out. We had that extra $2.5K available, and if the rest of council is okay with that allocation, that makes sense to me. Okay.
Do we need to vote on changing the allocation?
Yes. To approve the entire program with the amendment of the allocation, the two changes. Okay.
Okay. I move to make a motion to recommend the funding that was presented by staff with the additional allocation of $2,500, $2,000 to Magnolia Park events, and $500 to the Armenian Relief Society of the Western USA.
Second.
All right, please take a vote.
Councilmember Anthony?
Yes.
Councilmember Perez?
Yes.
Councilmember Rosati?
I'm going to abstain.
Vice Mayor Mullins?
Yes.
And Mayor Takahashi?
Yes, thank you. All right, the second report to council tonight is a continuation of the review of the proposed fiscal year 2026-27 budget from the Finances Service Department with successor agency, Housing Authority, and Parking Authority. I welcome Ms. Becker, Financial Services Director, to please No, I'm mixed. Sorry?
I'll start off.
Oh, you're going to start off. Okay. Yes, Mr. Skinner will start off of the report tonight. Start us off. So welcome.
Can I have the presentation, please? All right, thank you. All right, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council, I'm Damian Skinner, your Public Works Director. And tonight I'm pleased to present the fiscal year 26-27 Capital Improvement Program, also known as the CIP. As with each CIP, Public Works works collaboratively with the other city departments to put forth high priority projects that align with the city's budget and fiscal resources. In tonight's presentation, I'm going to review the sources of CIP funding, including unrestricted funds, restricted funds, grant funding, and I'll also review the new projects proposed for next fiscal year, ongoing projects, or basically projects that are in progress but need additional funding to get to the next stage, and I'll finish with the completed projects. We'll start with the CIP funding policy. Burbank's infrastructure funding policy was adopted in 2018 along with the passage of Measure P, which proved a general purpose transaction use tax, also known as the TUT, of 0.75%. Per the adopted funding policy, half of this revenue is dedicated to citywide infrastructure repairs, maintenance, and improvements. The policy also dictates that the general fund continues $4.7 million annual commitment to as maintenance of effort. Both the TUT and the maintenance of effort are deposited to our municipal infrastructure fund, which you'll hear me refer to as Fund 534 throughout this presentation. As you can see from the pie chart, the capital projects proposed for next fiscal year total $49.2 million. They are split across different project categories, including streets and sidewalks, facilities, parks and recreation, traffic and transportation. The CIP is a bit larger than this year. This year is $31.5 million, and we're asking for $49. And that's because we have two very large projects that I'll review later in the presentation, which includes the new Central Library project and the McCambridge Pool rehabilitation. The city has a policy of using the most restricted funding sources first. So we can save our restricted funds like our 534 funds, the general fund and Measure P, for projects that otherwise wouldn't qualify for one of our many special revenue funding sources. As you can see from the pie chart, we have 65% of unrestricted dollars, 24% restricted dollars, $12 million, and 10% in grant dollars. And that little cutout box there shows all our different sources of restricted funds that can only be used for a specific purpose. We're going to kick things off tonight with our new projects that are proposed for next fiscal year. We have 15 of them totaling $11.5 million. I'm going to go through each one of them individually, so I'll give you a little bit more detail. Starting off with our 2027 annual street and sidewalk project for $5.3 million. This is a continuation of the city's ongoing efforts to maintain our sidewalks and roadways. We'll repave streets, remove and reconstruct damaged curbs, gutters, and sidewalks, driveways, pedestrian ramps in targeted areas throughout the city. And we aim to do this by June of next year. This is a pilot program, Beam Solar, in the amount of $100,000. This is a pilot program that I'm very excited to bring to the council tonight. As we look to build out our EV infrastructure, we're also looking at sustainable or ecological ways of doing that. Beam Solar is a turnkey vehicle charging solution. And you can see the solar panel there. It actually moves with the sun to maximize energy capture. It also has a battery underneath it so that the vehicles can be charged at any time. And in a natural disaster situation, that battery can be used to charge other devices. So it checks a lot of boxes. It increases our EV infrastructure in a sustainable way. It diversifies our power supply, and it gives us something that we can lean on in a disaster situation. Very excited about that. We also have upgrades to our Buena Vista Library in the amount of $65,000. And this is just going to provide some new flooring and a new teen space. We have $100,000 for in design dollars to replace the emergency generator at City Hall. It's at the end of its service life. And as you may know, we have the new Emergency Operations Center that's now being constructed in the basement of City Hall. So this is a good opportunity to revalidate the loads that will go to the generator and make sure that in an emergency situation, the new generator can operate as expected. We're going to paint the city yard. It's $380,000 to do that. And the reason for the elevated price tag is that it's a large facility. It's very drab, but it was painted at a time when hazardous material was a common component in paint. So there's some abatement that needs to be done. But this is another project that's going to really freshen up our city facilities. We have our firefighter PPE contamination, or personal protective equipment contamination control and storage, in the amount of $50,000. And these are design dollars to design a dedicated space for the firefighters' turnout gear. It's currently stored on their apparatus bay, and this will design like an addition to the fire stations so that they can have a dedicated space. It's a more conventional way of storing their equipment, and it separates them from the apparatus bay and the running vehicles so they can put on and take off their turnout gear. We're also going to replace 3 end-of-life elevators at the police fire headquarters for $750,000. These elevators are currently operating, but they're operating on a shoestring. We have to buy used parts because they no longer make the parts for these elevators anymore to keep them going. So we're going to overhaul them and modernize them. We're also going to paint the exterior of the police fire headquarters for $220,000. And similar to the City Hall generator, we're going to replace the PD Fire headquarters generator in the amount of $200,000. That is design dollars, and again, it's in its service life, and it's needed to provide backup support, essential police fire data systems, and we're also going to analyze the data to this generator as well because we recently moved some of the IT servers to the headquarters. So we have to make sure that the loads going to this generator can carry all the equipment in an emergency situation. We have our Police Department Real-Time Intelligence Center in the amount of $700,000. It's going to provide enhanced situational awareness for our police department. It's also going to improve resource allocation and response coordination and provide real-time 911. We have the downtown Metrolink station rehabilitation in the amount of $300,000. If you can look closely at this picture, you'll notice that the tower is a nice fresh paint, and the Metrolink station is pretty drab and gray. This is not Photoshop. This is actually how it looks. And the reason for that is because we recently completed a project to waterproof and modernize that elevator tower, so it looks new. The station itself did not receive that same treatment, so you can see the contrast there. This money will improve some of the building systems, refresh the bathrooms, refresh the facade. And anyone coming to Burbank through the metro, this will be their first impression when they see a new station complemented with the new tower. We're expecting that to be completed in 2028. We also have the downtown mobility hub in the amount of $500,000. This project was constructing this hub at the First Street and Olive Avenue that will connect transit lines and pedestrian pathways, bicycle lanes in downtown. We plan to repurpose an underutilized city parking lot to include expanded bus stops, seating and shade, passenger pickup, bike parking, and outdoor spaces. So we're currently in conceptual design, and the project is slated to be completed in the summer 2028. We have the Earth Walk Park Playground and replacement in the amount of $716,000. This project will install new play equipment and aligns with the department's replacement schedule based on age, condition, industry standards, and compliance requirements. We aim to have that the park aims to have that completed in June 2027. And then we have our information technology server room conversion in the amount of $580,000. This project will basically renovate that decommissioned server room. I mentioned those servers were moved to the PD Fire headquarters and into a modern workspace with a separate and secure area to stage, prepare, and configure the technology they work on. We aim to have that completed in June 2020 as well. So here we have our ongoing projects. Again, these are the projects that are in progress but need additional funding to get to the next stage. You'll notice on the tables that some of these projects are underlined. That's because I will speak to them, and the ones that are not underlined, I actually have slides for. So the fuel system modernization, basically all that is that Public Works has fuel systems that are different facilities. We're going to upgrade the software system and infrastructure. We have our multi-facility security upgrades. You may notice that around our city facilities, we have keypads to key in to get into as an access control solution. We plan to upgrade that to badge readers. So that's going to give us a whole lot more control and ability to control access and control even visitor access. Those security upgrades may also include spot mirrors and adding additional lighting to parking lots, etc. And then finally, we have the multi-roof project on this slide, which we're currently going, is an active project that will start this summer. And it will repair and restore roofs at Olive Rec Center, Jocelyn, Adult Center, Creative Arts Center, Pottery Building, and Water Reclamation, and Burbank Animal Shelter. On the next slide, we have McCambridge Park Stormwater Capture and Multi-Benefit Project. I'm getting like a feedback. It's like, you guys hear that? This is a stormwater capture and multi-benefit project that will install an underground stormwater capture system, bioswales in two parking lots. So we're currently in preliminary design, and this is using Measure W money, and we're hoping to have this completed in fiscal year 2029. Oh, here we have the coup de grace. So we have the new Burbank Library and Civic Center project. We have a design cost of about $11.1 million, and it will construct a library and office building with a total square footage of 97,500 square feet, a parking structure with 310 stalls, and open space of 43,000 square feet. Sorry. Design is slated to begin the fall of 2026, and to last 9 months, with construction starting the summer of 2027. We have the exhaust system modernization, and this project replaces the specialized ventilation equipment at our fire stations that collects and expels carbon monoxide, particulates, and other harmful airborne byproducts from the diesel engines. And you can see from the picture that yellow hose that runs across the ceiling and down. That actually connects to the exhaust pipe of the fire truck. So when they are running, it's expelling those fumes. So this project will modernize that equipment. Down below, we have the Community Services Building fountain. We had good success with the City Hall fountain, converting that to run on recycled water. We aim to do the same with this fountain. But unlike the City Hall fountain, this fountain is not very self-contained. So running it on recycled water presented some challenges because we have to limit human contact. So we have design dollars here to evaluate ways we can improve this fountain so it can run in recycled water. And if not, maybe to change it up into something else. But so we have exploratory dollars to come up with design and then eventual construction. So that should happen by the end of next fiscal year, summer 2027. This is a very cool action shot here of our underground fuel system replacement project in the amount of $950,000. We had leaking fuel tanks at fire station 12 and 16. They were quite old, and we have monitoring equipment that notified us that they were leaking, so we decided we had to remove them in order to comply with regulations. And so this amount of money is to get this project to completion, also to do some repairs at other fire station underground storage tanks. And these will be replaced with tanks that will be above ground, so we won't have this kind of issue in the future. We have the vehicle lift modernization project. They will replace all 14 vehicle lifts in the fleet maintenance section of Public Works. It's going to be split into several phases, and that's doing several lifts at a time, and that basically allows us to operate while we're doing the project. So this is a multi-year project. And the first phase of this is going to come before you next month to award a construction contract. Next, we have the Chandler Bikeway extension. This project will extend the Chandler Bikeway from its current eastern terminus at Chandler Boulevard and Mariposa Street to the future San Fernando Bikeway along the western Burbank Channel. When completed, the bike will carry cyclists from Chandler to the downtown Metrolink station. Very exciting. We have the Olive Verdugo intersection in the amount of $2 million. And that will basically reconfigure this six-leg intersection to improve vehicle operations, enhance safety for all users, and provide new community open space opportunity. This project with this configuration makes signal timing a little bit more challenging, and this is going to really enhance our ability to optimize that intersection. We also have the Olive Bridge replacement in the amount of $897,000. And this is in conceptual design, and it will determine the best rehabilitation strategy and planning and environmental analysis to move forward with this project. It also includes opportunity for community engagement and to get us the ideas that we need to push this project forward. So we're looking at completion in 2035 for this. We have the Dick Clark Dog Park in the amount of $620,000. And this is a really exciting one. Park has made some good progress on the dog park. They've got approval from Los Angeles Department of Water Power and LA County Health. The remaining step required for final approval is from Los Angeles Recreation and Parks, which is pending completion of a land agreement with the City of Los Angeles and the parking agreement with Providence High School. Once these agreements are executed, the project will proceed to bid. And so we're expecting, if all goes well, the construction to take place next fiscal year. McCambridge Pool replacement. We have the design and construction cost of $10.5 million with the total project cost of $15.6 million. It's currently in design development. And this is a complete renovation project. It includes modernization of the pool and a new lap pool, an activity pool, water slides, an interactive play area, an upgraded pool deck, and the equipment room and renovated locker rooms and staff areas. So project completion is estimated for fiscal year 27-28. Finally, for our ongoing projects, we have the Olive Recreation Center and Theater Building Replacement Project. This project includes construction of a new state-of-the-art recreation center, performing arts center, and exterior park restrooms to enhance recreational, cultural, and community amenities, while serving as the future home for the city's award-winning adaptive sports program. So if construction funding is approved next fiscal year, construction will start in the fall of 2028, and it's anticipated to be completed in the spring of 2030. So I have some nice highlights to present, our completed projects. So we have the Starfighter jet rehabilitation that was completed in August of last year. You know, it seems like a small project, but this was actually a labor of love. This Starfighter, this jet is still owned by the military, and we had to get their permission to do what we did to rehabilitate it. And they were very specific about using authentic parts and, you know, the type of paints that we have to use, the whole thing. So we got it done, and it looks beautiful, and you can see the before and after there. We have our beloved City Hall fountain that was completed in August last year for $1 million. We have the Providencia Sewer Improvement Project that was completed in February 2026 for $11 million. And just to refresh your memory, this upgraded our sewer capacity in the downtown area from 1 million gallons per day to 1.6 million gallons per day, which allows for more downtown development. We have our Starlight Bowl roof repairs. Yes, that was the Starlight Bowl roof after the wind event, last year's wind event. It really destroyed the roof, tore it up. It was strewn all over the Stowe Park and around the grounds. So when we did the repair, we designed it so that it can withstand future roof wind uplift. So the underlayment is metal, and the after picture right there shows what it looks like now. So very pleased with how this came out. We expected the repair to be more than what it was, but through a competitive bid process, it came in below our engineer's estimate. So good stuff. We also have our Community Services Building Security Upgrades Project for an amount of $540,000 that was completed in April last month. And basically, this project, in a nutshell, just enhances the security for that building. It puts building doorways around our stairwell, our cubicle areas, more access control on those doors as well as the elevators, and it just secures the facility a lot more. We have our Fire Station 11 kitchen and modernization that was completed this month in the amount of $620,000. This is the main kitchen facility for our fire department. It was 25 years old. But beyond just the kitchen itself, which looks fantastic, there was a lot of things you don't see. We had to do plumbing, electrical, mechanical systems to comply with current building codes. So yeah, it's a large price tag for a kitchen, but a lot of that money is what you don't see. And it's really just bringing up those building systems so that our firefighters have something reliable. And then we have our annual rehabilitation that we've completed in the amount of $10 million. That was completed last month. We repaved 60 miles of roadway with rubberized asphalt, new striping and pavement markings. And this is a continuation of that. We also installed 88 compliant ramps. We paved 15 alleys, 11,000 square feet of sidewalks, 20,000 square feet of driveways, and 2,000 linear feet of curb and gutter. The Parks Department completed the Mary Alvord Recreation Center backboard replacement. Basically, this was just a replacement of 4 height adjustable basketball backboards, and that were installed in 1961. And now, with the new backboards, they're more safe and reliable. We have the Santa Anita Play-A-Lot Playground replacement for $639,000. That was completed in October 2025. And the playground was replaced to meet current Consumer Product Safety Commission guidelines and ADA accessibility requirements. That playground features modern, inclusive play elements designed to improve engaging experiences for children of all abilities, all with fun movie-themed equipment. It's a nice picture of our council cutting the ribbon. And we had the shade structures at Isay Park Ball Field, 1, 2, and 4. And it provided much needed shade and improved comfort for spectators attending the sporting events. We also completed the Schaefer Ball Field lighting modernization project for a cost of $434,000. That was completed in December 2025. We installed energy efficient lighting at Floyd Park. Improves utility maintenance cost. You know, we realize savings from the more energy efficient lighting, and it also improves field play visibility and reduction of light spillover into surrounding residential areas. Win-win. We have the DeBell Golf improvements. We installed new replacement netting, upgrades to the cart pass, resodding of the par 3 course to enhance safety and playability, and just improve the overall conditions. And we have the Isay irrigation replacement, the project cost of $1.2 million. And this was really due to the advanced age of this irrigation system. It was installed in the 1940s. The new system now meets current California water efficiency standards and is expected to reduce water usage by approximately 20 to 25% annually. In addition, this system is kind of smart. It quickly detects water leaks, which helps save time and maintenance resources. And with that, that concludes my CIP presentation.
Great, thank you. So we're going to take questions only for Mr. Skinner, and then we'll go to the next portion of the, yes, we're going to do questions only for this portion. Then we're going to go to the next portion of the presentation, and then we'll hear from the public and then do the rest of our, so that we're not back and forth. Okay, so questions only for Mr. Skinner right now. Yes, Vice Mayor.
Thank you. Just curious on slide 27 with the underground fuel system replacement. Since there was a leak, was there any contamination that went through the ground, and does that need to be cleaned, and is there additional costs to that, or that's also factored in here?
Oh, that was, the short answer, there was a small amount of contamination. We were required to test the soil, which we did, and then we removed the soil and we took it to a place called Safe Soil that actually heats it and removes those hydrocarbons.
Oh, okay.
And we backfilled it with fresh soil. So that's why these tanks had to be replaced as soon as possible.
Okay, so that was taken care of already.
Yes, that was taken care of in June 2024.
Oh, wow, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. In slide 29, in regards to the Olive Bridge, I know that you have here the cost for just planning and design and environmental is $897,000. Can you remind us, or maybe somebody else that can remind us what the cost of the bridge in total will be? And is the money set aside for that? I see Mr. Krisky walking. That's why I said, or somebody else.
Thank you, David.
But I didn't want to call him out on it.
Okay. So excuse me, I buy it back.
Oh, yes.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council, David Kriske with the Community Development Department. So the $897,000 we're requesting this year, as Mr. Skinner said, is to get us kicked off with the preliminary work for this project. So it's conceptual design, preliminary design, outreach, and environmental design or environmental review. We are requesting transportation development impact fee funds to pay for this. However, we do have Measure R highway operations improvements funds from Metro set aside. We're working on the grant agreements to be able to unlock that money, so this will be paid back by Metro. That process will solidify with the council the options that we have to replace the bridge. We have a feasibility study that we're just about done with, and we'll be coming back to the council and the community probably in the mid to late summer to outline our findings on where we are with the bridge, the options we have for either retrofitting it or what we think is to replace it, and that will include some high-level cost estimates. The CIP sheet has the very high end as $150 million. We do not have that money, but you need to start somewhere, and we've actually been pretty successful cobbling together $4 million from Metro, $2 million from a federal grant, $250,000 from a federal earmark. So we're starting to cobble together some money to get us going, to at least get the design done. But this conceptual study and this money that we're asking for tonight will get us started with the project.
Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Rosati.
Just got a question on the dog park. So that we will break ground in 2027? And is that out to bid, or do we still have to wait?
We still have to wait. We're still waiting on final approval. With Los Angeles Recreation and Parks, and they're waiting on agreement to be formalized with Providence High School to the parking agreement. So once those agreements are finalized, then we'll be able to go out to bid. And then when that happens, I believe we'll be completed by June of next year.
And how long is the bidding process usually?
Typically, when we bid projects, they're out to bid for a month. And then once we receive the bids, we go through a vetting process, and then it has to come before you for approval. So typically, it's about a 4-month process, from start to finish.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Yes, Councilmember Anthony.
Just on that note, Councilmember Perez asked me, who is Dick Clark? And I've never felt so old.
Oh my God, you're not old, Constantine.
You don't have to answer.
Thank you.
Who is
Dick Clark?
I was joking with you. I just wanted you to feel old.
Any questions? Yes. Questions?
Oh, actually, I do have one question.
Okay.
The fountain, you said, is not self-contained? Is that what you said? Or what was the phrasing you used?
The community services building fountain?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not complete. The way it works when it was operating is that it has a waterfall and it has a mist that kind of creates a fog.
So there is water that was lost continuously.
It was turned off because the liner itself had a leak, but it's easy for someone to just walk into it. Whereas the City Hall fountain, it's a structure that you have to climb into. So
I see.
Having that running on recycled water does not create a good separation between.
Okay. You don't want people accidentally walking into a recycled water mist.
No, so we have to really look at redesigning it, yeah.
Right.
Self-contained. Okay, thank you. Yeah. Exactly. Exactly.
Oh my gosh.
Okay, fair.
Councilmember Perez, your questions?
I have real questions. The first thing is a comment, just because Vice Mayor Mullins, you asked about the bridge. I also think it's looking pretty good. When we were down in DC with BWP, I took a couple of meetings with the transportation committees and with our federal representatives, and a lot of things at the federal government is right now we're getting a lot of no's. This is one of the few things where we were told it was a very favorable project. It's infrastructure, it's bipartisan, so I think that bodes well for once we get past design review and all of that. So just some nuggets of good news there. And then the other thing I had a question on is, so in looking at this, maybe some of our residents who are seeing this might be wondering, oh my gosh, we're spending a lot of money on these projects and programs. And I know we've talked about how some of the things are restricted funds. Are there also perhaps grants that we need to use and things like that?
Yeah, thank you for the question. Yes, we have a policy of always seeking out grant funds for any project that we do. We're very cautious with how we use general funds and Measure P, and anything we can do to offset our costs, that is our top priority. A good example of that is we received a $10 million grant for the new Library Civic Center project. I believe that was through the state, the Energy Commission, I believe. And that provides equipment like HVAC systems and things like that. So when we're in the construction phase, we have $10 million to offset that. So we are constantly on the lookout.
Thank you for that. And I ask because it's, with a lot of these grants and funding sources, if you don't use it, you lose it. And I think it's really smart of us to really go through this process. Last year's CIP budget really showed us a lot of the preliminary design stages, so it's really cool to see some of these projects move from design into actual planning, into actual construction. So thank you for the work you're doing. Really appreciate it.
Great. Thank you for the presentation. It was great to have all the pictures. So I have a few questions. I have some comments for later, but I have a few follow-up questions. So the first one's about the McCambridge pool replacement, and I didn't catch the timeline on that. Is that going to be complete, hopefully, by the time the Olympics are coming around, or is that still going to be working on?
I believe, last I heard, that's going to be kind of a tight timeline to make it for the Olympics, but if there's an opportunity to compress that timeline, I am sure Director Garcia will make that happen, yes.
Okay, because one of the elements is an Olympic-sized pool, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. And the Verdugo pool is also Olympic-sized as well, right?
Yes, it is.
Yes, okay. So at least we have the one, but it would be great to have two. And then the other question I have is about the beam solar. I'm going to hold my enthusiasm for our comment portion of the meeting, but I have a couple of questions. So there's going to be two pilot installations?
It's one, the beam solar is really cool in that it's a self-contained system that can be moved anywhere. That canopy that I showed you has two chargers on it. So we plan to pilot that at McCambridge, and we've been working with the Parks and Recreation staff to potentially electrify the nutrition vans. That's a very popular program, and what a message to it's high visibility, show the city's using renewable energy, and powering a very popular program. So, yeah.
Is this something that potentially could be used later down the line to power our essential fleet? Because one of the questions about electrifying our fleet is if something happens where they don't have power access, and so there's a concern about this. Is that looking down the road to see if this is a way we can power those?
Absolutely.
Those trucks?
That's why we're piloting this. It's diversifying our energy supply. And yes, it's one of the ways that we're looking at as we move towards full electrification. Having that in our back pocket in an emergency situation seems to make sense. And our neighbors, like Glendale, Los Angeles, Long Beach, Caltrans, they've all have invested in this technology. So I think it's time for us to do so and capitalize on our abundant sunshine.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then my last question is actually for one that's not on the list. I'm curious. You had shown the roof of the Starlight Bowl.
Yes.
And earlier this year, there were some community meetings around the Starlight Bowl. Feedback for folks in the community. Question for you is it's not on the list, so thoughts on how that came to be and what's the next step for the Starlight Bowl?
The Starlight Bowl is still in design development. It's not on the list right now because no funding is being requested for it just yet. So the projects that are before you are projects that are have a fiscal impact for next fiscal year's budget.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the fact that there's not a budget request doesn't mean that it's not being worked on?
Correct.
Okay, great. Okay, those are my questions. Thank you. Okay, we will move on to the next portion of the presentation, and then we'll do public comment and then do the rest of the discussion. Okay? Welcome, Ms. Becker.
Thank you and good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm Jennifer Becker with the Financial Services Department. We can just pull up just a quick presentation for you. I am pleased to say that we're finished with the presentation of both our proposed operating and CIP budgets for fiscal year 26-27. Now is the time for us to circle back and review the discussion papers requested by the City Council and take direction from you as to what you would like to see incorporated into the final budget package that we'll be bringing back to you on June 2nd. So just to set the stage for the conversation, here is one more look at our 5-year forecast chart. I know I keep bringing this back, and I presented 2 weeks ago. We're projecting a $2.6 million recurring deficit for fiscal year 26-27. Which represents just under 1% of our recurring budget. Unfortunately, as shown at the very bottom of the chart, our general fund cash position remains very strong throughout the next 5 years, with a projected year-end balance of $28 million for fiscal year 26-27. So that gives us a nice financial cushion as we work to solve our deficit situation over the next few years. So without further ado, here is a list of 11 discussion papers and follow-up items provided to the City Council in advance of tonight's meeting, along with their applicable recurring or one-time budget impact. So items 1 through 8 were included with your original budget binder, and items 9, 10, and 11 were distributed last week following the direction we received from the City Council on May 5th. We're not planning to do presentations on each one of these, but of course we have staff here and we're happy to answer questions about any of the papers. You will notice that the majority of the items are informational only, but items 1, 2, 3, 9, and 11 do have a fiscal impact, so we're looking to get some direction from the council this evening as to whether we should incorporate those into the proposed budget. So here is a look at our remaining budget presentation schedule. You can see we're coming to the end. Based on the direction we received tonight, we will package everything up and bring it back to you on June 2nd for the public hearing and adoption of the citywide budget and fee schedule. So now I'll turn back to that discussion paper slide and I welcome any questions from the council.
Okay. So how about this? We have one public comment. So let's move on to the one public comment first, and then we'll circle back to... Do you want to do the papers first and then the final discussion about the CIPs, or wrap up the CIP first and then do the paper discussion? I just think. That's for sure. Yeah, for sure this first. Okay, so we're going to do public comment first and then we'll figure out the next steps after that. All right, so I have one public comment card. Dustin Blankenship, you have up to 3 minutes. Welcome. And as a reminder, it's a different comment that you made during public comment.
It is different.
Perfect, great.
I didn't think I'd have 3 minutes. So I was reading the fiscal year 2026-27 budget that was attached to this agenda item. And I noticed on page 405 of that budget, which is page 15 of the agreements and contracts under Police Department, we have a line item for flock. $250,000 for automated license plate reader system maintenance, equipment, and data analysis. I oppose the city's contract with Flock and urge you to cancel the contract with this AI data company. There's documented proof that federal agencies, including ICE, are accessing Flock's data even when not explicitly given permission to. Why are you trusting a company that has so many negligent privacy violations? Burbank calls itself a sanctuary city, yet our police department is uploading our movements to a private tech company. This is not the city's data, it's our privacy. I do not remember signing a user agreement when you signed this contract. Flock is aggressively expanding to create a surveillance monopoly. Once cities are locked in, these costs will rise. I'm sure everybody remembers when Uber used to be affordable. 30 different cities have canceled their Flock contracts, including South Pasadena, Eugene, Oregon, Flagstaff, Arizona, and Cambridge, Massachusetts. Stop falling for the Silicon Valley tech billionaire charlatan bullshit and protect your residents. Flock out of Burbank, free Palestine, inshallah.
Thank you for your comment. Okay, so would council like to tackle the discussion papers first, or would you like to go back to the CIPs, wrap that up with comments and thoughts? Yes, city manager, yes.
Yeah, I don't know if there's that much left with the capital improvement stuff. I would finish that first since really, that, and I think the bigger discussion is related to the discussion papers, which
Yeah.
I'd rather close with that.
Okay.
Especially if there's going to be changes or whatever, then do that and then do the capital improvements. So I do the capital improvements first, then the discussion papers.
Sounds good. Okay. So does anyone have any further questions or any feedback or thoughts for the staff? CIP? I guess I'm the only one. Okay. Because I do have a few comments.
No comments really. I mean, I do have a comment, but it's not a question. A lot of these projects are really to upgrade our infrastructure to keep our city running. And I do appreciate the thoughtfulness of staff of, picking those projects that are really meaningful, and they will have an impact in the city, and our residents will see the impact that it would have. Because if we neglect our infrastructure, it can cost us triple the amount of money that you're asking for now. So I just want to acknowledge that, and of course acknowledge all the work that has been done already, because we start seeing the improvement in the community. So I'm all in support of the CIP. Thank you.
Okay. City manager, is this one that we will need to vote on specifically the CIP, or is it more in the package later when we're doing the whole budget?
You will vote on that on June 2nd as part of the entire budget.
Okay. So I have a few thoughts for staff about this. I want to echo my vice mayor's sentiments about the thoughtfulness of putting this together, and how working with the IOB as well and getting their feedback and all the staff working on this. And this is an investment in our city. And I want to also extend my appreciation for showing us last year's list of all the ones that were completed, to show how these really do come to fruition. It may not seem like it sometimes because of the length of some of these projects, but they do come to fruition. And to that point, I was wondering, do we have this available for folks, specifically pulled out, as a presentation or as a slideshow or something available for folks to see? Do we have a regular update on the website? If not, can we put that up to kind of brag on ourselves a bit? I know that's not something we normally do as a habit, but I think these are worth really showcasing in the city.
Thank you, Mayor, for the question. Absolutely, we do. We on our Public Works website, if you go to our capital improvement projects page, you can see the 3 stages of CIP: design, in progress, and completed. And we update that regularly.
Great. Yeah. And if it's not already on our social media, I'd love to request that PIO put it on our social media, have a YouTube slideshow, be where the folks are, kind of like a virtual version of your tax dollars at work.
Yes.
Because I think sometimes it's not obvious what's happening. So, and then a couple more thoughts. First of all, thank you for the beam solar. I don't know who put that into the works, but that's amazing. I also wanted to just mention the downtown mobility hub. You mentioned that we get grants, and I've noticed we look for grants. I noticed in the description that it says that we're getting a SCAG grant for the downtown mobility hub, and I wanted to thank you for pursuing that, and I'm very excited about that process. If you have any thoughts.
No, that's actually a CDD project, and I know they are very enthusiastic about this particular project. So they're the ones doing it.
Great. So I have one request for that one, because it's exciting project, and it's unique. Is that and maybe you already have this in the plan, but I just want to make sure it gets said that before we do any work on it, that it comes back for us to look at the design and the implementation and how it's going to be set up, because I think that it has so much potential, and it's also an opportunity for us to see and give feedback on how that will be implemented.
Yes.
Okay, great. And then my last comment is on the Olive Rec Center and Theater building replacement. I'm so glad that that's getting part of the list. And I'm wondering if we don't already have it, if I could request that we have a status page for that project. I get asked about that project quite a bit in the arts community. And so if we can have just an update on how that's going, and if there's anything that we can, like if there's any new information or pictures, anything, folks can go and see where we're at with that one.
Absolutely, and we do have a webpage dedicated to the project.
Oh, we do?
And
Okay,
maybe
good.
we could have a little social media blast, just notifying folks that that's available.
That'd be great. Thank you so much. Okay, those were my comments. Any other comments, questions, wrap up? Okay, thank you so much for all you're doing in the presentation. All right, so next up will be the discussion papers, and I think what we'll do is similar to what Councilmember Perez did last year when we went through it, is just kind of go one at a time. And for the ones that have a financial impact, we will make a vote on those, and ones that are discussion, we will note and file unless there's some action. Okay, sound good? Okay, so the first one, unless you are going to go through it, Ms. Becker, one at a time, or either way.
No, I'm happy to go ahead. We can just start with number one in the Community Events and Program Grant.
Okay, great. Community Events and Program Grant. Any thoughts, questions? Okay, go ahead, Councilmember Perez.
I would just love to see it continue going and follow staff's recommendation. It's getting the applications, there's community investment and interest, and I think it's small price to pay for organized grant process.
I agree. It has worked, and we saw it tonight that we're able to help a lot of our nonprofit organizations. So I'd like to see it continue as well.
Any other thoughts? Yeah, and I wanted to thank Councilmember Perez for bringing this up 2 years ago. And it really has made the process fair, and appreciate staff for going through all of it. And it's also opened it up, to your point earlier, opened it up to more community groups and given access to our support for them. So this is a great program, and I would also love to keep it going.
Thank you, Mayor Takahashi. And I'm really grateful to staff, especially the folks who sit on that committee, because I know it's not easy to make those decisions, but we trust you all, and I really appreciate everybody and Kylene having to report back every year on that. Thank you all.
Okay. Well, I hear a majority there, so we'll incorporate that into the budget.
Okay, sounds good. All right, next up, number 2, the Enhanced Renter Relocation Program.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
the city attorney has advised me to step out and recuse myself, and as I always do, I will step out and recuse myself.
Okay, we'll see you in a
Yes,
few minutes.
real quick, can we just get a consensus vote on the first one?
So straw vote would be sufficient.
Okay,
Yes.
so just raise your hand.
Oh, that includes Councilmember
Councilmember Azadi for the first one?
The first item.
No? Okay.
No? Okay, and 4. Okay, so
Okay.
4, 1.
Yeah, for each of these, we'd prefer just a quick straw vote, nothing
Okay.
too formal, just so we know if we got to look back at our notes once we package it up for June 2nd.
Perfect, okay. All right, moving on to number 2, Enhanced Renter Relocation Program for Qualified Households. Yes, Vice Mayor.
So I want to ask a couple of questions about this item, and given that this item was actually something I had requested from staff to look into back in October, and I know the report did not reflect that, but I do want to make sure it's on record. That was an item that I wanted to see that we do make sure that we have an additional month given for the no-fault eviction to those who are disabled, low income, and I believe we included the youth in that program as well.
If
So
they
the
have an under 18.
And
with
under
them, yeah.
18, yes. So, Maribel is already up there. Thank you. So a couple of questions that I have looking at the amount now. The $330,000, I understand at the time when we were discussing, because I had to go back and listen to the actual report, we weren't sure yet about Measure A funds, that we actually can cover that cost from Measure A. Now we are sure we can get that money from Measure A funds?
Yes, thank you, Vice Mayor, for the question, and good evening, council members. Maribel Leland with the Community Development Department. Yes, Vice Mayor, and thank you for bringing this up during the April 7th Measure A discussion. We did provide during the Measure A discussion back in April that we did have information that Measure A could be utilized for enhanced relocation. And Vice Mayor, you, because of that report, you had asked we come back with a budget discussion paper, so thank you for suggesting that. The information that you have before you is an estimate of $300,000 based on information, data we've been gathering, and allocations that are required. If the council may recall, back on April 7th, one of our housing development managers presented the different funding, and that the funding has to be allocated for the different pots of money, whether it be production of affordable units or renter protection. Enhanced relocation is what comes under the renter protection pot of money. So we did look at those guidelines, we did look at the available funding and what the requirements were, and that is what you have presented this evening with the budget discussion paper.
Okay, thank you. Do we, if this implemented and gets voted on, do we go out for bid to see who would administer the program? Because I'm assuming we need somebody to overlook the program and see who qualifies, because there's going to be strict guidelines similar to what we do now with maybe Section 8 or other programs that we've had before.
Yes, Vice Mayor, there are going to be very specific program guidelines. Staff would suggest, and we did include in the budget discussion paper, to utilize Home Again LA as the administrator for several reasons. First of all, they're already working with us on our rapid rehousing program, which is for homeless prevention, and that program as well. They are the entity that worked on the few years ago, the renter relocation, once the pandemic ended and a lot of folks are facing eviction. So they're very familiar with the community, with the different services. And so if should the council choose to proceed with that, we have discussed with Home Again LA, they do have the ability to be able to do this program with everything else, because they see it complementing what they're already doing, and to be able to assist and look and vet for the different households and what would be best available to them.
Okay, great. One more question.
Yes.
So the cost to administer the program will be over and above the $330,000, and with this, if it is, with this money come out of the same Measure A, or it comes out of general fund, or where would it come from?
The total program budget is $330,000. $300,000 would be for the direct assistance to the household, and then the $30,000 would be the administrative cost to Home Again LA.
Great, thank you, and I appreciate the detail and the fact that you guys were able to confirm that we can get it out of Measure A. Thank you.
Thank you again for suggesting this, Vice Mayor.
Thank you.
Councilmember Anthony.
So if it's Measure A, how does that work in the budget? Are we allocating general fund dollars now? No.
That is not
Measure
my
A.
understanding, that this is a budget paper utilizing Measure A funds.
Okay.
And so part of the new funds, we've heard from Ms. Becker last in May 5th, was that we have a new fund established, Fund 110. We're very excited about our new Fund 110.
There's already money in there ready to go.
Well, it's part of the budget process. It's a brand-new fund, and should the budget be approved, that is part of the new budget, and I will turn it over to Ms. Becker for more information.
Yeah, just to clarify, we've established the fund so that when we receive that revenue, we can dedicate it towards a separate pot from the general fund, because we'll need to report on that separately. We haven't actually received our first payment from Measure A yet. We anticipate that probably early in the fiscal year, so we'll kind of have 2 years worth of Measure A funding in year one. We haven't received our 25, 26 allotment
Correct, that is
yet.
accurate, yes.
And then my follow-up question to that, Measure A, it would cover the $300,000 plus the $30,000 administrative cost? Okay.
Correct.
Great. So we're basically saving $330,000 now.
From the general fund. Right. We're not really saving, it's allocated for that. I know I said I finished questions, but something else I thought about. So the process that would be for individuals who are in need, would have to go through exact same process, because you're not going to come back to us and give us, I mean, eventually, once we implement the program, we'll get an update on how many individuals applied, qualified, similar to what we did before. But initial process will be informing, I guess, the community that we have this program, and whoever is in need, they go through your office, similar to what we did with the other program, correct?
Yes, absolutely, Vice Mayor. We will follow all the procedures of the Housing Enforcement Unit to make sure we are notifying everyone of the availability of the program. We do have, as you are aware, the Housing Enforcement Unit, and it's on the first page, the landing page. We'll make sure to market that this is in addition to an enhanced relocation program, in addition to the tenant protection ordinance that does allow for no fault. And I do want to clarify, if I may, this is proposed enhanced because the tenant protection ordinance that the council has approved already provides relocation assistance of 3 months of the existing rents for those no-fault just cause evictions. So this would be in addition to. So we would be marketing and providing it as part of our whole Housing Enforcement Unit outreach and education to households.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome.
I don't have a question, just a comment, just that I think, again, it's great that we're using these Measure A funds because they are so restrictive, that specific pot of funds. And I hate for us to have it go to waste. I know we were hoping for a different kind of allocation from Measure A, but I'm glad that we can use this somewhere, and I'm glad that it doesn't include our general fund.
Same. Yeah, I'm fully supportive of this program. I do have a couple questions. One is about the number of households that you expect to, or that amount of funding would expect to support. So 15 is the number that you provided. Do you feel like that would be a sufficient number to, is 15 households, do you expect that to be a number that would cover an entire years of need?
Thank you, Mayor, for the question. Yes, we have looked at our data, and in the last several months, we've looked at to see who has received or who has contacted us about no fault just cause. So we have that data and we have that information, and then we did further review of the data to see, has anybody indicated I'm a senior or I have minor children or anything. So we've narrowed down that information, and the 15 is well within what we've looked at. It's a handful, frankly, and so we do see it to be adequate for this program. And if this is successful and we continue, if this is something the council would like to continue with Measure A, then we can certainly look to expand that in the future if there is a greater need.
Okay.
For this is a good starting point, that staff has the information. That is a good starting point for this program.
Okay. And so if it's the case that we end up depleting the funds before the end of the year, you'll come back to us, let us know.
We're happy to do that, yes.
Okay, great. And then it's the one-time funding. So if this program is successful and we would like to continue, next year during the budgeting process, we'd have to request again.
That is correct.
Would that be another white paper, or would that be, how would that come to us next year if it turns out to be a successful program?
Yeah, it would likely be another budget discussion paper, just because it is a pilot program. We'd like to report out on the metrics and everything that we learned and present it to you for your decision-making.
Okay.
We also don't know what the allocation will be for next year from Measure A, so it'd be good to know, are we going to get the same amount? Is it going to drastically change?
Right. Okay. Thank you. Yep, those are my questions. So for that, any other questions, comments? No? Yep. Okay, so want to get a straw man?
Straw poll?
Straw man.
Oh, we don't need a
A
motion.
straw man?
A straw poll.
Yeah.
Just raise our hand?
Yeah, okay.
So that's all four, and specifically noting Councilmember Rosati's recusal.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
And we would like to let him know that we're done with this item and he can come back.
If you want a straw man, I'll bring up Timothy Chalamet again. We can blame him for anything.
Are you bringing up Timothy Chalamet to prove that you're still young?
I'm hip and cool.
How do you do, fellow kids?
All right. So our next one is number 3, proposed increase to community arts grant funding. Any questions, thoughts? Yes, so proposed is 15,000 extra.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That little small type.
Yeah. So currently, we have 50,000 in the grant portion, so $100,000 that was mentioned in here is for the entire Cultural Arts Commission and their programming, and then 50,000 of that is the grant specifically. And this proposal is 15,000 in addition to that, to make it 65, specifically for independent film projects. And as it stands right now in the 50K, independent film projects can also request for the 50K too. They're not excluded from that. But this one, the white paper I requested is for the extra 15K to be just specifically for those kinds of projects. Yeah.
And is this coming out of the general fund? Or do we have a fund for arts?
We don't have a separate fund or set aside for that. For a while, we had a performing arts set aside, but we've utilized all of that for this grant program. So this would be a general fund appropriation.
Okay. And may I add something? With the money that we allocate for additional programs and whatnot, they are being monitored by staff. Like, they have to submit at the end of the year where the money went and if they spend it or not, because if they didn't, I'm assuming it stays in the general fund or it goes back into the fund, and then we have to evaluate whether they need all the money or not.
That's correct. From my understanding, yes. With any grant, whether it's the community events grant or the performing arts grant, there is some post-recording required, and if you don't utilize the funds, you return them. That's why sometimes the next year we end up with a little bit extra if somebody didn't use.
Yeah, and the reason I'm saying this is to really assure the public that it's not, we're giving out money and it's not being accounted for. These are funds that have a purpose for special programs and that we do monitor them.
Yeah. In fact, during the Cultural Arts Commission, once or twice a year, I want to say that it comes up on the agenda to be reviewed. Yes, Councilmember Anthony?
I would like to emphasize that this be used for production, not pre-production, not distribution and marketing. I would really encourage, when this is sent out, that there's actual, cameras and lights and actors and work being done, as opposed to the multitude of independent films that show up with a budget and a script and then never actually shoot anything, and we get into a situation where they're giving back the money. So if we do this, really, hunker down and say, okay, well, what have you got? So that's really what I'd like to encourage.
Good evening, Council, Mayor Takahashi, Marissa Garcia, Parks and Recreation Director. So to answer the first question, yes, all of our grant recipients have some requirements. There is a final report that's due to us, to our staff, and we have a consultant that assists us with that, as well as a lot of our staff will attend these events for all the grant recipients currently. That segues into the second question or your comment about you want the funds to be used for production, right? Actually, and that is also a requirement. The grant is to support, our grant program is to support an actual community benefit. So all of our grant recipients are required to produce a show, an exhibit. In this case, if it's a film, that can then be used for the community's benefit. So absolutely, we understand and we wholeheartedly agree that these are very limited taxpayer dollars, community funding, and we want to make sure that they're used responsibly and that will benefit our greater community.
Great.
I just want to echo that, and I think to your point, it's really good for us to emphasize that in any flyers or anything, because folks may see the dollar amount and be like, oh, I'll use this for pre-production, for staging, for craft services, for whatever it might be, and really the money should be going towards cameras on the ground.
Or even coming in with a film that's done and saying, okay, I want to do a marketing campaign or I want to add special effects. That's not necessarily what we're trying to go
It's a good way for us to get ahead of it and like the community events grant, like target specifically what we want folks to use this on, but that's a good
Right.
point.
And if I recall correctly, the grant process is that part of the application is for all the events, whether it be production or whether it be an art show, it has to include the whole life cycle of the event and how it's going to actually be presented to the community, how it's going to happen. And that needs to happen in order to receive the grant, correct?
Correct. You don't have to be a Burbank resident to apply, but the show, the production has to be in the city of Burbank to benefit our residents. And if I'm not mistaken, I want to say that the overwhelming majority of the grant recipients happen to be Burbank residents because we have so much talent. And that's the purpose of this grant, is to, one, help our artists, to help our local talent here in Burbank, but also to expose people to the arts, which is, again, advocating. So it's a multi-benefit grant in terms of supporting the arts.
And I believe we had one grant awardee who did a film. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Can you briefly describe how that worked?
Actually, I believe it's a current grant recipient. I'll ask Ms. Erin Barrows, our Recreation Services Manager, who oversees this program, to answer that specific question.
Okay, great.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. Erin Barrows, Recreation Services Manager, Parks and Recreation. So in our second funding cycle, we actually had a stop motion short animation film that was just completed and shown. And in our third funding cycle that we're currently in, we do have a film component of one of our grantees has been working with individuals who were previously incarcerated, and they've started a band. So there's going to be a live music portion that is going to pair with the showing of the film. They're working on the details of when that's going to be shown. So we have had a few short films that have come into us. And with this, just like our community arts grant, we do have criteria that they have to hit, and we show what will not be funded. And some of those things are hospitality, craft services will not be, grant funds are not allowed to be used for those. So it'll be the same thing when we create our guidelines for this new film portion of it.
Great. Yes, Councilmember Rosati, you have a question? Or you had your hand up? Oh, okay. All right. Yes, Councilmember Anthony.
So there's a number of stuff that they can't use it for. Have we tackled the use of AI in these grant funds and tried to guide folks away from that in any way, or is that not discussed at all?
So as far as the application portion or in their actual project itself?
Like when we restrict funds, say, well, you shouldn't use it for this, you shouldn't use it for that kind of stuff. Have we talked about that
So
at
we
all?
wouldn't be regulating the content of people's art specifically.
I'm not saying the content, but I'm saying like when they
I don't
ask
think we
us
would
for-
dictate the methods of their art as well. There would be limits.
Oh, I see. Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay, thank you.
Okay. So we could potentially ask that if they are using AI, is this possible? Maybe it's the attorney. If they are using AI, hopefully this will not happen, but if they are, that it's being indicated that it is AI, or is that something?
I think you're talking about 1,000 shades potentially of AI.
Yeah,
The
that's true.
the technologies labeled as AI are probably incalculable. So it could be processing of photos or images to correct color could be AI.
That's true.
Removing unwanted objects in someone's, they have the intellectual property in the image and they're correcting it with AI. So I would just caution you of setting a standard that really can't be complied with.
Yeah, that's a good point. Thank you. Okay. All right, any other questions, thoughts? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
You are going to say something?
I was just going to say, I think this is great. I think, we had the one applicant. I hope with these extra 15,000, we'll have more. And we are the media capital of the world,
Yeah.
TM.
Great.
So we should be doing this. Thank you, Mayor Takahashi, for bringing it up.
Great. All right. Straw poll it is. Raise your hand if you, so we have 4 raised hands and 1 no raised hand. Okay. All right, next one is informational paper Elderly Nutrition Program Funding Update. Does anyone have any questions or comments on this one? Yes, Councilmember Anthony.
I had a resident pull me aside and ask us, what are we doing with the lack of nutrition coming from the federal government? So I'm glad we're looking at this issue. It does, there is a worrisome number of dollars that are missing from this, and it's not just us, it's across the country.
Yes.
So I did want to ask, though, so it does not have a dollar amount attached to it, but we are moving some money around. So how does that work?
We had a one-time appropriation in the budget this year to continue the level of funding for our nutrition program. And I believe the discussion paper is just sort of a little bit of background as to why we were asking for this appropriation, which is essentially what you just said. Some of our county or federal money has been diminished, and we're trying to keep the program at the same level as it was for previous years. Long-term, we'll have to have a bigger discussion about the future of the program and what that looks like, and whether the city's willing to fund that on at a recurring basis, or whether we need to look at changing the program. So for right now, what we're trying to do is put an appropriation in the budget that's a one-time to keep it at status quo, explain what we're doing here, which I think the paper does, and of course, Ms. Garcia could certainly fill us in more on that, and then it'll be kind of a wait and see, and we'll probably come back next year with a recommendation for a longer-term solution.
And this was a cut from one of the Doge programs at the federal government that trickled down through the county? Is that what happened?
Well, if I could just say something here. So I think it was important to put into perspective what's happening. So staff is looking to, they're doing a great job as trying to balance the one, lack of funding, and it's kind of unpredictable, and it's kind of going down with the increase in cost. The cost is definitely going up. So, and at the end of the day, the general fund subsidizes this program. So it's important, and there's some hefty numbers here. So what we wanted to do is put in perspective that, hey, this may have a general, we think this is a great program, we want to continue it, but this has a general fund subsidy that we need to start looking at. We have that one time of $312,000 this year, but we need to keep an eye on this one and be mindful that this could be a big general fund subsidy. So that's kind of why we wanted to present the discussion paper tonight.
Okay, no, that's fine. The reason I'm bringing this up, there's a lot of conversation, not just here, but around the country, to get those funds back. So there's a big push. So personally, I don't feel like this is going to be a deficit that's sustained long term. We may just have to do it this year and maybe a little bit more next year. But if we look at our numbers, over the last few years, this is a very popular program, and it's not just us, around the country, people really appreciate the program, and they're asking for their representatives to get this back.
Okay. Yes, Councilmember Perez.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And to that point, I just want to keep in mind, I know staff appropriates the stuff in our general fund, but if tomorrow or later, as the county and the state are doing their budgets, dollars become available, I know staff will look there first and apply for a grant first and fill in the gaps, which I think they've been great about with multiple programs we've lost. Like last year when we lost the SBA funding for the library's Jobs Connect program. I know they continue to look for funding sources.
And actually, that's the reason we haven't come to you sooner for an appropriation with this, because Ms. Garcia and her team have been consistently seeking out one-time appropriations from the county, from the state, just to try to get things by, right? And so it's been several years, and we're fortunate that we haven't had to ask for that additional appropriation until now.
Yes, Vice Mayor.
Can you remind us what the dollar amount is for this one? It's one-time funding for right now, correct?
That's correct. It's $312,500 is the one-time appropriation that's being requested in this budget.
Okay. And I agree with everyone that this is a very important program for our seniors, and I really don't want to see them suffering through the process that we're all going through right now. So it's something that we need to continue providing the meals for them, because they do look forward to having that meal, and it's their connection to the outside world as well, is to come in and or have it delivered. So definitely in support of it. The hopefully we get some free money again. You know, the grants come in back, and that money goes back into our general fund. But it's something that we need to continue support.
Okay. All right, anything else on this one? No? All right, next up is the DeBell Golf Course.
Are we taking a vote?
Not on this one.
Information only,
Yeah.
so we don't need a vote on this one. Unless you
Yeah,
guys
it's,
were gonna-
the appropriation amount that you mentioned is in the budget, so when we approve the budget.
Okay.
Yeah. So the next few are informational only, unless we have something different. Okay, so the next one is DeBell Golf Course financial update. Any questions, comments on this one?
It would be helpful having the amount. Sorry.
So this one's informational as well.
Okay, 650.
I think on this one, so this one, we wanted to provide a bigger perspective of the fund, just because we've struggled sometimes back in the day with the golf fund. So we had some large expenses recently, and we wanted to put that in context with what's happening with the overall golf course. And it's actually doing well. So as far as bringing in revenues, it is actually, the revenues are over the expenditures, and we show that through the memo here. And Ms. Garcia could talk about the new general manager who's only been here like a month, and we're actually going to. We're trending well, and we're going to even trend better. He has a lot of different plans as far as doing a lot more with the golf course, doing a lot more with the restaurant, doing other activities out there. So we're trending well. We wanted to make sure that even though we have some big expenditures as part of the budget, that this is actually a money-making revenue program that we hope to help subsidize other park and rec programs. So that was kind of the point of this discussion.
Okay. All right.
I guess you don't need anything. That's
Nope.
okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
So if there's
Next.
no questions or comments, we can move on. All right, the next one is the budget appropriation for sustainability activities. Any comments, questions, thoughts?
I think this is great. They've been making good use of the fund since, I think you and I are both the liaisons at the time, and they really fleshed this out and have been using it for some great community events. And with that, I will be back in like 10, 15 minutes.
Okay.
I have to pump again. It's that time of night again. Thank you.
So this one, one of the questions I had about it originally, when I first read it, was that basically it's saying that the yearly appropriation is 15K, and it was going to be reduced to 366 this year. But what it is they didn't use all of it last year, so this carryover from last year. And then, so if they need the extra 1,700 to fill out the 15K, then we can come back with the appropriation if they want to use that later.
Yeah, we're just recommending that you carry over the remaining balance, which is almost 15,000, it's 13,368. Let that play out, and then we'll see how that goes. That will kind of be the pilot year, and then if it's successful, we could come back to you, and you guys could determine how to proceed.
Yeah, I think they're still kind of getting their feet underneath them about how to spend this allocation. The first year they requested it was, 2 years ago, I want to say. And that was because they had a specific way they wanted to use the fundage mostly for the Earth Day. And that's kind of gotten ironed out since then, and it's more a partnership now, and it's not a direct fund from them. So they're working through how to best use this funding, and I think that this makes sense to me. Yeah, go ahead.
So 2 years ago, we gave them 15,000, and they used 10,000. And then last year, we gave them 15,000, and they only used 6,000. So we basically have 13K that's sitting there that hasn't been used.
Yeah.
What what, okay, so we used it for community garden, reusable bags. Okay. That's fine. I mean, I'm okay not putting another big pot of money in there. Is there any reason to believe that at some point they're going to like normalize the annual expenditure? Like, we're always going to do Earth Day. We're always going to do this many reusable grocery bags. We're always going to do this much like, you know, sort of level off this, because right now it's up and down. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, thank you for the question. Actually, I do believe it's going to get there. The Earth Day expense is a recurring annual expense, so that's part of the way there. That's about $5,000 to $6,000 annually. They're also started this rebate program that they're now getting off the ground. So it's in its infancy. It hasn't really been marketed yet. So once it gets some traction there,
Rebate for what?
It's a rebate program for businesses that are planning to have trouble complying with our recycle ordinance to use reusables, and it's a $500 rebate. And so that's a project that they've been working through a lot this fiscal year. They finally got all of that ironed out. So I suspect that once that gets going, we'll see more and more rebates being issued.
Okay.
So as the mayor explained, they're really just working through the work program. But once they get their footing, I do suspect that these expenditures will be more regular.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, great. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Moving on to the next one. Consideration of Palm Avenue closure for community events. Thoughts, questions? I think this was your item, or you had mentioned interest in this, Councilmember Rosati, at one of our meetings previously.
So, we talked about the cultural market. Well, we also talked about other community events and creating a space between San Fernando Road and the rear before the driveway on Starbucks. What is the cost on this? Do we have a projection?
Thank you for the question.
Yeah.
And before we go to cost, we had to look at feasibility. And Public Works analyzed the area with the fire department to make sure that this is something that they could support. And we looked at 3 different bollard types to secure that area. Basically, the standard bollard, retractable bollards, and removable. And what we found with that is that anything that goes in the ground, manual retractable or automatic retractable, they would conflict with our utilities. Our utilities are a couple feet down, and those bollards have to be 5 feet down. And we have a lot of utilities running through there. Also, that street is 40 feet wide, and the fire department requires a 20-foot drive aisle for continuous access. So it really limited the space that anyone could use for events. So with that, we did not think that it would be feasible to have to close off that portion for community events. But the idea is sound, and what we decided to do is evaluate other areas that could potentially serve for this purpose that may not have the kind of utility conflicts that we see on Palm, and maybe install retractable or some kind of bollards in those areas. So if I remember correctly from the discussion paper, I think we looked at about 16 bollards to do either side of both sides of Palm, and I think that was just over 100 and something, maybe 150, 170,000. And anything, the retractable bollards would be 3 times that cost. So you're looking at around $500,000 to get that done. So that's where we're at.
But it's not feasible, in your opinion?
Absolutely not.
Yeah, so, okay, then there you go.
Can I ask this? We often have street fairs come through there where it's basically all of San Fernando gets closed down. And that's usually the retractable, the big L shape,
It's the meridian barriers.
the meridian barriers.
Yes,
And we basically do those.
yes.
But we've been doing this for a while now, even before the reconfiguration. We've had like street fairs that are from basically Magnolia to Angelino sometimes. Excuse me. Or at least to Olive. Would it behoove us to look at, maybe it's a different white paper or something. I've got something in my throat. Looking at setting up those bollards for that bigger space. Because maybe at that point, if we're looking, for the, not just the cultural market, but when we do like street fairs, music fairs, the fan zone, stuff like that, maybe that entire space might be worth it and feasible because we know we're going to do it again in the future. And I don't know.
I think if you use the entire space, it's for, once a quarter, but not every single week.
No, I know that, but like we've been doing it for a long time, so like, I don't know.
Patrick Prescott, Community Development
Madam Mayor,
Department.
members of the City Council, Patrick Prescott, Community Development Director. We are looking at bollard placements in the permanent reconfiguration of San Fernando when we put in the physical improvements and not just the paint. So it's something we're looking at
Okay.
for the very reasons you were just mentioning for events. Yep.
Before you go away, quick follow-up question. So it mentioned here several times the retractable bollards, maybe this is a question for both of you, and how that can impact or be blocked by utilities. What was the thought process for the retractable bollards versus, say, the ones that are screwed in or that are like attached and then
Sure.
removed, just flush to the street?
Sure. The thought was with removable bollards or even the meridian barriers that are crash resistant is that it's the setup and breakdown. It's a lot of staff time and cost. So to do something retractable would just simplify the process. You just pull them up or hit a button, they go up, hit a button, they go down, and then you have instant street closure. That was the thought behind it. Unfortunately, with the utility conflicts, it's just not possible. And I have to mention, anything that we do that is automatic with machinery and all that, it is expensive, and the maintenance costs and all that are also considerations. But I think if we find a space that warrants that, we can certainly bring it back and discuss it.
Yeah. So the amount of labor that it takes to do a removable one, what is the labor in that? How is that a lot of labor?
Well, the removable bollards, you have to bring them all out from wherever they're stored, bring them down and lock them in, right? That's going to be labor, and then labor to put them away. But equally important to consider is that if there's an emergency, then the fire department has to get through there. They have to pick up, unlock, and remove each one before getting through there. And that really delays their response time, and that's why they like the meridians so much.
Yeah. I have to say, I was in Santa Barbara a few months ago, maybe last year, time is all warped, and we were sitting in a restaurant. So Santa Barbara, the main street, has bollards every block. They have the screw type. This is what gave me the idea. And there was a fire actually at a restaurant across the street. And the fire truck came, pulled in, unscrewed it, and then went right in and did the fire. So it took all of like 3 minutes for them to undo it. I don't know, maybe they had a different kind there or whatever, but it was pretty quick. So that's what made me think about that
Yeah,
approach.
there are definitely different types of bollards. The ones that we investigated are crash-proof. So they're they're well over 100 pounds each.
Okay.
And they go pretty deep. So you're going to get a workout removing each one.
Okay, yeah, the ones in Santa Barbara definitely aren't crash-proof.
Yeah.
I mean, they're substantial. I mean, they're not going to
Yeah.
they're not like rubber, but they're not the crash-proof. Yeah.
Right.
So, yeah, there's like pros and cons to all the different
Yes,
versions.
absolutely. Yeah.
And thank you for looking into them all. So also, go ahead, Councilmember.
No, good.
Okay. Also, you had mentioned about looking for a location, and it's also in the staff report too, where we could have, it says here, staff recommends evaluating various streets that could be designated as standard locations for community events. Can you, I think that's a fabulous idea. Could you speak a little bit to that about identifying, maybe not on Palm, but other areas that can become like established, kind of like we have at the parks, you have established picnic locations you can rent and that kind of thing.
No, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I don't think retractable bollards are dead. And I do think there's some efficiency to be had with it. And if we could find a location where we don't have the utility conflicts that makes sense for a community event, to break down a setup, that we have the buy-in of the fire department, et cetera, I think it'll be a worthwhile investment for the city to do that, because in the long run, we will be saving a lot on overtime and headache and all of that. And it'd be extremely convenient to say, for example, in the instance of the cultural market, they operate 3 days a week. You raise ballers up, put them down, up, down, up, down. Easy setup and breakdown.
Right.
So any event that is multi-day like that would definitely benefit from that.
Great. Thank you. Yeah, Councilmember Rosati.
I think my gut is going to tell me that when we finish the library, the open space area is going to be the new community event center. It's going to take time, but that's probably where things are really going to happen. It's an easy location. We'll be able to secure it, and that's what the space is for. So that's my gut.
Yeah. I agree with you. I think that's going to be a great location. It'd be great to have multiple locations and different price points, because that probably will be a very high-quality location too, and different sizes. But yeah, I think that mindset is great to look at opportunities, because the community is definitely looking for places to have events, for sure.
Yes.
Okay. Anything else on this paper? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, the next one is a BWP item with 2 customer service representative and 2 field service representative positions. It's FYI, informational of why these 2 positions are being requested. Any questions or comments? No?
We need them.
Yeah.
And this is already allocated in the budget, right?
Yeah, they're trying to improve their customer service. They already have, even without these 2 positions, but we need to they want to get to a much better spot with especially on-hold calls, those kind of things, payments, customer service. So, yeah.
Okay. Anything else on this one? No? Okay. If it's okay, I'm going to skip number 9, because that is Councilmember Perez's request, and she's not here. So we can go to 10, consideration of adding a 3rd community garden. Yes, Councilmember Rosati.
I think we should take staff's advice and recommendation on this and just evaluate the 2 that we currently have and let them come back with a report. I think it would be important for us to see how those are going.
Okay.
But I like the idea.
I agree. We need to get more information about who's using it, and then also the cost, staff behind the scenes and the cost. And so if we can get some additional information for something in the future, that would be great.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree. This was my request, and we're not at a place where we can, as a city, just yet make a decision on whether to do a community garden without that assessment and without that information. And I am curious about the success of the current ones and lessons learned of how we can learn from what we have, what has worked and what has not. And then finding another site, if we're going to go for a 3rd one, to even finding another site to begin with. So, yeah, I think this is a good recommendation, and I'm also really happy that staff is, looking out a way to move forward and get a full analysis. So I do have one quick question for staff about that, though, just understanding how that process would be. So if there's going to be an analysis, what would the expected timeline be before staff is ready to come back with a recommendation for next steps?
Good evening again, Marissa Garcia, Parks and Recreation. That's a really good question, and certainly once we receive council's direction on this, we would be going back, working with our partner, Allegheny Community Garden Council, who would be assisting us, and we'd be happy to come back, report out to council and make you aware of what that timeline would be. I think it'd be a little bit too premature to commit to a timeline this evening. We want to make sure that our, we're thoughtful with what we can deliver so that we make sure that we don't give anybody some false sense of that. But we want to make sure that we are very thoughtful. We wholeheartedly agree that community gardens are popular, and again, wanting to make sure that we fully evaluate not only the success of the current gardens, but also the capacity of our volunteers who run the gardens and our partner who manages that for us.
Okay. And then this came out of the Sustainability Commission, so are you working in tandem with Public Works and Sustainability Commission in this project, or how does that work?
Yes, yes, and we've met, and we're looking at just, working a little bit closer, and just improving that communication and helping to report out to the Sustainability Commission as needed or requested. I think there's a lot of room for just enhanced communication across the two departments.
Okay, sure, great, thank you. Anything else on this item? No, okay. So for the last two items, without Councilmember Perez here, do we want to ping her and see where her status?
She should be back in 2 minutes.
Okay, this
Okay.
kind of take.
She's
okay,
coming
she's coming
now.
now. Okay, so we're gonna
En route.
just take a little breath. Oh, I hear. While we wait.
So I'll waste some time.
Okay.
Ms. Becker, are you uncomfortable with unnecessary spending that's not urgent? We're projected to be in the red for the next several years. I would like, and things come up during the year that are urgent, that we need to spend money on. And I would like us to see us spend the money on things that are really urgent and things that are really necessary.
I mean, I think my fellow executives could probably vouch for my definition of necessary spending. It's probably very different than theirs. Of course, that's my job, right, is to, make sure that I bring to you a balanced budget every year. And most of the time, we're successful in that. Sometimes we're not. My big concern with this year's budget is on approving or adding recurring items to the budget. We're very thoughtful with the way we spend our cash, keeping our reserves. We've not touched them in the 25 years I've been with the city. But there are one-time pools that we on occasion will use for different items. That part to me is sort of less concerning than the overall recurring budget, which are things like adding positions or things that we know will have an impact forever, that are more difficult to solve and add up over time because they don't ever go away.
Do we have an average of things that pop up throughout the year that we need to throw money at? Is there like a number that you say, we're going to have surprises of $2 million, $3 million?
It's
500,000.
probably maybe a couple million a year if you add in one-time appropriations, mid-year requests, different things, but it can vary a lot from year to year. And usually, those types of things that we come to you throughout the year are for a very specific project at the direction of the council. So we try not to make a habit of just coming back for funds outside the budget process, with the exception of the mid-year process. And those are really things that are deemed items that cannot wait for the budget.
Got it.
I think too, if I could add, in the general fund, you have 80% is labor costs. So a lot of those MOUs, when you do the MOUs, that's really where a lot of that is going, and that's normally recurring.
Yeah.
So that's kind of one of the most important parts of the budget process is actually labor negotiations, because typically we're whatever we agree upon weaves into your 5-year forecast here.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. Anything else, Councilmember Rosati?
I'm good.
You're good? All right. So moving on to item number 9, consideration of one-time budget appropriation of $50,000 for an immigration emergency assistance fund. Did you want to kick us off on that one, Councilmember Perez?
Sure. I was just going to comment on the last one first. I was going to say, I do think it's a great idea, and I'd love to hear, in a little bit, an update. I'm very confident in all that staff is working on.
The community garden?
Yeah, I definitely think we need a third one, but I think there's already talks in the works heading in that direction. Okay. So yeah, this was my request for a one-time appropriation for $50,000 to Councilman Rosati's point to address things that come up. It's an emergency situation. It's unprecedented. It's not something I think anybody expected. And I would like us to create parity with our neighboring communities because I caught wind of the fact that we here in Burbank and Glendale really, but I'm not a councilmember for Glendale, we're the only two cities who didn't have any kind of funding assistance in that realm. The city of Los Angeles is receiving funding. The San Fernando Valley portion of Los Angeles is receiving funding through Supervisor Lindsay Horvath. The city of San Fernando has their own fund. City of Pasadena has a fund. And so I started to see our neighbors are really starting to work on something to help folks who have been impacted. And so that's what brought me to put this forward. And it also struck me that Home Again LA is actually managing one of those funds. So they are currently managing dollars. And if they receive folks from the city of Burbank who have been impacted who go and ask because they see the flyers, they know that they have funding, they have to turn them away currently. And so that's why I thought it was important to add our own pool of fund. And my suggestion would be to manage it in the same way that HALA is managing the money for the county, just so it's continuity and so that if you live here, you know you can still access those.
Any other comments, thoughts? Yes, Vice Mayor.
Yeah, no, just some thoughts. I definitely don't mind getting some additional information to how the program is run, who qualifies, how they qualify. I mean, I honestly don't have enough information about it, even from other cities. So I don't mind having staff look into it, coming back with additional information to see how would we control the funds, how they would be spent, what is it going to cost, and how much money each family would be given, and criterias. So, yeah, it's just, I need additional information, but I definitely think it's worth it to look into it.
And if my colleagues are amenable, my ask of staff was going to be, once I saw the report and saw kind of what our neighbors are allocating, I still think given our size and proportionality and the impact that we've seen compared to Pasadena or Santa Ana, I think 50 is reasonable. I wouldn't increase it at this time. But I think just continuity-wise, I would love staff to maybe come back with what HALA is doing for the other programs that they have and asking them to, if they're amenable to managing this, so we can get like information on what their structure looks like, because it would make the most sense regionally, so that there's not confusion for folks, so that they get to ask for kind of the same thing. It's not a high dollar amount per family. But that way the program is, there's already a model there, is what I'm saying.
And I think that's what I'm looking for, is like, what is this model? And in fact, if HALA is administering this, I'd really be interested to hear, have they been approached by someone who actually lives in the city of Burbank that's been approached and they turn them away? I want to have something from HALA says, yeah, we get approached all the time, or 5 times, or whatever, how many cases. So we have an idea what we're looking at as far as dollar amount.
And I can tell you, I know it's just me, but I can tell you I was approached by, obviously I'm not going to say who, but I was approached by 2 families who were impacted in the city of Burbank. And I had to tell them, there are no funds for you, because you do not live in the zip codes that HALA is helping. So that has happened.
Right. Chris, I saw your hand up. Did you, or Councilmember Rosati?
Yeah, my question was along the same lines. How do we know what the numbers are? How do we know how many people have been impacted? Where is that information coming? Because it's obviously not coming through the police department. So where would that is it coming through HALA? Or where's those numbers coming from?
So obviously, because it's a sensitive topic, and for a lot of folks, this would also mean putting themselves in a potentially dangerous situation, right? A lot of times, these application processes are just, they have to go to HALA, they have to prove with documentation where they live, and it happens and funnels through the nonprofit itself. And for numbers, I mean, it's incredibly hard to tell how many people are being impacted. It's really going to be anecdotal because people, I mean, if your mother, father, if somebody in your household was taken by ICE, I don't know that you are the first person to say, hey, we've been hit. Like, you know, everybody, please know, because there's the fear and potential that they will come back. So that's where it's hard to get concrete numbers. But I do think, like with the rental assistance program, and of course my ask of staff would be obviously not, here's 50,000 HALA, it would be as it's used and as it's needed. And if it's not completely used, if it's not used, it comes back to the general fund.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, Councilmember Anthony.
I feel like it's a self-informing program, because right now, it doesn't exist, so nobody's asking for it. Nobody's going to HALA and asking for it. You know, I've had one person ask me, hey, I'm dealing with this, where do I go? And I'm like, well, I don't know. I knew less than you did. I didn't know where to send anybody. And again, it's one time, so if we just check the box and say there's money there, then we can say, okay, HALA, you're the spot. Let us know if anyone asks. Give us some numbers, keep track of your data, and then come back to us and report back. We've served 2 people, we've served 20 people. Someone needed $500, someone needed $1,500, like that kind of stuff.
There's a cap with the programs too. Like, it's not like someone needs this, someone needs that. It's general, it's structured, like everybody.
That's what you've seen with the other
Yeah,
cities
yeah,
and
that's
counties
how
that are
they
doing
are.
it? Okay.
And this is the exact reason why we need to get information back, especially since HALA is already administering the program. They can give us more information. Here is what the ask is. Here's how they approach, what type of application they've complete.
Wait a second, you're saying that HALA is already doing this program for
That's
other
what I
cities?
heard her say.
Oh,
So-
our HALA is already doing this for other cities.
And that's why I want to hear from HALA, like staff has to ask them. I'm happy to call and ask, or, you know, we can obviously find out, just to understand. So if we do get approached, then we can say, oh, yeah, go here because it sounds like you
Can we have them
qualify.
present? Can we just have them present?
You know, I have a logistics question to staff about, so, you know, this
Well,
is, yeah. go
Yeah,
ahead.
what I would recommend is if you're going to go down, if you're going to use HALA, is that you direct staff to have us look to attempt to get a proposal for $50,000 from HALA on how they would go about doing such a program in Burbank.
Okay. And would we need, in this process right now, would we need to allocate the 50K in the budget to be able to do it later down the road? Because it wouldn't be allocating it per se, it'd be like just kind of holding it in there in case we need it later? Or is this something that we would do it more of as a first step, decide whether to have the program and then do a mid-year appropriations for it?
You could really do it either way. You could put it in the budget now as a placeholder and have them come with a proposal, or you can have them come with a proposal and appropriate that at the time of the presentation.
Yeah, I'm comfortable either way because it's 50K.
Just,
so-
yeah, we'll earmark it 50K and have them come down. That's fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I appreciate staff for collecting the info for the other cities. I wanted the background, but once I read this and I saw their program, it just makes the most sense to hear from them directly because they're already the administrator. They have something set up and stable, and we know them. We trust them. If they don't use the money, they'll give it back. They've done it before.
Yeah, that's right, done before.
You know, it's funny, Albert came down tonight and said he didn't want any money tonight, and we're trying to give him more money.
He's saving it for a big ask.
That's right.
It's like, I don't want
He's banking it.
He's not messing around with 2,500.
Oh, my goodness.
All right.
We need a.
So, yeah,
Straw
we need a
poll?
hands for that. So, straw poll, good?
Yes.
Okay.
Thanks, y'all.
Yay. All right, and the last one is the economic impact report on increasing minimum wage and establishing an enforcement unit. Councilmember Anthony, you want to kick us off on that one since this is your item?
Yeah, I mean, this is just a repeat from last year. We talked about it last year. We said it wasn't the time. We didn't know where the economy was going or anything like that. I think we're pretty aware that we know where the economy is going at this point. I'll just point out two things, two reminders. One, this is just a study to see what it would take and what it would do and the impacts. And then two, City of LA, so North Hollywood, Toluca Lake, Studio City, in July, they're going to go to 1842. Universal Studios is unincorporated. They're right next door. They're at 1847. Down in Pasadena, they're at 1857. And we're still at the state level of $16.90. So it's like, I can't tell you anywhere in the city where you can actually get that wage, $16.90. I'm pretty sure we're near these competitive levels anyways. So I don't have the data, and so what I, again, am asking for is one time, do the impact report. If at that point we still don't want to do it, at least we've got the report, bring it back the next year and say, okay, maybe now is the time. That's my pitch. That was my pitch last year. I feel there was a very accurate assessment to not do it at that time, but I think we're in a more stable, if not necessarily beneficial, but stable place to do it. That's all.
Oh, yes, sorry. Sorry, I thought she was.
I know it's easy looking this way.
Yes, Vice Mayor.
Thank you. I'm glad you mentioned City of LA because I did do some research today to see in regards to the City of LA, and I want to read this, that on May 13th, and maybe you're aware of it already, the council voted 9-6 to advance a proposal that would stretch the timeline out to 2030 instead of 2028. So City of LA actually did take action to push this back to 2030. There's a whole bunch of information on why and how. So I understand. I mean, look, I used to be a union president for 15 years in the city of Glendale. I negotiated contracts. I want everyone to be paid market value at least and be paid fair. But I also have read the emails that came in. There was an email from the Chamber of Commerce. I had some phone calls from business owners in the community who are extremely concerned about this proposal because of the high increased cost of today's economy, the gas, the food, everything is high and expensive. And these costs will be passed on down to the consumers, which we know what happens at that point when the prices go up. You stop going out to eat, you stop going out and spending money because things are expensive now, and we all understand. So I think, it seemed like there isn't a perfect timing. I mean, even LA, after they adopted it, now they're pushing it to 2030 after the Olympic. So there is a reason for it, and the discussion was the impact on the economy today, and people are not spending money, and so they have to pass those prices on to the consumers because nobody's going to take a loss at the end of the day. And so I am not recommending at all that we move with this due to all the things that, watching what LA has done, and I didn't even dig in other cities and see what they have done. And then also listening to the Chamber of Commerce and listening to the community, people who have really been operating in the city for many, many years, who are very concerned, as they were concerned last time this was brought up. They don't want to close their doors. They don't want to pass on additional costs to the consumers. And honestly, I don't want to be charged additional money either. So it is kind of tough because, yes, we want people to get paid well and be able to spend, but in the same time, that impacts the economy, and then they're going to lay people off, and then they're not going to have jobs. And so it's kind of a vicious cycle that goes around because of what we're asking for. I just want to throw this out. I don't know if you saw the email from the chamber and you've gotten calls like I did. But there's definitely a concern if we move forward with that. They don't want it.
And again, I appreciate that understanding. I'm not asking to vote on a minimum wage ordinance. I'm trying to get information on what we don't know. I mean, even the cursory Google search that you did, that's not a minimum wage. That is an Olympic wage for hotel and hospitality workers. That's LA City, their minimum wage is continuing to go up. So even the fact that when you did your Google search, you were stuck with the Olympic minimum wage, which was a whole different conversation around a very specific event. You know, for me, let's dig in and actually get all that data so that we do have the comparisons like that. That's all I'm asking for. And if at that point, it looks like, okay, this is not feasible, then we shelve it. But we've got the report so that at some time in the future, when the economy bounces back or people are clamoring for it, we're like, oh, get that off the shelf, we're ready to go, we can move on this, versus going back to the drawing board and asking for it again and saying, okay, now we need to do the report all over again. That's all.
I appreciate that. And yes, I was just giving you a highlight of just one thing, and it had to do with the Olympics and wanting folks to make that money by 2028. You know, we're sitting here looking at 15,000, 50,000, and we're counting, should we do it, should we not do it? And then spending $100,000 on a study right now, where we're trying to control the budget and keep everything in check. I think, in my opinion, it's not the perfect timing again. I know what you're saying, though. Let's just spend it, and if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. But it's $100,000. As far as we know, it might end up being more than that. Maybe it's a little less than that. But I think it's not really the perfect time for economy, because now it's gotten the businesses concerned what is going to happen after that. That means you guys are approving it. If we do a study of minimum wage, what's going on? Why are you approving? Are you looking at it? Again, I'm speaking on behalf of the businesses that contact me. I'm speaking on behalf of the chamber, and I know they have reached out. So I'm just passing on the message of what I believe and what I have been told.
And follow up for a second on what you just mentioned about the cost of the study. This paper, the white paper, the cost is based on the enforcement of what the prediction of the enforcement would be per year. This I didn't see in the white paper, staff, that there was an estimate of cost for the study. Did you catch that, Councilmember Anthony? And that's what you're asking for in this?
I was told the 100,000 is a ballpark figure for RFPing this out and just
It's
having
for
a.
enforcement. That's correct.
Yeah,
That's
it's
what's
for
in the
the
paper.
study.
Oh, okay, then
Yeah.
I missed that.
The
spot.
study
Okay.
not only
At the
would
end, okay.
would evaluate
That one.
the potential impact on Burbank
I
businesses,
see,
but it
okay.
also would determine the best practice as far as carrying out the program, the implementation, so to speak, of enforcement or how we would go about making sure that everybody was complying.
Okay. So that's why this is a budget request versus a policy one step, is because it's an ask for the allocation of funds for a study.
Just
Okay.
to find out what we don't know, how it would impact, all of these questions, that's all.
Okay. Councilmember Rosati, you had to.
I don't want to spend $100,000 on a study. I want to spend $100,000 helping somebody. And honestly, I mean, we all know, I know friends with donut shops and restaurants and Chinese restaurants and ramen shops, and we all know people who have restaurants, and business in our local economy, our microeconomy is suffering because of the studios. And I think we know what the answer is going to be in that report, and I just hate to spend $100,000 on that when we could use it on helping people directly.
What if the study comes back and says a minimum wage increase does help people?
But we know throughout the country it hasn't. It's turned people, what's happened is businesses have turned to automation, AI, and they lay people off. I mean, I have business owners right now that are just treading water. So it's like one more nail in their coffin. I don't know. I don't think that's going to help the economy. And look, if it was sunnier days, I'm with you. We don't need a study. We know it's sunny out, right? Let's just raise it. But I'm just looking around in the everyday world that I'm in, and that people aren't buying new cars. People aren't, trading up on houses or anything like now. They're downsizing.
I personally, I wouldn't want to raise it either way unless we do a study. If that's something the community is clamoring for, I would still like to do the due diligence of figuring out the economic impact. And again, one time, we do the study, not much changes economically year after year, little things change here and there. I'm certain that study would last 5 or 10 years.
Come back to me with the homeless thing for $100,000, and I'm with you. Just not a study, not a report.
Councilmember Perez, yeah.
So I just want to chime in on this. So last time we looked at this, the numbers were different. And we were in a very different place. And the vote was about to happen, and not a council vote, but the ballot box. And folks voted to raise the minimum wage. And so we told you, wait until after that. And then yesterday I had today, I had my pre-meeting with staff. And my questions were, do all the cities that have this minimum wage ordinance have an enforcement unit? Is this something that is just by sector in some areas? Is there a business size exemption? And to all of those questions, and no fault of staff, the answer was, we don't know. That is what the study would be for. Mm-hmm. That is what we would study. And so when I look at this, the last time the gap in minimum wage was not as large between Burbank and the other jurisdictions. And I am concerned that we should at least look at what this means for our city. My understanding in conversations with our small business owners is that restaurants already pay above the minimum wage. Folks say that all the time. Well, I could not compete. I pay above that. And right now I'm only looking at anecdotal data, and I know this council likes data. We like data. And so is it perhaps that the gap is larger in our business community than this? Is it smaller? I don't know. And it does feel worth evaluating for me, because at this point, and when you asked last time, actually, we had only received the question from a labor union. Now, as the affordability crisis grows, we've received this question, or at least I've gotten emails from random residents who are saying, I earn the minimum wage. Are you guys doing something to increase it? LA did it because I was so popular and so that's what I'm looking for. The media put it everywhere, right? Mm-hmm. And so I've gotten questions from residents here and there about whether or not we're looking at this. So I would like to tell them we are at least studying it, so that if the time comes where we look at this and it's not feasible, we can tell them, and here is why. Or if it is feasible, here is why. Or if there are gaps in our industries. It's something worth knowing, but I wouldn't be able to tell you yes or no if I don't have that study, to your point. I really want to see, because when I asked staff the questions that I needed to know to see if I even wanted to go that route, there were no answers. And so that's where I'm personally at. Oh, the only thing I would add, actually, thinking about timing once again, my one ask would be is that if we evaluate, we do so 6 months from now, just because the wages just changed. This change just happened. The gap between us and LA, us and, those changes are going to be in effect, either just happened or next month. So I'd like to evaluate what that discrepancy looks like.
I mean, I would assume if we did this, we'd have to go out and get an RFP and find somebody to come. So it's going to take a few months anyways, right? I mean, this is not coming right back.
Yeah, it would take us a few months to actually get everything going before we actually awarded the RFP and then had somebody start.
Yeah.
Just for data's sake, that's what I would want to know. Obviously it would take some time, but I just would like that timeline to add up to at least 6 months of them having that new wage structure.
Yeah. So I have a bit of a question about the $100,000 estimate for a study. So one of my thoughts is that, these other cities that have increased their minimum wage, they must have done studies, so that must be available for what, the study into the economic impact on a city, I'm going to imagine probably it's not that much. I mean, there might be differences based on the industry, but kind of like the overarching impact of how raising minimum wage affects an economy is going to be probably pretty studied. I mean, that's a studied thing. So we're looking at how it would affect our city. And so I'm just wondering if there might be some value, a first step value of not going straight out to a full-on economic study of how it's going to impact the economy, and more looking into what did the other cities find in their studies. And they made the decision to increase their minimum wage. Why so? And so that might be something to look at. And then there are cities that didn't increase their minimum wage. And so why not that? And that's something that's going to be accessible without doing any, like a huge consulting firm coming out to do a big economic study. That could be a first kind of halfway step that won't cost $100,000.
So let me ask this.
Justin's laughing.
Instead of going out and getting an RFP, I mean, to the mayor's point, I think there's got to be, someone has done a study somewhere. Would it behoove us to simply have internal staff put together some documents and do what they can find first and then bring it back? Like, what is I don't know how much labor and time that would take. Save us some money? I don't know.
I mean, we probably could get somebody like HDL to provide us some very general information. I don't know what you would do with that, or they charge for that more than likely. So we could look into that if that's the direction of the council. So I just don't know if that's going to be the most relevant for whatever decision making you decide to do later on.
Well, my thought is that, because I did a cursory research as well, and looked at the other cities and what they've done or haven't done, and the different variations, and a lot of cities have looked at this and come with different results. And whenever I see these kinds of things come up, it's like in Cal Cities, we all talk about different cities and how we've approached it. Like if we're all spending $100,000 each to do our own economic study on whether or not increasing minimum wage, it's a waste of money. So I'm wondering if there's a way that we could get at least the beginnings of an inkling of it to discuss first before diving into a whole complete economic study. As we've done in the past, similarly with other policy decisions, as we've looked at, this is a list of cities that have increased their minimum wage, but there are cities that have not. Also, there's cities that have increased minimum wage for their hotel workers, I've also saw a few cities that had minimum wage for companies over a certain size, so companies with more than 200 employees. One of the ones that was interesting to me was companies that had, or employees that had healthcare insurance did not get it, but those who did not have healthcare insurance got a minimum wage increase. I thought that was interesting. Benefits does not trigger it if they have benefits. That way the increase gives kind of a little bit of help for folks who don't have those health benefits. So I thought that was interesting. And that's you're not gonna see that in a simple graph with just one number. But at the same time, like each of those cities got to that somehow. They got to that decision somehow with some decision-making process. It could simply have been a policy discussion and it was like just, this is how we feel like we want to do and we'll see how it goes. But my guess is that there was some kind of something that happened in those cities before they got there. And that information has got to be available out there. And if I were personally interested in this topic, I probably would have done a pretty deep dive to figure out what each of those cities decided and how they went to that, through that process, and had some preliminary understanding of how they made that decision. And so that information, for me anyway, before I would be interested in a $100,000 deep dive study, would have at least a general knowledge of how some of these cities came to their decision to do it. I mean, LA is a kind of a different kind of case because it's such a large city. It's different than, say, Malibu or I guess Santa Monica. But the ones that had the different variations, like those are I can't remember the name of the city that off the top of my head, I have to look it up. But I would be curious to see how they got there. So first, Constantine.
Well, I will say, a year ago, when I brought this up, I did want to do it through our staff. And we talked about it, and it seemed very specific, like we don't have people in the city that work on like that kind of stuff, a minimum wage. And then the other discussion I had was that even if we had internal staff do a preliminary report, the specific makeup of our city, how many big employers do we have? How many small employers do we have? I mean, my original proposal from last year was exempting anyone with fewer than 25 employees. And so how do we go through all of our small businesses and do a study of, okay, well, then it would exempt all of these groups. And, you know, I remember there was we were talking about the fast food workers and because that was changing at the time last year. And then tipped employees was another discussion. So like all of those categories, our city, we have a lot of restaurants. So it's like, how do we change? So so that's kind of where the study idea came out of, to just, okay, send out an RFP. I was a little disappointed when it came back as $100,000.
Yeah.
I mean, I didn't like that number.
Yeah. Okay, so Vice Mayor.
And the other factor we have to take a look at is their economy versus our economy. And we all saw what happened with the media industry when they, demanded additional money for screenwriters and because of AI, all the additional. They went ahead and laid off a whole bunch of people. They gave the increases, but they laid off a whole bunch of people, and we lost those folks from our city. They went elsewhere to find jobs. I'm sure you go to the market and you see how many registers are open now, self-checkout. Why is that? Because employees cost more money. And honestly, I hate to see people getting laid off and let go, and more electronic checkout, self-checkout. As a matter of fact, I make it a point not to stand at this self-checkout, because I want them to see that I want a human being standing there, because the more we do on self-checkout, that person is going to lose their job. And so on one hand, we might be helping. On the other hand, we might also be hurting. I was in Santa Monica, the city of Santa Monica, this weekend. 3rd Street Promenade, I don't know if you were there within the last couple of years. It is sad. All the stores, practically all of them, are boarded up and is for lease. A lot of businesses went out of business. Well, great, they have $17 in minimum wage, $17.81, but there's nobody working there. The stores are locked up. I was shocked to see this on Sunday, because that was a happening street. You went there, you shopped, you ate, and it was only just a handful of places that were open. So, it's all great. Let's do a study, let's spend the money, and let's see if another city is paying an additional 50 cents an hour. Let's pay that money and let's compete with them so we can be in competition or be same or equal to other cities. But we live in a society where AI is taking over. You've been talking about AI most of the time here during conversation. And the least amount of people that they hire, it's less than their budget, because then they're saving. I don't want to see people getting laid off because we're competing with Santa Monica or Malibu over 50 cents an hour. I want to make sure that we continue having jobs in the city. So for me personally, when the economy gets better, when things looking better and people are making money, give them more money. They deserve to have more money. The fast food workers, I think they're also in a different category, because the governor, wasn't it like 2-3 years ago? They're like $25 an hour or something like that.
20, I want to say.
Yeah, so they're above minimum wage. So the state and the economy adjust based on the type of responsibilities. The hotel workers are making more, fast food for workers. And then we all have to remember some of like the fast food workers, those were meant to be for kids in high school, college education, and making, starting your new life and doing that so you can survive. I had a job in school when I went, worked for fast food. So I just don't want to see more and more self-checkout at the markets, more and more self-checkout at Costco, and more people losing their jobs. That's what I heard from the business. This is happening. We're going to have to lay off people because every penny that we add on to them for hours, they're going to have to pass it on to the consumers. It's less money in their pocket. So what are we going to do with the $100,000? Okay, well, let's spend the $100,000. But consequences after that, what are we doing? We need to look at our economy and how many businesses are closing and leaving here. That's what I'm looking at. So,
Councilmember Perez.
Excuse me. It is 11 o'clock, so I gotta stop it just for a minute here. Sorry to stop that momentum. So we do, as staff, we recommend that you continue to go. We want you to wrap this up as far as the budget. You have 3 additional agenda items that you still need to talk about, and tomorrow you have another council meeting at 3. So we. Hopefully, we could
talk about
move
the
it.
other item?
Yes.
Yes, we
Yes,
do.
properly noticed.
Well, the 3.
So,
I know.
So we'd love you to keep it going.
I just wanted to clarify where I'm coming from, at least, because we're getting bogged down in talking about other cities. I can Google. I don't need to see like the study for another city. My curiosity was in also hearing from businesses and hearing from residents. From one side, I'm hearing from residents, we don't make enough money, raise the minimum wage. On the other side, I'm hearing from businesses, we pay above the minimum wage. So I really want to know what it is for here, for Burbank. Are we going to find out that our hotel employees are making the same or more than LA? I don't know. I'm not a hotel employee. Are we going to find out that our coffee shops, because they're competing with the fast food restaurants, are already paying above? That's what I would like to know. And if there's a low cost way to know that, I would like to know that too. Because that's just the data I want to see in front of me before we talk about minimum wage.
Okay, so like a very narrow focus on the status of what people are being paid in our
In
city.
Burbank,
Yes.
yeah, in our city.
So what about that, city manager, where if it were a focus study specifically on getting just the information of how much a survey of how much are people being paid, hourly in Burbank and in what sectors, like it more narrow rather than a deep study of the economic impacts.
So no analysis whatsoever, just
data,
information?
Just data first to start with that information.
Could you allow us to regroup on that and figure out if we could come back to you on the second with a cost? Obviously, it would probably be less, but
Yeah.
that's hard to do off the cuff here at 11
Okay.
o'clock.
Yeah, I would be interested in seeing that cost too. Yeah, okay. All right,
Table this one for June 2nd?
yes. Okay, got through almost all of them, almost did it. Okay, moving on, so that is done, we're no more.
I'm sorry,
Any
Mayor.
more questions, comments, thoughts on this item before we wrap it up?
I just wanted to confirm, sorry, Mayor, over
Yes.
here. Did we get a consensus to continue past 11? Just wanted to make sure.
Oh, right. All right.
The city manager told us we have to.
Yeah. Okay, raise your hand if we are okay going past 11. Reluctantly. Reluctant hand raise.
It was 4-1. She voted against.
Okay. Okay, now we're going to move on to council comments first before getting to the additional agenda items. So who would like to go first to
I got
list
mine
off
ready
the
to go.
things?
I'm right here.
Okay,
I'll go.
Councilmember Anthony, go for it.
On May 12th, I toured the Las Virgenes Municipal Water District. Wonderful facility. On the 18th, I went to the LA County Water Resiliency Summit, and there was a lot of same topics that we talked about in both. But then over the weekend, I actually attended the California Cooperative Conference, which I will wait till after budget season, but there was a lot of great initiatives up and down the state about helping small businesses thrive and not get swallowed up by bigger and bigger competition. And it was a very interesting conference, so I'll bring some stuff back in a couple weeks.
All right. Councilmember Perez, next up.
All right. I attended with some of my colleagues the SCAG Annual Regional Conference. It was a pleasure from Thursday, May 7th to Friday, May 8th out in the high desert and, Palm Desert. And it was great to have my last General Assembly for SCAG as the Region 42 representative. Congratulations to Artie Kazakian from Glendale, who is now the representative for Region 42. So any SCAG complaints, go to Artie. And then on Tuesday, May 12th, I attended BHRC's Community Holocaust Memorial Service. It was a very beautiful event, I have to say, and it was probably the first time that I very much cried. There was a discussion at the end about mothers and raising children in difficult times and times of war, and as you can all imagine, that really hit home. So thank you to them for putting on a great community event. That was very well attended. And then lastly, today I met with a resident who had questions about actually AI in the city and what we're doing. So yeah, really interesting.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Rosati.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. On the 7th of May, I went through the 8th to the SCAG Annual Regional Conference with you all there, and saw a lot of people, learned a lot from other city representatives. On Saturday, May 10th, I went to Police Fire Day. The fire department barbecue was really bumping. That might be a good side hustle for our general fund. And PD should step up a little bit and maybe come up with their own hot dogs or ice cream or something. But we're very well attended, really fun day. On May 9th, I went to a longtime member of the community, Nino Madariaga's funeral. And then on May 11th, I attended a Michael Pavelka memorial funeral. And then the Planning Commission meeting that night. On the 12th, I went to the BHRC Community Holocaust Memorial, and it was very touching and moving. And I was able to get the butterfly from one of the survivors who handmade them. I think you bought 4. Do I owe you money for that? No, I paid. That's right. No, I thought I borrowed from you. And then I met with a member of the public on the 14th from 1 to 2 o'clock, and then Park and Rec meeting. I saw that online. And then a lot of fun on Saturday, the 16th, I went to the VFW walk. We stopped at a number of coffee shops. I didn't realize how many coffee shops we had on Magnolia, and I found out on the 16th how many we had. So,
And they're all busy.
yeah,
Like
it was a lot of
full.
fun. That was a really a great event, and that's to help them raise money to provide a new stove for their kitchen. That kitchen gets a lot of work. Every Saturday and Sunday, it seems like that hall gets rented. And then on the 17th, I attended at the VFW the Flipping for Cure pancake breakfast for Relay for Life. And I do. I take my son to all the pancake breakfasts. He loves them, as long as there's bacon. And on May 18th, Councilmember Anthony and I met with a member of the Transportation Committee, and we gave you that report. Councilmember Anthony gave you that report yesterday. So, and that concludes my events. Thank you.
Busy. Vice Mayor.
Okay, just like all of you, attended the SCAG Annual Regional Conference, and I also attended the BHRC Community Holocaust Memorial, and yes, I did buy 4 butterflies for me and my sisters. Very touchy speech by the speaker, who's a survivor, a Holocaust survivor. So thank you, BHRC, for putting this on. And then yesterday, I met with a couple of community members regarding some neighbor disputes and send it to staff for a resolution. And that was it.
All right, I also attended the SCAG conference on May 7th and 8th. And then on May 9th, I also went to the Fire and Police Service Day. And that was awesome. Very well attended. Weather was great. And then that same day, I also gave a keynote for the Toastmasters District 52 Spring Conference. So that was pretty cool. That was my district at Glendale Community College. That's where I grew up, in Toastmasters. And then I also attended that day ribbon cutting for the Community Animal Treatment Center. Burbank, Magnolia, on there, yeah. And they had a little dog. Oh my God, it was so cute. And then May 12th, I also, with the Councilmember Anthony, went to the Las Virgenes Municipal Water District and drank some purified water there. It was very good, and got him a little glass.
Don't tell anyone where it came from.
Oh, no, I'm very proud of where it came from. That's amazing. And then I also went to the BHRC Community Holocaust Memorial Service, which was very well attended, very touching, and representation from religious institutions all across the city. And there was, did you mention that there was a Holocaust survivor there? Yeah. So. And then May 14th, I attended a ribbon cutting for Institutes of Health, which is a pretty cool healthcare facility where they offer integrated health for the whole person. So normally when you need healthcare for various things, you need to get your doctor and your specialist for this and your specialist for that and your mental health, and they're all in the same place, and they do the whole thing at once. So really cool facility. Then on the 15th, I met with, and along with the city manager, I met with the representative from the governor's office and went over our legislative platform and some of the things that we've been saying in council meetings. And then we talked about SB 79. And then May 16th, I met a group from the Sierra Club who was doing the tour, the mural tour downtown, and from the website, and so I walked with them, and there are things murals I had not seen, and things in our city. There's a little free library down there I didn't know about, so it was kind of cool, actually. I learned about Burbank that I didn't know about. And that's all I've got. I'm also many meetings with constituents, residents, businesses, et cetera, as well. And that's it. All right, moving on to the next section. Yes. So the next section are the agenda items and previously introduced agenda items. So as a reminder, let's see. Councilmember Rosati and Vice Mayor Mullins will have 2 minutes each to provide brief explanation for each request, along with how the request ties to city council goals. And then after that, council will vote on whether or not the item should be added as an additional agenda item for consideration at a future meeting. Council members may ask for and provide clarification and additional information, but this is not a discussion on each of these items. All right, so the first item is Vice Mayor Mullins' request for a two-step report on Assembly Bill 1033, which allows accessory dwelling units to be converted and sold as separate condominiums.
Thank you.
The floor is yours.
I wrote it down so I could read it really fast so we don't take time. So first of all, AB 1033 was adopted and signed by the governor on October 11 of 2023 and officially adopted on January 1st, 2024. So this bill allows cities and counties to adopt a local ordinance permitting the separate sale of ADUs from the primary residence. So as we know, the previous ADUs currently are rented and not sold from the main home. If we choose to implement AB 1033, it could create more affordable homeowners opportunities, which also is in our council goals. This would increase housing supply and also gives flexibility for owners to be able to sell the ADU on their property in lieu of renting. And this is what we were trying to do. What I saw the opportunity that we want to increase home ownership. We talked about converting condominiums or turning in, making more affordability for housing. And when I became aware of this bill, it was kind of like the perfect storm to allow folks that can sell the ADU instead of renting it, and it gives somebody a housing opportunity to own their own property. So this is the reason I've asked for it, to get additional information. The beauty about this is the state does not force it on the cities like every SB 35, SB 79. This is something we have local control over, and we can adopt an ordinance for ourselves in the city. Some cities right now have exploring and looking at adopting because it is a new bill. So now more and more cities are becoming aware of it to start looking at adopting their own local ordinance.
Are you looking for a first step report?
Yes.
Okay.
So I'd like to have staff come back, give us opportunities to find out more about the bill and the benefit, the consequences, and all the good stuff that comes with it.
Yeah, we'd come back with a plan, one with some informational material related to the bill, and then an action plan as far as what that would look like if we wanted to implement it. We'd also look at, I think there's a few cities that have just implemented, just started. We don't have necessarily metrics or whatever, but we do at least have some ones that have gone through the implementation phase, so we can provide that as well.
Just a question, and not to put you on the spot, but I'd love to hear from our local realtor. What do you think? Do you foresee any issues? Are there any questions we should be asking? Any thoughts about this?
We'll be selling more homes.
This is just to agendize it or not
Yeah.
as a full analysis.
It's very difficult to do. It's very expensive to do because you got to form an HOA. You got to figure out the property tax and the boundaries. It's been tried before about 3 or 4 years ago, and it kind of fell flat. It actually took off kind of on the west side a little bit. Property values are different there. There was 3 properties in Burbank that tried it, and it just fell flat. You got to get an attorney involved and work through, whose sewer line are you tapping into, who pays for what, utilities. It's not easy. Is it doable? Yes, but there's some cost involved.
I wasn't going to say this, but we talked about this at the co-op conference.
Same thing.
Yeah. Well, I'd be interested in a first step report
I
to
think
find out more about it.
Having
Yeah.
clear,
idea.
thank you for diving really into this. I
just know too much.
Yeah, but
I'm not saying it's not doable.
Yeah, I think it's good to read the actual bill because this is different. They do allow separate meters, separate, wild buildings. So they're really separating the 2 properties. So I personally think there's an opportunity for a lot of younger families that cannot buy a big house or afford a big house. This will be a good opportunity to start looking in home ownership in limited abilities or stock that we have right now for home ownership.
Definitely open to first step report, but I
Yeah.
definitely would love to hear those questions
Yes,
addressed by
during it.
staff.
Yeah.
And
So we've
I'd
got
like
the
to see it
3.
move
I knew you were
forward, too.
going to know the skinny.
Okay, so we've got at least 3. So I guess raise your hand to move on. Yeah. Okay. There we go. All right.
Boom, done.
All right, next, second item is also
Boom,
Vice
done.
Mayor Mollison's request to report reviewing the city's zoning regulations as they relate to massage establishments.
Please tell me how you feel.
You have 2 minutes for this one as well.
Well, it's too much of a fact. Anyway, so this is mine too. Okay, well, as you guys heard from a couple of folks that called in this evening, including Jamie Keyser from the Chamber, this came to my attention during a chamber meeting that I went on behalf of the mayor for business meeting to speak to some business community members. And it was the discussion to reflect the update to better reflect certified therapeutic practice rather than classification focused on massage parlors. So many certified massage therapists face challenges when trying to open new practice due to unclear or outdated rules. Cities like Long Beach, Sacramento began reviewing their zoning and regulation to better accommodate the professional. There's a difference between therapeutic, therapist versus a masseuse. And so this individual is actually a therapeutic therapy professional. She has certification. And in opening a place, they fall under the massage parlor code, zoning code. So we don't have the updated code that the state now has. So she had asked if the city looks into our zoning currently, and I thought this is something would be interesting to look at our zoning for the massage parlors versus somebody who actually treats people for illness or treat them for a condition that they have.
Okay.
So I wanted to have us explore it to give more opportunities for businesses like that they can actually open.
Yeah, makes sense to me.
How you feel, Councilmember Rosati?
Councilmember Perez, I know nothing about this.
Nothing.
I actually didn't think you'd be a resident expert on massage parlors.
Therapeutic services. I think it makes sense to me. I'm a.
Yeah, and again, this is a first step report of
Yeah.
looking at the zoning between massage parlor and therapy center.
And some of the cities, when I looked them up, have actually started changing and implementing the changes in their city. So it's something that maybe we just find out how they did it and then we look into it.
And I don't know if we all received this email, but I know she sent out an email. So it's an issue that's
Was it-
affecting at least one of our
Yeah.
businesses, and
Yeah.
it's worth looking into.
So did we do a hand raise? We're good? Okay. And then the third item is Councilmember Rosati's request for a review of city council expectations of board, commission, and committee members related to violations by Planning Commissioner Van Gorder, including consideration of possible city liability and removal from commission. Floor is yours.
So I put this on the agenda to review Commission Member Van Gorder's conduct as it relates to our Code of Conduct policy and the city's liability as it relates to his conduct, ethics, behavior. The behavior is regarding the incident that happened on April 20th at the Burbank Association of Realtors. The commissioner on a social media account advertises that he is a planning board commissioner. On the same social media account, he smears a 100-year institution that has been in this community for over 100 years, stating that they're a hate group, and you have a copy of that. On the same social media account, he organized a protest at the place of business using misleading information that has greatly affected this business by stating that the Burbank Association of Realtors was hosting a hate group, which was not true. Also, flyers are distributed throughout the city with the Burbank Association of Realtor phone number on it, along with other disturbing content, and that's also on a copy. The Realtor Hall has been a public rental space for over 100 years. Anyone can rent the hall. BOR follows strict guidelines, including the Civil Rights Act of 1968, not to discriminate. Further, Commission Member Van Gorder organized the protest where the sidewalk was blocked, as well as the entrance of the building, and people were assaulted going to the event. Mr. Van Gorder did nothing to stop it. We have received over 4 complaint letters from various people and organizations. There are 3 women that work at the office at the association who are absolutely frightened, besieged with threats, intimidation, and who have nothing to do with Mr. Van Gorder's politics. And I think that he should be removed from our planning commission. And all of us received the complaint letters. I didn't include those, but we all have those. If you need them, I have those copies as well.
So your request is to move forward an item to agendize this discussion? Because we can't remove them tonight. This is not about that tonight. This is about whether or
Moving
not to
forward,
then
You can
agendize it
digest
for.
the information that I gave you. You can look over the letters, and then we'll have a discussion about it.
Yes, Councilmember Anthony.
Before that step, would you consider, you're the liaison to the planning commission, or the two of you?
To the planning commission?
There's
The
no
plan-
liaison for the.
Oh, there is no liaison.
No, I am the liaison.
Oh, there's
Yeah,
a liaison?
you are,
Oh, there
right?
is. Oh, that's right. Okay.
Newly
Okay.
appointed liaison.
Right, okay, wait, so
Yeah.
we started it.
Who's the other? You're not the other one? Who's?
We don't have an alt.
Oh, we don't have an alternate. Would you feel comfortable talking to him first before going to this step like we did with the other transportation commissioner? And the only reason I ask, this is heavy stuff, obviously. Do you feel there's any way that you might be able to find some consensus with him to, talk about the activities and remove the city and the commissioner aspect from it?
I think the situation you and I dealt with was a little different, only that it was more mild. This is more egregious to me. Certainly, the participation of organizing, smearing, and this gets into another thing, but the text messages that you received, you said that you would relay the message that they were not hosting the event. So in my mind, he knew they weren't hosting the event, and he still smeared them. And I just think, and then sending out the flyers in the community, then having an assault happen, 2 assaults happened, it's, to me, it's beyond a talk.
My only concern is that happened outside of his duties as a planning commissioner. And when this originally came on, my concern was that he was using his title in that fashion. When I look at all of this, the only reference to the planning commission is simply the phrase planning commissioner. It doesn't even say Burbank planning commissioner. And it's not used in any of the other,
I'm not proud
So-
to have him as a Burbank Planning Commission, based on everything that's happened, reviewing all the documentation, and just the fear that he's put into that office. Go for yourself. Talk to those 3 women. See what they've been and still dealing with. People throwing stuff on their window, spitting on their window. They now lock the door. They have a bell to go into the building. I mean, completely out of line for someone who represents our city at a high level. The planning board, planning commission is I consider a very high level.
And I'm not saying that those actions aren't, offensive and egregious. I just don't have any evidence that he did it. And so simply being in that vicinity.
He organized the protest. He was on social media. You have the thing where he says the Burbank Association of Realtors is hosting a hate group right here on his social media account.
Right.
Councilmember Perez has a question.
Yeah, I have a question, and this is for staff. I know and I've heard assaults happen, Is this something that the police department is currently investigating?
Good evening, Mayor Takahashi, Vice Mayor Mullins, council members. Adam Cornell, Deputy Chief of Police, and yes.
Thank you.
We do have reports of a battery.
And is this commissioner with it, is he being investigated? Or is it somebody else? I don't know anything about this.
I'm not going to, I'm not going to be
Okay.
able to divulge details on that.
Sure.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm just trying to understand how the assaults are related to, I've been to a lot of protests. I know, if somebody gets hurt, it wasn't me, So I'm trying to connect the dots here.
I think if you organize a protest, you need to take responsibility for making sure that the Baines Act is being followed, that people aren't being injured or, people blowing whistles. And I'll be honest with you, I was there. I was on the phone real time with the city manager and the assistant city manager, giving the play-by-play of what I witnessed. And I witnessed it. I saw people being assaulted. I saw the doors being blocked. I saw the driveway being blocked. I received a call from the chief. On the spot,
I gave my eyewitness testimony, what I was seeing, and then the complaints came in and verified what I actually saw.
Well, Madam Mayor, I think this is where I'm at. I don't feel comfortable getting involved when the police is doing an active investigation. I think leave it to them to do their investigation if there's serious claims of assault and things like that. As for the other piece of organizing the protest itself or the hate group aspect, I mean, they are a hate group that was there. And I think we're getting into First Amendment right issues and into political issues that I don't know that I'm comfortable getting into. The only issue I see is what you said with the commissioner piece.
Yeah, that's-
Having commissioner in here, and that warrants the same discussion that we had as a council, which was, hey, maybe separate your, because to me, this looks like a campaign social media. My ask would be separate that. Separate whatever
But
you're
you
doing
cannot
commissioner-wise.
You can't smear an organization.
That is not up to me to decide as a council
He's a
member.
commissioner who's smearing an organization.
Well, he has an opinion on it, and he's
Yeah,
sharing his
yeah.
opinion on it. That's
Not factual. It wasn't factual. They did not host that event.
I mean,
They rented a
but-
hall to somebody who hosted the event.
okay. So it sounds, okay, the question is, do we want to move this forward to agendize this? And it sounds like we have one council member who is
I'm
not
not
interested
comfortable
in
with
moving
that.
it
No.
forward. I'm also uncomfortable with if there's an investigation going on, getting involved in that. I am concerned about him using his planning commission title as with, and also just mingling his role as planning commissioner with his political, as that's a common theme. But I'm not at a place personally where I'm ready to go to the removal stage, a discussion of removal. But I do hear your concerns. I think we need to look into and see what the police report is. But I'm not sure about moving it forward for
And
removal.
At least for this individual, look, I'll be very clear. I am personally not comfortable policing people's political opinions online. I think our line is policing whether or not they can use a commissioner title, which we've discussed
Yeah.
before. Like if somebody says, as a commissioner to the media, or as a commissioner up here, and they start talking about politics. We had somebody today say, hey, removing that hat, putting on the other one. I'm comfortable policing that. I am not comfortable policing telling somebody you cannot like this organization, or you can like them,
That's
or
not what I said.
or you can stand against them or think what they did as well. I don't feel comfortable deciding whether or not they can say that publicly, regardless of whether it's a commissioner. We have commissioners that put out things that I'm like, oh, I don't love that, but it's on their personal social medias or political social medias, you know?
Right. You had your hand up, Vice Mayor.
Yeah, I think there's a couple of things that we need to take a look at. Definitely for me, putting Dad, planning commissioner, California state housing analyst, punk rocker, organized protester that killed, yes, this is like a banner of here's my qualification. I killed a Velo airline. I saved Camel. It's like, here's my resume. Basically, this is what it looks like to me. I don't care about everything else he's doing, but what I care about, planning commissioner. And Councilmember Anthony, we can play on words. It doesn't say, I don't know if it was you that said it. It doesn't say Burbank, but come on, he's the city of Burbank. Everybody knows Van Gorder, and he knows he's Burbank. And right below it says running for city council. So I just noticed that. It's official. I'm running for city council. Well, what city council? Again, we're playing on words. We know there is some violation in this whole theme that we have before us. And a question, whatever you guys decide on, you're saying I'm not ready to bring it. But we sat at one time and spent 2-3 hours talking about code of conduct for our commissioners and their behavior, because we hold ourselves to higher standard, and no matter what, you're carrying that hat. And the two of them just finished saying they met with one of the commissioners because of some behavior he did in the middle of a street with an individual without having to get too much to it. They had to sit down and say, you're wrong, you did this wrong. So at what point do we hold those individuals liable for what they do and what they say? I can't go out there and assault people and say, oh, well, you know what, I posted that under my...
Well, if he assaulted somebody, that's...
Yeah. No. Well, I don't know, because the police is investigating.
Exactly.
And I don't know that we even
Let
gonna
me just
know.
clear that up. He did not assault anyone.
Okay.
But he stood by and allowed it to happen. As the organizer, yes.
So going back to what I'm saying, number one is I also want to add to this, whatever we're going to bring back or whatever we're looking at, we need to seriously look at the abuse that we have. I don't know that our boards and commissions, and not all of them, there's so many wonderful people that serve on boards and commissions, but I don't see why do we have to have titles in social media about serving on a planning board, serving on police commissions, serving. They're not a council member. We shouldn't have titles tied to their social media, because that leaves us wide open for criticism from our community saying, wait, look at your commissioner. What are they posting? Now, if he posted on his own private line, private everything, I don't care what they do. But to me, planning commissioner, he's representing me in the city. He's representing our community. So this is the issue that we have, and I think that's why Councilmember Rosati wanted to bring this back, because it's written all over here. I'm a commissioner, and I can get away with it. It's not right. It's not right to do
I
it.
got a question for the city attorney.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts about a commissioner smearing an organization, holding a protest, which is fine to hold the protest, but then people are assaulted, and then passing out flyers in the community with misleading information about a 100-year organization? Does that create liability for us?
Well, I saw some of the social media posts, and I certainly am not in a position to reach any conclusions about his behavior, but I would be careful to separate duties that are clearly planning commission duties versus his First Amendment rights to freedom of association, freedom of expression, and there are very delicate lines in there. And from the bits that were forwarded to me, I didn't see him representing himself as a planning commissioner. And I don't regularly use social media, so I understand, though I didn't personally see his title as a planning commissioner. I know he claimed several different titles. Yeah, so that's something for this body to decide, whether you believe his actions were either inside or outside your expectations. But there is a line where any individual, whether you've appointed them as a commissioner or not, does have a First Amendment right, does have a freedom of association. And so those clearly are interests that would permit many of the things that he did. The question is whether he did them as a planning commissioner
Yes.
in a way where he failed your expectations.
Yes.
So if you read our code of conduct book, members shall be responsible for conducting themselves in a professional manner that best represents the city when in attendance of events, gatherings outside of regular meetings.
Yes, Councilmember Anthony.
So I hear what you're saying. And, you know, conduct unbecoming is a gray area. I know we had a discussion with another commissioner recently. There was talk about our personal opinions about how one should conduct themselves. But at the end of the day, that particular incident was much more about using the title to get a response or to get something done. If Mr. Van Gorder had used his title to organize the protest. If Mr. Van Gorder had identified himself as a commissioner and said, this is why I'm doing this, then I would have a very big issue with that. But at the end of the day, it seems to be just one line in a series of things. I would highly recommend, Mr. Van Gorder, if you're out there, if you're listening, and Councilmember Rosati as the liaison, if you want to reach out to him and express this opinion, to remove the phrase planning commissioner from his social media, I think that would eliminate a lot of that confusion. But at the end of the day, we don't even know what the investigation is doing. I'll be honest with you, simply sharing a flyer isn't necessarily organizing. I know in 2020, I shared a Black Lives Matter flyer. I was not an organizer of Black Lives Matter.
No,
But-
he organized it. He said he organized it. And that flyer
Yeah.
is misleading
he's
when he
not
says they're hosting a hate group.
Okay.
Madam Mayor.
All right.
If I could, Councilmember Rosati referenced the expectations that members shall be responsible for conducting themselves in a professional manner. The expectation ahead of that, just to clarify, Councilmember Anthony's comment that he didn't say he was a planning commissioner when he was doing this, but the expectation above it, and I simply raise this so you all can deliberate what the meaning of it is. The one above it is, when presenting individual opinions and positions, members must speak only for themselves as an individual and explicitly state that they are presenting on their own behalf and not representing a board, commission, committee, or other members. So I think they're both applicable for you to make a determination, but this expectation that the council has set is that they explicitly state they're only representing their own. So, anyway.
Councilmember Perez.
You know, it's funny, Council, or Vice Mayor Mullins, you brought up the fact that like somebody running for office shouldn't have that. I laugh because I had library board member when I was running for office. I wanted people to know that I had experience within the city when running for office on my Instagram handle. And one, the council at the time never brought it into question. Two, I also had in multiple places throughout my campaign literature, et cetera, for information purposes, right? The titles are for information purposes. So perhaps it's a discussion about campaign separation that can be had with this person. But again, I think that's a very different conversation than what is happening with the business. I think if we don't want people putting that on there, which quite frankly, I personally don't mind, I think they should just separate when they're speaking as an individual versus when they're speaking on behalf of the thing. I think, honestly, to me, it was more egregious when we had a member of the Transportation Commission, I think we all know who gave the newspaper a statement and they put their name, planning commissioner, speaking on behalf of the commission because they were not at the time. And they gave the newspaper an opinion statement. That to me is egregious. When you start saying you're speaking for the city very clearly, right? But I would behoove us to be careful about what political things we're policing, because what if we find ourselves on the other end of that stick? I don't think I should be policed for what I say politically. Those are my personal opinions, right? And I think we're all entitled to them.
So it's not, okay, so we're at a point where it sounds like we're deliberating this item as if it's an agenda item, and I don't know, Mr. City Attorney, like, is this something that would be best to be agendized so we can have Mike Van Gorder here and to have him at least be able to be in attendance rather than, it doesn't sound like we're going to get to a resolution tonight. So, what do you think? At the end of the day, it's our decision what to do next.
I want to
But
go back to an offer I made about allowing Councilmember Rosati to simply reach out. And if there's no alternate, if the mayor wants to step in and have that meeting like we did and simply go through sort of the things that we talked about and get some feedback. And from that point, maybe we can.
I'm okay with that because quite frankly, I do feel like we have a lot of city business and we have spent, in my opinion, too much time on boards and commissions and policing our commission members. I would rather that discussion happen directly and that you point out exactly where he should address. I think it worked very well clearly with the Transportation Commission member, and so I'd be comfortable with that,
I'm
but I
happy
don't
doing
bring
it,
this back.
but I don't think that we should brush something like that under the rug. There were people that were injured, there were people that were assaulted, there was an organization that was smeared, and I don't think that we should just we got better things to do. I think we got to take it seriously. We had one of our people on our commissions do these things, and I think if you want to have a meeting with them, set it up. But saying that we have better things to do with our time, I don't think is appropriate.
So I'm open to having a meeting with him, with you, Councilmember Rosati, if you'd like. I would, if we're going to do that, it would be nice to have a really clear set of where the changes we would like to see, like what the issue exactly is. I think if we phrase it as, it's not okay to basically be annoying, you can't be annoying, we can't do that. We need it to be very clear what the violation was, very clear where he crossed the line, and what the behavior changes we're looking for. And if that's the case, then I'm absolutely 100% open.
And I would like to throw in, I think you should express to him your feelings about what you feel a commissioner should do when there's something criminal or dangerous happening. Feel free to express your opinion on that and talk about what you would
As a
expect.
private individual, he can do whatever he wants.
I
As
know,
a
but-
commissioner, you have a higher duty. We have a higher duty.
I think you should express that to him.
Yeah.
Mayor,
Yeah.
to your point, can I ask that maybe the violations as they're written be shown to the city attorney first so that we make sure that it falls in line with the code and we're not violating any First Amendment issues? He mentioned a gray area, and that's what makes me uneasy. I want to make sure we're not crossing that gray area and that it's
Yeah.
clear.
Yeah, as I mentioned earlier in our meeting, that I'm a big First Amendment rights supporter, and I just don't get annoyed by what people say. It just doesn't bother me. I mean, I get a little annoyed, but it doesn't bother me. But if there is a use of our city facilities, use of our city titles, leveraging that, or affecting the role that they're in, or doing something illegal, if they're found to be done something illegal, these cross the line. For me, just personally, if somebody is posting annoying things, I would be mad all day, every day if I cared about that.
They're not annoying things.
They are.
Go to the
they
association,
are
meet with the three women
annoying.
that were at 2 weeks of fear of being besieged by people in the community with hate.
So what I think then is the next step is, if that's the case, is to really clearly describe what he did. What is that exactly? What is the violation? It's not that he posted this, he did what? Because just posting this, not in and of itself a violation, but he did something to then cause
Do you think
this
this
fear.
is exemplary code of conduct to smear?
I am asking what it is
cause
exactly.
fear?
Okay, so
cause an
fear.
assault? You think all those things are good
So
things?
if he caused an assault, that has to be proven. He has to be proven that he caused an
Proven,
assault.
no
by the
problem. I was
PD.
there. City attorney, city manager, assistant city manager. I was live on the telephone, play by play.
So
No
I
problem.
think the fair boundaries, you want to look at, you're not the arbiter of criminal law. You're
Right.
not the arbiter of who touched who or who assaulted you. That's
Yes.
up to the police department to decide whether they believe a crime occurred and then to refer it for prosecution. However, I think that the expectation that Councilmember Rosati referenced about behaving in a professional manner is fair game, and it sounds like you have abundant observations, as well as the social media, to discuss how that expectation fell short, or he may have fallen short of that. Then the other one, I think, it appears that he didn't explicitly state that he was not behaving as, so you've actually raised the bar a little more. Not that he said he did it, but he actually was, according to your expectation, that they explicitly state they're presenting on their own behalf and are not representing the commission. So those two sound pretty squarely, at least as presented by Councilmember Rosati, to be fair game without going and affecting his personal behavior. Whether he had a right to talk or whether he had a right to show up and associate or engage in a protest on a sidewalk. Those are pretty clear. Failure to explicitly state it was his own views. If his social media was misleading and not acting in a professional manner in the way in which he conducted himself.
Well, that actually, I would like some clarification on that, because what exactly is behaving in a professional manner? Because, I mean, obviously, there's a professionalism when we're on the dais, and there's an expectation of that. But do we expect all of our commissioners to behave in a professional manner at every moment? And at what point do we draw the line of what that means? And so that's where I'm looking for, is where did it cross the line outside of the bounds of what can be like universally
Well,
acknowledged as
let me read you the
unprofessional?
words so that you can respond to those as well. It says, when in attendance of events or gatherings outside of regular meetings. Is that everyone, or is it like family service agency, boys and girls gala? Is it official events
Right.
outside of board meetings, or is it any time when in public? Is a question for you all.
I always wanted to ask the mayor, when you say that's what I'm looking for, are you looking for that right now? Or are you saying you and Councilmember Rosati should sit down and walk through this and figure out what to do, so when you do meet with him? Is that what you're asking?
You know, it's a good question. So certainly, if we're going to meet with him, the two of us, if we're going to go in together, I think that clarity of what we're going to ask him to do and to not do in the future should be figured out before we walk in. Just saying that he's instigating or that he's behaving in a way that is causing fear is not clear enough information to be able to say what it is exactly that is crossing the line. So that clarity would be, but how that comes about, it's fine if we can talk about it, fine if you want to do here. But I think if we're going to hash it out here, this is just going on for a long time, so I don't think it's worth doing it here. Yeah.
And I agree. I think it needs to be something you guys can sit down, put together, the evidence that Councilmember Rosati has. And I want to bring the point, because I'm not hearing that just because he's out on social media posting things, or, I mean, he's always on social media. He's like, ICE is here, come out. I'm here in this area, I'm here. None of us have brought this to council and say, he's behaving, really bad. He can do whatever this is what he does. But the question is, again, he witnessed people got assaulted. He was standing there, and as outside behavior in the public, how do you conduct yourself? I think it's upon us to make sure that this outside behavior, if you're seeing this is happening, don't encourage people to continue assaulting. Don't behave in the manner the same as the other people behaving. It's up to us to say, hey, come down, especially that he organized this event. I think the expectation would have been, hey, folks, come down, let them walk through. We're here to demonstrate. He has every right to demonstrate on the street. Nobody said no to him. But it's kind of like, hey, cool it down. Just don't assault people, don't hit people, don't do whatever they were doing. I think that's what we're looking for in the appropriate behavior, professional behavior. So him standing there, I mean, encouraging or laughing or not addressing these issues, what do we expect from our boards and commissions in such a setting? Do they call people names and say, well, I can get away with it because I'm a commissioner? I know you said no because you guys just met with individual like that. Do we go in the paper and say, well, I'm a commissioner and I'm out here, and later said, well, I never told the paper I was a commissioner? We all know that it was said, but here's the examples that go on and on. People, the commissioners, the boards can abuse that title and thinking, I'm doing it for my advantage. It's us that we need to demonstrate to them and show them this is what we expect of you. And yes, it does take time. And yes, we met for hours to talk about it, and mistakes will happen. But we need to address these mistakes so they don't repeat themselves over and over by other members. Because the next time, we don't want to have a lawsuit on our hand, because not from him or the other person. Who knows what somebody else can do? And then we say, well, you know, that was him behaving, but he represents us. He's out there saying, on social media, I'm a commissioner. I serve on the city commission. So how are you council members allowing this to happen when you appoint members like that? So this is the core issue. It's not him going on social media. It's not him demonstrating. It's him making people perceive that the Board of Realtors are doing something that was hateful to the community. They're hosting, they're encouraging the bad behavior. This is the issue.
Oh, that's not the issue to me personally.
Well, there's I just named a whole bunch of issues.
I
We
think the
might have
issue
a-
of the title
No.
is important.
The title and what he's carrying with him, it's a badge. The captain can take off his uniform right now and he can walk in with, you know, a civilian clothes. I'm still going to look at him and know he's a captain. Why? Because I know he's a captain. He carries that, you know, the badge in his pocket. He's not even having to display it. It's a badge that we carry. But if you guys don't care,
Well,
and
well,
honestly,
Hold
but
on,
I want
I'd
to,
like
I
to
want to
get my-
finish. I want to finish. I want to say that if we're all okay to say, you know what, that's their personal life. I'm not going to get annoyed. I'm not going to get involved. That's their right to do it. It's fine. We're all discussing it up here until next time it happens. Then we have to address to see, well, we let that one go, okay, and why can't we let this one go too? You know, I'm upfront about things when they're wrong when they're right, they're right. Can he demonstrate? He does it all the time. We don't care. We never brought up this issue here. The issue is the assault and standing there and like, oh, nothing is happening, encouraging it to happen. The issue is saying, I'm a commissioner on here. When people see that, wait a minute, he represents the city. How is this allowed to happen? And I'm done with this discussion.
And Madam Mayor, I want to be clear, because I want to say what I care about and what I don't care about. I think that's fair for me to say. And I agree, the commissioner title. That's very clear in our handbook. Nowhere in our handbook does it say you can or can't slam the Board of Realtors. That's not for me to decide. That is not something that I think should decide. If you want to say mean things about them online, as long as you don't say, I commissioner, you know, or the commission thinks this about you, you know? And we've had that same discussion here with each of us. And then as for the assault, that's where I don't feel comfortable making any comment, because we are getting into what is a police investigation. I don't know anything about that. And I don't want to make any speculations about that, because that is a police investigation. So that is the one thing it would behoove us not to touch, because that is being investigated by our police department, and I would like to leave that to them. To the city attorney's point, we're not the arbiters of whether or not a crime was committed and whether or not who was a witness and whether or not they should have intervened. I don't think that's anywhere in our code of conduct. So I'm fine if we want to address the issues that are in our code of conduct. But whether or not somebody slanders or not an organization, and depends what you think slander is, right? Whether or not somebody shares something that they don't like from an organization, that's not up to me to police. What they do with their title, that's within our purview.
Yes, Councilmember.
I just want to point out, you know, yesterday when we went into the meeting with the other commissioner, I thought I knew what was going to happen. I speculated about what I thought, and then we got information that I wasn't privy to. And so all I would encourage the both of you to do is, yes, we're talking about important stuff and we do see things that are happening, but go in with an open mind. There might be information we don't know because he's not here and we haven't talked to him, and, you know, sit down and say, hey, this is what we heard. This is what I saw. This is what I'm looking at. Tell me what's going on. And at the end of the day, we can give feedback on what we've discussed and take it from there. That's all I'm suggesting.
So how about we start with the discussion with them, see where it goes. Well, you and I, we can sit down and talk about what we want to even move forward with, and then see where it goes. And then if that doesn't address the issue, something else happens, or it gets escalated, then we can bring it back. How's that sound? Does that sound like okay? All right. Okay, I'm willing to do that. But not this week. Wait till next week at least.
Tomorrow morning.
Oh, no. Oh, my God. Okay. All right, so now is the time for additional agenda items. Do members of the council have any items to introduce? All right, Councilmember Anthony.
It's not an additional agenda item, but on June 2nd, when we do the public hearing for the budget, I would like to take a moment to discuss the equipment rental line 62455 on the police budget under drug asset forfeiture, the ALPR, otherwise known as license plate readers. Just to look at the dollars and cents of it.
Okay.
I was going to ask something. Is that okay? I was going to say, so we don't get into, do you want like a paper to explain it, or you want to have a discussion? Because we're going to open the whole budget again to go through it?
Well, it's the public hearing. The budget's open.
Oh, yeah. But I'm saying, do you need additional information, or?
What'd you ask for? I'm sorry.
The flock cameras and all of that budget line.
Before you ask for that, can you watch the police commission meeting of, was it 2 weeks ago?
April
They had a
15th.
complete,
I've watched
thorough, did you watch it?
I did, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
For clarification, so you're asking PD to come ready to speak on that?
Yes, just to address some questions. So,
Okay.
yeah. Budget questions.
Okay, we will be ready to answer any questions. After talking with them, if I do have informational material to get to you, is that okay to provide in advance?
Yeah, and if you want to
Okay.
reshare the video too, so we can all see it, I think that would help
Yeah.
us.
I watched it.
Okay.
Anything else? Okay, I have one item. So in light of current negotiations between the New York Film Academy and their teachers and staff union, I'd like to request an approval of a letter similar to the one where we did sent to the Alliance of Motion Picture and Television Producers, respectfully encouraging a timely and mutually acceptable agreement, this negotiation. Thanks. Okay. Okay. All right. It's midnight. We are now at the end. Oh, my gosh, we're so close. We now adjourn the meeting to Wednesday, May 20th, 2026, for a special meeting. That's tomorrow, y'all. That's today. That's today. A special meeting in the council chamber right here, 275 East Olive Avenue, the second floor. Thank you and good morning.